deal with the stuff that veterans have dealt with, especially in war and deployments. So having somebody for them to talk to and donating money for this cause is a very good thing. Is a very, very good thing.
So we're just over the halfway mark, Hungar. So
yeah, they can't do what I do and just think about Maxi Poo.
So, all right, couple things here. All right, Hungar, I'll talk to you later. I am going to pare the stream down temporarily to a few people. I know Malachi wants to come in because Malachi is a huge Palladium fan. I'm not saying we're going to talk about Palladium the entire time, but, we now have the Palladium dude here. We do have to mention some things.
I got to get ready for work anyway. I'm going to go up at the hospital in a bit.
Oh, thank you for popping in.
I'm going to do chat too.
Okay.
I'll make room. I'll be
I'll be with you until midnight.
I appreciate that. And by the way, just so everybody knows, I think Sean's only got like an hour or two to be here, so we can build the panel back up towards the end for a final push towards the end. But
thanks for having me on. I'm gonna ditch out now.
Thanks, Elfbait. Thanks for being here, man.
Later.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop out too. I got to take care of some stuff. It was great seeing you guys and meeting you guys, etc. Nice to meet you, Sean. But my dog is being a weirdo, and I got to go take care of him.
No worries.
Other stuff. I'll see you guys. When we see you.
It was good to see you again, Shadow and Son. I haven't seen you. I thought you were going to bring your son in.
He's on a road trip with the family. I'm going to try and get him to come watch you later, at least say hi.
Okay.
He misses you, etc. You know how it is. But he's
Sounds
also
good.
got some really great things he's been doing that I would love to brag, but I'll tell you about him later. You'd be proud.
Good.
And no, he's actually learned a lot from you and kind of taken after you in a couple of.
Don't do that. Don't run when you can.
Mistakes were made.
It's all good. It's all good, man. But thanks.
All right.
So
Well, thanks for being here, and we'll talk to you in a little bit.
All right. Take care, guys. Bye.
See you, Shadow.
You know what? If there are people who actually want to come in, Sean, nothing personal. I have nothing against Palladium games or anything fun like that, but I don't have any skin in the game. So if there are people who want to come in and ask questions, I'm more than happy to bounce out and come back later as well.
As far as I know, I only have one other person coming in, and if we can keep some control of this at 6, you're welcome to stay, Bear, because I like your insight. But it's up to you.
All right, I'll stay, but I can't promise to control myself.
I'm gonna dip out because I can only handle one bolt man at a time. So,
baby, you know who it is. You know who it is.
And we're now up
see,
to
there's
3
now. It's multiplying. Oh, yeah.
It's never been harder.
All
right. Well, thanks, Vic, and hope to see you back here in a little bit. As we push towards the end.
Yep.
So before we start talking with Sean, I'm going to put this up on the screen one more time. We're going to share this, and we're going to show where we are right now. Or as kids like to say, where we're at. $520 out of 1,000, so we have $480 to go to make the goal. I think we can do that. Your support would be wonderful. I can't do a Sally Struthers voice. I'm sorry. So welcome,
he does
Sean.
look like a little Ethiopian kid. No, I kidding.
So
I want the cheesy poofs.
So first things first that I'd like to talk to Sean about. Sean, well, here I'm gonna put him in a somewhat position of honor.
Yeah,
boom, bye, Bear.
Thank you.
Oh, nice. I should have all the crap. I could move myself. Have the 3 bald guys on top. Let's first of all talk about.
I'm down here with hanging with Bear.
What was that?
I'm fine down here hanging out with Bear.
There you go. See,
high five. High five.
It's a pyramid of power, of bald power.
Other hand.
The
there
Illuminati.
we go.
So you were in the Air Force yourself, correct?
Yeah.
So aim high, air power, whatever we're supposed to say nowadays.
Yeah. What was it? Air. What was it? Air power. But
the air power thing started after I got out.
Something power AEF. I don't remember. Air Expeditionary Force. I don't remember. They made us chant shit.
You're making the Air Force look real good there.
Hey, I'm not bragging on the Air Force.
Hey, the funny thing is
it was service, okay?
Yeah. What was I going to say? So if you don't mind, talking a little bit about it, we don't have to go deeply into it, but just how many years did you do in what did you do and so forth?
Sure. I was 4 years active and then 4 years of the inactive reserve. And I did, and And that's the truth.
That is very much the truth.
It's very much. I lovingly called it the chair force.
Chairborne Ranger, baby.
Yeah, chairborne Ranger. So yeah, I was a 1 in 3 Chinese linguist, China analyst. And I worked. I was stationed at Fort Meade, and worked at the NSA and stuff like that. So
it's funny you say that. My new Marine contractor that I have here, he just got done spending some time working for the NSA.
He worked in the big black building cube.
I'd have to ask him, but he did a lot of IT. We'll leave it at that.
No. There's a lot of IT there too. Yeah. So, but yeah, I was. That's what I did. It was. A lot of time. I mean, I spent almost half my service time in training. So
so did you do the whole thing? Were you like a linguist where you had to go to Monterey and then Goodfellow?
I was a defense linguist.
How did you not do 6 years? I thought that was mandatory 6 years for.
No, when I joined, it was 4. They had gotten rid of that policy, I guess.
Okay. Wow. For all that training, then only 2 years of work. You won.
Yeah. I mean, I did. I mean, it was, at the same time, I will say, like when I got to the unit I got to, they immediately sent me back to the training center I just gotten done at, so that I could learn some radio stuff. And then they put us on. They had me and a bunch of other guys working on what wasn't our primary job. We'll put it that way. So.
Yeah, I was supposed to be a Russian linguist, and I think I told you that story. I got screwed out of that. Right as I was going to basic training, it made me a very disgruntled airman. My first, not my first 4 years, but my first 2 years, to the point where I would have kicked me out when I was an NCO. Like I was bad. I got an Article 15 in tech school.
Oh wow, yeah.
So, do you know about the guy who killed 3 doctors at Fairchild Air Force Base?
No.
Dean Melberg. Yeah, that incident. Yeah, I had an incident with him when I was in tech school at Lowry. So we won't go into that any further here. I'll gladly tell you behind the scenes, but I won't talk about that here. So I was airman above the zone. What's up, Brian?
Sean, real quick. So I know you served a mission for the church. I'm LDS as well.
Oh, okay.
And that's how you learn Chinese. And I've heard things about the Defense Language Institute. I didn't ever get to serve, but how was it doing Defense Language Institute already knowing Chinese?
So that's a weird question, right? So I actually started learning Chinese in high school. When I went to Bel Air High School in Houston, I was a transfer student. I was from the poor part of town, where they actually filmed like a documentary on failed high schools at Sharpstown High School, which was down the street from where I grew up, right? So if anyone knows Sharpstown, that's where I grew up, rougher part of Houston. Houston's not as bad as some cities, but Sharpstown was not great especially when I was growing up, and it's gotten worse from what I hear. So anyways, I took Chinese for 4 years in high school. Doesn't mean I was any good at it, but in fact, my Chinese teacher, so all my classmates were American-born Chinese, right? They already had Chinese names. So the first day of class, teacher passes out this thing we're supposed to fill out, and it says, "What's your Chinese name? How much Chinese do you speak?" All this stuff, and I'm like, what is going on? And I look around, and I'm like, I'm the only white kid in here, and one of the guys, we became really good friends. It's first day of high school, right? And he's like, just don't make any Chinese jokes and you'll be good. And and it that was true. But I remember my Chinese teacher one time, she said, "It's okay. You don't have to get good Chinese grades to be good at Chinese." So that's how bad it was. I was really struggling. But yeah, I didn't have it at home, right? And so it was a big thing learning for me. When I went to Taiwan as a missionary, I was in southern Taiwan, and so I didn't really. I learned enough. I learned to read enough that I could, in addition to my high school stuff, that I could navigate. I mean, like every city has like a Zhongshan-lu and a Zhongzheng-lu, which are intersecting. It's like Swinzhongshan, and Jiangjishi, but like the 2 founders of modern China, Taiwan, so that they have roads named after them, and that's the center streets of most towns. So you learn a few characters, and you're like, okay, I'm doing pretty good. I know what a center town is, and but I found out after I left Taiwan. So when I was in Taiwan, I did really dove into the language study and really enjoyed it. And people would tell me, "Oh, it's great talking to you. You sound like a local." And I took that I took that praise, to heart, and I did my best to just sound natural, even if I didn't know, for instance, reading the Bible in Mandarin is hard for Chinese people, right? Because unlike English, you can't just like sound things out. It's these memorized characters. And so if you don't know it, you don't know it. And it was interesting seeing people come to church and then start stumbling just reading basic.
I know Chinese is pretty much all kanji. Now, Japanese have a trick. They have what's called hiragana. So over a lot of the kanji characters, they'll put the hiragana in order to sound it out for them.
Right. So Chinese doesn't have that, and then they use a lot of old school Chinese in the Bible, in some of the major translations, like the ones we were using. And so it was this added step that I wasn't. There were guys I knew that were really good at reading, and could like read passages out of the Bible in Mandarin. That just wasn't my thing, but I was more of a speaker.
You and I are the opposite in both. So I did Japanese as class, but I took Russian in high school when they finally got it my junior year. And so when I went to Russia, they're like, "Dude, you have a great accent. You just need more vocabulary." It's like you actually sound like you could be Russian. And unfortunately, because my whole linguist issue in the Air Force, I didn't continue on with that. But I'm the exact opposite of you. Speaking and hearing were a little difficult, but I could read and write no problem.
Right. So what happened was when I got to the Defense Language Institute in the Air Force in Monterey, California, they so I one of the things I ran into, it was really interesting. There's a lot of ex-missionaries, ex-Mormon missionaries in the military as linguists, because they already have these other language skills. The other thing is, once you pick up one language, it's easier to pick up other ones, right? I took Japanese 101 for a semester, and me and this other guy had been to Taiwan and as missionaries, and half the other class, like within 2 weeks, they were like, "Wait, were you guys missionaries in Japan?" And we're like, "No," but we had learned all the pronunciation and the sounds, and we just started sounding local. That was the first thing we keyed in on, was how to sound right, even if we didn't know Japanese. But that was the problem I ran into when I got to the Defense Language Institute. Was I had a crazy Southern Taiwanese accent. I sounded like this Major Hick to all the people from mainland China.
He's from Alabama, Taiwan.
Yeah, it was like that. It was like I and so they would look at me like I was crazy when I would start talking, and then I would use these words that it's like British English versus maybe something we'd say here. In Taiwan they'll say I think it's la jixiang, and like a garbage can, and then la tong is what they'll say in mainland China, which is like a trash receptacle. But like you say the other thing and they're like, "I don't know what you're talking about, man." Like it's like, "It's a trash can." Like,
and don't forget the missionary slang on top of it that you think is a total.
I didn't do too bad on that. I avoided that as much as I could.
Well, I just mean like the words that you think are normal. No, nobody ever uses those in that language. We had some in Portuguese, and it's like, oh, okay.
My wife busts my balls about that all the time, like with the Japanese I learned, because schools teach business Japanese. And she's like, "You sound like celery, man." Now, when that other people try to learn Japanese from anime, and I won't use the terms that my wife says they sound like you're. The other one is guys specifically will learn Japanese from their female, their companions or girlfriends, whatever. And girl Japanese is different than boy Japanese. And my wife would be like, "What are you doing? What is wrong with you?"
So Max, have you ever heard of a female wrestler from Japan named Akira Hokuto?
No.
Akira Hokuto is such a badass and was such a badass wrestler. She was literally given permission to speak like a man in public. And everyone was cool with it. Like, it was insane. So you see the other Joshi girls, and they're all like, and then she gets out and she's like, and you're like, holy fuck,
Yeah, I had a friend, he was a missionary in Japan, and he was like, when I would hear him speak Japanese, suddenly he sounded like the most like virile man I'd ever heard. He was like, Boku, and I was like, whoa, like you sound like somebody out of Akira Kurosawa, you know? It was just, that's
the weird thing is
do it, right?
Publicly. If you're talking to a normal Japanese woman, they actually have a normal Japanese voice until you watch TV, get involved in politics or anything. They'll say, and you're like, what the hell just happened here? Like, what's going on? And my wife will be like, oh, they're just shouting out politics for the next election or whatever. Like, how does it get anybody to vote?
Right. Yeah. So. But anyways, it was so to answer your question, it was interesting. One of the things that was interesting too is there was another guy that had been a missionary in Taiwan that I knew him when we were there, and he had gone through the previous cycle in front of me with the same like teaching team of 6 professors, and it was really interesting because he speaking was no problem for him, but he failed out on he didn't quite make it on the requirements for the reading. He didn't.
Yeah, I heard Monterey has a higher dropout rate than CCT, which is crazy.
50% washout rate. 50%. Can you imagine that? Like, so half my class never graduated. So, it was pretty brutal. Actually, it was like drinking from a fire hose. We learned 30 new words
I'll be
a
honest
day,
with you.
and then just next
I'm
day
glad.
30 more, and next day 30 more, and.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't do it. My mentality at that point, I would have washed out, and then who knows what would have happened. Like, I don't think my maturity level at that time could have handled it.
Well, and I had some. I was just kind of cheating because I already knew some Chinese, but I busted my ass. I got out of there with a 4.0. I'm very proud of that. So
nice.
I got my Chinese got way better.
So here's a question I need to ask, because as a Canadian, they hammer it into us because of the population here. Mandarin, Cantonese, Mandarin, Cantonese. But every time I hear Americans talk, you say Chinese. Like it's
Mandarin.
Are we wrong now in Canada? Well, okay.
Well, no, I mean Cantonese is.
I know where this is going, but you know what I mean.
If you're gonna learn Chinese, learn Han.
But if you go to China, like now, there is no Hong Kong. I mean, I'm sorry to say it.
No, it's gone.
It's gone. And they don't even speak that in schools. They don't speak it in public places. They don't speak any Cantonese. So when I'm saying Chinese, I mean
you mean Mandarin,
the dialect, Mandarin.
Yeah, Mandarin.
I know. I'm not trying to split hairs with people of Cantonese
no,
or anything like that. You know what I mean? Because that is Chinese as well, right? And I can, if you know Mandarin or Cantonese, you can kind of get by or hear and understand some things.
We're really sensitive about that shit in Canada. The French made us all uptight about it, so we
no, American. Sorry, I'm from Texas.
Speaking of learning new languages, Baron G, how's your English coming along?
Oh well, I've been practicing the Mr. Bullhorn type of speak, and it is definitely coming along.
I don't know what accent you're doing, but it's offensive on every level. So
it's so offensive across the board, it became inoffensive. It's just cartoonish.
Right now, there's one guy in like the mountains of France listening to him going, "That motherfucker."
So
it happens to be Mr. Bouvard. So.
Well, he's the mountains of fake France. So
he doesn't speak French; he speaks Quebecois. It's not the same.
Quebecois. So, since we have Sean here, we are gonna ask a couple of Palladium questions. It's also where Malachi popped in because I know Malachi is a fan of Palladium. Yes, what's up there?
I have one question I want to ask, and then I will shut the fuck up.
Sure.
And I asked this question to Shane Hensley, and he said you have to talk to Palladium guys about that. So I got a fucking Palladium guy right here, so I'm gonna ask him. I absolutely love. And shut up, Max. I love Savage Rifts. I think that was a great idea. It was a really fantastic thing. And I know they're doing Savage Pathfinder, but I would fucking love to see Savage Palladium Fantasy. Like, take that world and bring it over there so it gets more traction, because it's a fantastic world. And sadly, because it's locked into a system that, gets a lot of from the community sometimes.
Sure.
I feel like people are missing out on a fantastic world. See, Max, I can ask good questions when I try.
I just disagree with the premise from beginning to end. But okay, go ahead, Sean.
That was a statement. That was a statement, not a question. What's the question?
Would you guys ever think about doing that? Is that something that would ever be a possibility?
So Palladium, Kevin and I don't have any interest in doing Savage Worlds material via Palladium. We're focused on Palladium, right?
Of course.
And so, yeah, we've got our plans, and
I mean, opening up the
we're very
licensing
excited
is
about
what
them.
I'm
Yeah.
saying. You know?
Well, no, that's exactly where I was going with this. Is we already have had conversations with multiple companies about licensing Palladium settings or licensing Palladium's rules, and other ways that we can cooperate that way. So I'm very open. If we have now, I don't want, and I'm going to say this and take it in the most. I'm not trying to say "f you" way possible to everyone out there, right? But if you haven't published anything else yet, and you're not an established like Savage Worlds Ace,
yeah,
I probably don't want to talk yet. You know what I mean? We don't have time. I just don't have time. I'm doing everything. I'm very focused on Palladium, and then also keeping my hand on Savage Rifts and helping to shepherd that forward with the really great team we've got working on that right now. So if you are someone who's done some cool stuff and are an established ace, and you have
what is that?
You know, a deep love for someone should probably mute themselves.
Pots and pans.
Is Kim need help sending the signal?
It's honestly, can you mute for a moment while that's going on though? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Holy crap. But yeah, so yeah, no, but if someone wants to, if you've done some stuff and you've got some stuff under your belt and you think you can do it justice, absolutely love to have a conversation. Cool. And already having some conversations behind the scenes about stuff like that. Not necessarily Palladium Fantasy, but that's very open to that. Very open to that. Very excited
Palladium
to work with
Fantasy, absolutely a possibility in the future. You've made me happy. I'm just going to sit there and smile for the rest of this piece.
I'm a businessman, you know, and Kevin and I are both businessmen. If we think that someone can execute, do a good job, and put something out there that fans are going to pick up, absolutely. So
you're my new favorite human, Sean.
I try to be a nice human. So it's hard.
It is, especially when Brian's around.
Slamming stuff, already angry about whatever we're talking about.
No,
I'm not
signal.
Yeah, I'm not slamming anything. It's all Kim. Anyhow.
Blame your wife. Yeah. Wow. What does the temple say about that, Brian? Come on.
What the hell?
She's talking about making noise. Real quick, Sean, I'm not sure if anyone's asked it. And Max, if you have any other questions that you want to ask first, please interrupt me. That's fine.
No, go ahead. I know what my questions are going to be, so go ahead.
So real quick, with Ninja Turtles, was it you guys going back to Nickelodeon or whoever's in charge of the license now to revive it, or did they approach you?
We approached them. I mean, but you know, they had approached Kevin. So Viacom had approached Kevin years ago in like 2015, and then there had been another set of negotiations apparently in like 2018, 2019. But this time it was us approaching them, and it was totally different because of the, you know, I don't know. It's funny because it's Viacom bought Paramount and became Paramount. I don't, you know, they kept the Paramount name, but you know, all our copyright statements say, you know, Ninja Turtles owned by Viacom, created by Peter Laird and Kevin Eastman. But yeah, so we approached them. I was one of the first things when Kevin asked me to be his business partner. Once I made sure I understood what he meant, and not just like an employee. That was the number one thing I wanted to talk about was, okay, what about turtles? So, and he was very patient with me, but we did what we needed to do to get things into the right spot and then dove right at it. Yeah.
Cool.
I love this picture, by the way, right here, because I recognize it from the original book, just colorized.
Yeah.
And so it gives somebody like me like, oh, so this is what you're doing with the new book. Okay. I'm color me impressed. Now, I'm gonna let Malachi have the first, you know, we'll call it Palladium question here, because I brought him in to talk this, because I have a bone to pick about something, and it actually turned into a bit of a discussion, we'll say, to put it lightly, on my Discord. But go ahead, Malachi, you go first.
Oh, and by the way, real quick, if you'll scroll down to where there's the 4 turtles
right there,
the t-shirts at the bottom.
T-shirts.
The bottom.
I zoomed way in, so we'll see.
Yeah, because I'm working on getting a lot of things approved so we can show it off, like page spreads and stuff like that. But one of the things that I do think is keep going. Those are all good examples of the
I don't think I've ever
but...
said this before, but too many stretch goals. No, I'm kidding.
This is a fun one, and then the next one.
There we go.
There we go.
Right there?
Yeah, those are all great examples of like the colorized art inside the books on every page or every other page kind of thing, right? So, I mean, it's the same guy who did the cover art. Michael Majestic did the colors for these. So,
dude, that black, white, and red book was fucking fantastic, and I'm definitely getting that one 100% for sure. I'd like all the other covers, but that black, white, and red, you weren't lying when you said that was going to be good. That was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I'm super excited. That was one of those ones that after a few short conversations and some suggestions from our liaison at Paramount, it was like, this is a way that we can have our cake and eat it too, and have the 4 red bandanas and something black and white with some red highlights for all the interior art and layout. That'll be more like the original, right? Until you get to the tribute art sections and the behind the scenes and all that kind of stuff. That's all still going to be full color. The same between the black, white, and red and the other normal edition. But yeah, we're really excited about it. And Jeremy Colwell just knocked it out of the park with the cover colors. So.
Go ahead, Malachi. Go ahead and bring up anything that you wanted to bring up, and then I'm gonna start a question here. And
if anything, I just want to say thank you to Sean for everything he's been doing with Palladium. I am so excited for the future of the company.
Thank you. I'm extremely excited. Kevin and I are both very excited. I know that it's tough when you see, I joined the company 2 years ago now. And I had COVID in the middle of that and long COVID afterwards, which really slowed me down. But we have a plan. We're putting it into action. I know it's tough to see that, but we're revamping a lot of internal stuff as well at the same time. And so I think people are going to see all that starting to come together, right, with this Kickstarter and beyond.
Look, I was skeptical when we had Kevin on first, and then Kevin's like, well, I'm not coming back. Well, he didn't say it like this. I'm paraphrasing. He's like, I'm not coming back unless you talk to Sean. Like, fine, I'll talk to Sean. But it was absolutely no. Seriously, I mean, I was kind of like, well, I'll do it because we want Kevin back at some point. No, it was absolutely an amazing conversation. Unfortunately, right after it, I had to bail, and so I was like, crap, got to go back. Anybody who knows my streams knows that we have like an hour or two, after stream, conversation. But because I think I had to move my truck or some nonsense, whatever it was. Anyway, but no, it was a great conversation. Honestly, to be fair, it was words at that point, and I'm like, words are words. I need to see some actions. Right. But since that point, the actions have been pointing all in that direction of clanking dishes. I mean, of putting Palladium in the in a direction that I think a lot of us like.
I hope so. I mean, and the other thing is, I can't really talk about why we do certain things before other things. I mean, we can talk about that in future interviews, right? Like why we did XYZ first, or whatever. But because we do want to make sure that we're not promising things that people would misunderstand as promises, right? Or saying something that people would misunderstand as a promise, or anything like that. Or we also want to make sure that we can leave ourselves room to maneuver, as we need to with our plans. But this one's lined up really great. And so we're really excited. And this is the first RPG I ever owned was TMNT and Other Strangeness. So I know I said that before, but it's just so that anybody who's new listening can understand this. For me, it's all coming back around, right? So.
I want to ask a couple questions. No, I want to stay on the Kickstarter thing. Then we'll go. I have a couple questions start, and yes, folks in chat are allowed to ask questions, and as long as we have the time, we'll get to them. Be respectful. That's all I ask. You can ask the hard questions. Sean and Kevin have never shied away from those things. Just be respectful, and remember, this is for a charity stream, so
By the way, I want to thank everybody listening who's donating to this, and also everyone who's joined the stream with you to coming in, seeing all those faces on screen really warm my heart. As a veteran, I think it's just great to do what we can for our fellows who are having a hard time with things. So,
and some of these folks have been here for many. Brian was on for 9 hours before he's like, I got to go. and so, I mean, and that was the first time around. And yeah, I mean, so Bear's been on here dang near the entire stream. So yeah, this has been some good stuff.
And real quick, folks, there's 6 of us here. We're all watching the chat, so we're seeing whatever questions come through. Don't super chat to make sure your question gets answered.
Yeah.
Go donate. That's the whole point of the stream anyways. But, and if we miss something, like, let's be honest, you all have like 10 different ways to get a hold of us. Throw an, poke us somewhere else if we don't notice your question and ask it.
Talking about that, my wife just said, "You know that Mr. Max asked a question, right?" I'm like, yeah, I got to start. So she's like, she's on it too. So she's watching for us as well. It's like, yes,
yes, go donate.
Yes, please donate. It's no super chats. We want to go into the Wounded Warrior Project, and I'll put that link in chat again as well. I know for some people probably think I'm spamming it, but just in case, I've got to hit everybody. All right. So here's my quibble.
Quibble.
And this got heated on our Discord because some people vehemently agree with me, and some people are like, "Why do you care so much?" And I'm going to scroll down in here, and I feel like I was lied to. And
you were lied to.
I feel like I was lied to. Scroll down. Okay, here we go. Dice sets. Yeah. That is not a complete dice set, sir. If you do not have 3d6, it is not a complete dice set.
Oh, come on.
And I'm gonna step this forward because people are like, well, D&D is the 800-pound gorilla and they do point by. Blah. Palladium still rolls 3d6 for the attributes. Explain yourself. And just so people know, I'm being facetious about that portion, but I'm dead serious about it. I am dead serious about that. I don't want the dice if they don't come with 3d6. And I'm not buying 3 sets of each one.
I don't care.
So... Okay, well, there you go. There's an answer.
Well, real quick, I mean, it's possible, like maybe not necessarily changing the set. Maybe is there like obviously you have to go to fan roll, but getting extra D6 printed is that even an option?
Well, I mean, I've heard that there are places where you can buy D6s.
Well,
no. They're not the sets. I'm not doing it.
I can. I mean, we can. That's. I mean, it's good feedback, right? And I do like to listen to feedback. When we were talking to them, we're also doing a dice set, the Legion Green dice set, that we're getting manufactured ourselves, right? Directly. Fanroll's more of like a really cool middleman, and they're really great to work with. But that was my idea of the TCR, I think.
That is really cool.
I sent them a really ugly mock-up and they were like, "Oh, we can do that." I was like, "Really?" So but yeah, no, I'll keep that in mind for the future for 3d6 and dice sets. Can't really change that right now. Where there's a lot of so the business side of things, a lot of like math and everything that goes into how much dice sets cost and weights and all this other jazz and things getting approved. And we're very far along here, but in the future, I'll definitely keep that in mind. To
be fair, like I get when people are like, why don't you just get 3 sets? Because I don't need 3d20s. That's why a complete die set is 9 dice minimum. Some people do 10. I get it. And some people do 14 now. Hey, I'm cool with that as well.
And some do 7.
Well, if you play D&D, if you only want 1 die, I mean, that doesn't it makes sense when you're not rolling 3d6 for attributes or having 10d6 fireballs or whatever nonsense is going on. But with that said, I do think that the dice look awesome. I really like the look of the Shredder dice.
Right? Those aluminum plated dice are pretty cool.
Yeah,
I rolled them at Gen Con. They feel great when you roll them.
And that's just a brilliant. I mean, I was looking at all the dice sets, and all the different colors. It's cool. And then you get to the Shredder ones, like, oh yeah, these are all metal. It's like that's just brilliant marketing.
Yeah, no, and it's good. And I think that the colors, like some people are like, are they readable? Are they not readable? Those look readable to me.
Yeah.
I don't like dice that are so crazily fancy that you can't read the dice. This might be a little difficult, but I honestly think that once you're on a table without flash hitting the lights, I think you're going to be fine.
Wait a second. Yeah. Are all the numbers green?
Yes. Yeah.
Turtle green, man.
I just noticed that. I'm dumb.
We almost did splinter wooden dice, but they were so expensive. We're just like, I can't really, I don't really want to put out like $80 splinter dice.
Oh wow,
$90. Yeah, it's like.
So no, that was my only. The only other thing that I was like, I don't know how I'm going to do this is I want more covers and less other stuff. Now the other stuff is great. I am not poo-pooing it at all, but man, I was like, if I'm going to be backing all these covers, I already backed at like $300 or whatever it is dollars. I'm going to be getting all these covers. I'm like, my wife will kill me if I spend $600 on turtle stuff. I'm definitely going to get these. I think I backed your green squishy covers that like I got for Bessemer and so forth, because I know how those look. But those would be books that I don't want to use. Those would be books that I just want kind of sitting on the shelf.
I totally get that. You should go full Time Lord.
Well, what's full Time Lord? Let's see. What does that cost? Am I logged in here? Because if it is, you'll see what I spent already. I'm actually, if I was the first one. I did this for my phone. I was just like, I just want to do this. By the time I got in, I refreshed it on my phone. It was already at 15K. I'm like, how the hell does that happen? I just started.
It's weird. Man.
There we go. Legion of Myth, first one here, baby.
Oh, nice.
There's a little Legion of Myth logo. Well, it's full Time Lord for you here.
I'm only in on $50 right now, but I have not decided on what all I want to get. But it's not gonna. This is hitting in a wrong time for my budget. Stuff. Yes.
Yeah, my wife would destroy me if I spent that money, and I'm not saying it's not worth it. Look at those covers, folks. Look at all the things that you'd be getting. I mean, games, paper, everything about this is more expensive than it was, say, 5-10 years ago. That's just the way the world's working, shipping and everything. That's not that this is a bad price. You'd be getting a lot of stuff for that. My wife would destroy me if I spent that much money.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody saw, like Kevin and I were talking about this today, and we've been talking about it quite a bit. I mean, we don't have like any breaks on pricing in production, compared to the other big boys, and like for instance, Paizo is about to raise their 256-page hardcover full color book price to $70 in January. 70. So I mean that was in a trade, publication. So we're right here we're you can get through this Kickstarter $70 for the foil, leatherette hardcover. So that we're really trying to hold the line on pricing the best we can. And again, a lot of crazy stuff with people saying, like Kevin Eastman just saying, I want to paint a new cover. And it's like, okay. I'm not gonna tell man. Because I know there's some fans were frustrated. They're like, why can't I see all this stuff? And it's like, well, we didn't announce until we had a signed contract. And then as soon as it was official, all these people, suddenly said they wanted to do really cool stuff. And I'm not going to tell Kevin Eastman no. And I'm not going to tell Sophie Campbell no on a variant cover, right? And so that we were able to get that, through the production pipeline and displayed at the very, right the very first day of the campaign. But we're, Kevin Eastman's a busy man. They just got I don't know, memorialized in their hometown with Ninja Turtles sewer grate covers and
I heard about that. That's
plaques and stuff. Yeah, I mean, and he was at New York Comic Con when this launched, and so it's sorry, it's some of the things like we talked about earlier, we negotiated, we got the rights to do the green light to do the miniatures, later stage in the negotiations. So a lot of that is we'd already talked to like the guys at TransPerfect, and they were waiting in the wings, but we waited to start production until we had the actual green light on that. So sorry, not sorry if you don't see photos of stuff yet. We're doing our best to get them to you.
Or if you don't like that, they're only 7 dice. I mean, that's what he just told me a little bit ago.
Or if you don't like, right. I mean, it's like, oh, well, if you don't want, and the thing is like, okay, I don't want to buy it. Okay, I don't care. Like, that's fine. There's plenty of people to do. No, I mean, honestly, I mean, I
agree. Honestly, I agree with you, and I expected you to say that anyway. And let's look at how much has been donated so far. It's not like $727,000. It's not like there's nobody backing the project. No, you've made your goal 3 times here. So
yeah, I know. I'm just not one of those guys that's like going to beg people to buy stuff. It's like, well, hey, the fans will tell us what they're purchasing, and that's cool. But I don't know. It's just we're doing our best to get all the stuff out there and get it to you as soon as we can. And so with this one in particular, we weren't able to have some of the things, all our ducks in a row as we normally would have liked to.
So the biggest complaint that I've heard, actually, before I say that, because I want to get to some of these questions here, because of you guys, I now own 5 of the 6 volumes of this.
It's good.
I don't have number 4 because I can't find it for less than $300.
Yeah. I think IDW did some new ones, didn't they?
These are those.
Oh, okay. Wow, I didn't realize they were already
It probably just needs a reprint.
Yeah, it's six. Well, these are I mean, as far as I know, I don't follow comics well enough. So if somebody wants to say I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I've got the 6 volumes or 5 of the 6 volumes of this, and I'm that far through it so far. So I'm not most of the way done with the first book.
My favorite part with the Last Ronin is it felt like the same storytelling.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the book ended it, and for me, that was I always say I'm like a graphic novel guy, not a comic guy. I kind of pick and choose whatever is most successful and most interesting, but I just love the original Turtle stuff. And so to see that coming around with the Last Ronin and now with this, super excited. So, but yeah, people have complained, and it's like, you know, that's cool.
Now, can you tell for the audience? Sorry, Brian, but I want to get this one out.
No, that's fine.
For the audience, because this is the #1 complaint that I've run into and heard, and I know the reason, but if I say it, it doesn't matter. I want to hear it from you again. Why no PDF?
Oh, yeah. How can I put this?
Well, can I give the answer that you told us last time and see if it's still true? Basically, it just
wasn't
part of the
maybe
license
I can add more
agreement.
context to it.
It just wasn't part of the license agreement, is what you told us.
Yeah, I mean, it's not in the contract.
Yeah.
Like, it's there. We didn't have good terms on that. So, you know, a lot of the stuff that, like for instance, we have worldwide licensing rights. That's like a coup. So we have miniatures, we have dice, we have, you know, a lot of stuff, and a lot of these are Kickstarter exclusives, but it's still a coup to get to do it. And that's, you know, how we negotiated some of this stuff without getting too far into it. But I just want to say we had a really great experience. The other thing is with the PDFs is, you know, would you have wanted this, you know, would you want this to happen or not? Right, because in some ways the negotiations that, you know, they really wanted. Well, I don't want to go too far into it, but we really wanted it to come out. Us and our licensors, right, wanted this Kickstarter to happen this year, and that was really important all around the table. So there were certain things where it was like, hey, you know what, we can't hash through something, or maybe, you know, I don't want to twist anybody's arm. You know, when a lot of this is about building a good relationship with the licensor, working towards the future. And so, and with this, the other thing is with this product, I mean, we really are focused on what you are physically getting, the books, right? The dice, the miniatures. And so for us, that was one of the things is, yes, PDFs would be nice, but this really is about a celebration of you know, bringing back the original physical product into print. And that was our core goal. And so, you know, if you want to, you know, weep and wail and gnash your teeth, cool, but I don't care, because it's happening. And that was part of the, you know, that was part of the negotiations that happened to make it happen, right? There are certain things that we focused on, and you know, you can't have everything.
It's a weird comment to me, but it's because I'm old and I know that, where it's like I won't get it if it doesn't have PDFs. I'm like,
I love PDFs, right? I like PDFs.
I don't care about PDFs. They only help me for when I'm doing reviews on the live stream, so I can put them on the window for people to see. Other than that, I couldn't care less about PDFs.
They're text searchable in batch if you know what you're doing. So I can search all 90 whatever Riffs books for a phrase like Titan Robotics.
I got you.
You know, and that's freaking awesome. You know, and I like PDFs, and we would have done them, you know, probably if we could, but really this is all focused on the physical product. This is something we want to be awesome, that, you know, kind of like it's not designed to be a coffee table book or anything, but we want the production quality to be there so that you can game with it, or you can have a copy on your coffee table, you know, or both.
Excellent.
It can be the same book.
Well, Brian, you seem like you had a question, and then I'll hit the couple that happened in chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, one quick comment on the PDFs, and you know, the way that you put it, you said the terms weren't favorable. You know, meaning, okay, obviously nobody's happy with the terms on that, but let's be honest, folks, if it does really well and they maintain a good relationship for the next 3 years or whatever the license is, and of course the wife would start making noise right now. But you know, it can always be renegotiated next time, folks. So let's make it successful now so they can do that. Anyways, so my question, production. Are the pages going to be full gloss? Or are they going to be matte finish like is typical with Palladium? Because I'll be honest, I'd like the matte finish.
No, we're going matte. We're actually talking
full color matte finish.
Yeah, but there's specific coating we might want to get on the pages. They're going to look really good from the samples we're looking at, and we're closing in on some of the final choices there. But I believe that's what it's going to be. Don't in the end, it's going to be whatever I think is going to make the best book to use. But if you want, sometimes the terms are counterintuitive to me. But if you want to look at what I consider sort of the gold standard that's happened before from Palladium is like the Rift's 30th anniversary edition, actually the second printing of it, because we had that done by a different company. And so I would say that those books look really good. That's kind of what we're going for is something with that kind of really beautiful look to
I think with the way that art is done, matte would be the better way to go, because I think gloss would lose some of that. But again, I would have to, like Sean said, I'd have to see it first to verify that. But I personally think that matte would be the stronger finish on that. Yeah,
that's what we're looking at, and there are some coatings they can put on the paper though that it's matte, but it still has like some really good reflection in certain spots. I don't know. Yeah, we get into it. That's why the books look great and last forever. So
absolutely. All right, let's hit some chat here, and then we'll go around again. I started. Thank God I started because, and you guys are talkative today. I love it. So, Mr. Max Boivin, the French Canadian here. I can't do his accent. Would you like to read that in his accent, Bear? Or should I just go?
All right, I do it this time, but don't push it too hard, okay? Question, if appropriate, could Palladium find a way to make their product more accessible to Canadians?
Sorry, you're stuck in a socialist crap hole.
Oh, yes.
No, I'm just kidding, guys.
Conversely, sorry.
The problem is so just so that everyone understands is what the problem is that he's probably referring to is shipping, right? And we can't, we're the same as everybody else. Like, we have to work with what shipping options are normally available. What we have done with the Titan Robotics Kickstarter, and I think it's going to be even better. We're talking to a new partner specifically to resolve some of these issues. Is the Canadian shipping this time I think is going to be faster because last time it was cheaper, but it went to UK first and then came back.
Oh wow!
And in the end we thought that was that the fans would want, the cheaper shipping, and a lot of them did and ordered a whole bunch of stuff, right? So that they could get that could take advantage of that bulk shipping rate. But for this Kickstarter and other future Kickstarters, that's what we're trying to focus on, is making sure that we can get quick, cheap bulk rates as part of big Kickstarters that aren't normally available when you just order something from our web store, and then get it to you that way. So we are doing our best on that end. We do work with a Canadian small Canadian comics distributor as well, but I don't control them. They buy stuff from us and then they stock it and then they distribute it to the chains of stores they do. So unfortunately, it boggles my mind, right? As I
mean, you're like what, 5 miles from the border? I know it's a little more.
Yeah, I mean, I can like drive into Canada real fast. I can go jump on the highway and be in Canada in like 30 minutes or something. So right, just drive past Detroit over the bridge into Windsor, right? So yeah, I don't understand either. It doesn't make sense to me either. But I mean, mail rates is something that I don't really understand why they're as bad as they are. But from what I understand, about 10, 15 years ago, mail rates to Australia, UK, Canada, it just shot through the roof. And so that's
it's been mentioned quite a bit on our Discord also, especially with the Christmas packages, because of course we've been promoting the Christmas packages, and it's like Canadians are like, yeah, it's like what, $60, $65, whatever, but that shipping is over double, or it's like double what the packages, and yeah, and so it's
out of my control.
Oh, absolutely, and everybody that I know of realizes that. It's frustrating for them because, like, man, there's these Palladium books I'd love.
Do they really realize it? Because they ask me like it's my problem, and I mean, like, honestly, the best we can do is try and negotiate bulk rates as part of Kickstarters.
I think the people on my Discord realize it because it's pretty constant in my chat that they're frustrated over it, but they're not blaming Palladium.
Yeah, we get people that are angry about shipping rates, and it's like,
I'm not the post office.
Canada.
So,
stand up for my country all of a sudden. Jesus
real quick, I have an idea for you. Since, like you said, just hop on the freeway, 5 miles, and you're in Windsor. What you do is you schedule a meetup for everyone in Canada at like a bar.
His hoodie on, so black market deal going on.
And then just
what's up, Palladium?
Just put everybody's package in the truck and just drive it over. It's like,
I'm not gonna try and dodge tariffs for you, buddy. It sounds like Super Troopers 2 fodder. So yeah.
So you just drive across the bridge. You have a whole big box of boxes already pre-packaged, and you get into Windsor, and then you just start shipping them out from there.
Yeah, make it rain.
No.
Hey, look, if any of you guys are savvy, I mean, you could be making money doing this, right? If you can offer the service at a lower price, be my guest, right? But you got to do it above board, or I'm not technically a part of it, What was that last thing that came up?
Oh, I was really happy with it was insane how fast and shipped my Christmas surprise package. It was only a few days. I went in on first day because I wanted to be the first one on the Discord to actually, get one. Because I'm like, these assholes always get their stuff before me. Not this time. So I didn't even post it on my Discord until I'd already made my order. Oh yeah, by the way, Christmas surprise package is open, folks.
Order, shipped within 48 hours, and got here super fast.
It's no joke. I mean, Kev goes through those himself. I mean, he really is your Santa. He reads all the letters. I read most of them too. So, and yeah, we one of the things we are known for is really quality boxing, so that your stuff is in good shape when it gets to you. Quick turnarounds and accuracy. So, and if you ever have any problems, of course, you can call us. We actually have phones and people that answer them. So, if you have any issues, that we do our best to make the customer happy.
So I have one more question that popped. Go ahead, Brian. I'm going to grab this other question.
I was going to say, also real quick, whose idea was it to throw in the 30-year-old printings of After the Bomb books with the surprise packages? Right as the Ninja Turtles Kickstarter is going. Because I gotta say, I get this, and the yellowed pages, it's okay. This has clearly been sitting in the warehouse for quite some time. But I'll be honest, that was one of the coolest things to find in the box, knowing that the Kickstarter is going on, all the hype for that, and then you're just like, oh, now I'm stuck.
No, we realized we had a crazy amount of certain books, and we're like, hey, well, people should be really excited right now to get these. So, and they're all signed. So,
Was it just Roadhogs that you sent out? Because I'll be honest, I might be getting another box. How do I put in a request to not get Roadhogs again?
I just put in your note. I already have Roadhogs.
Okay.
It's easy. Just put it at the end of your note. I already got Roadhogs.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not going to turn down an extra one or another book, because I'll be honest, that right there jacked the value of my box up another $14. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm not going to turn down extra stuff, but I mean, just
we
something
have a guy,
different.
There's some guy. He's done 25 or 27 Christmas surprise packages this year.
It's only been active for 3 weeks.
How many?
He's rebuilding his collection, and he's excited to have all the books signed. And he's getting them at way off cover price, right? Way off cover price. So it's a good deal for him.
So G Master G, here's the link for you in chat there. Yep, absolutely. You can take a look at that. Back it.
Yeah, I did 3 last year and thought that I was fancy, and
Well, I mean, that's usually we're like, whoa, 3,
Yeah.
This guy got 3, or this guy got, the coolest was when someone gets it and you can tell it's like, they'll even tell you maybe, hey, this is my first Christmas surprise package. And then there's like a week And then you get another one in, and it's like they're like buying 2 because they're like, this was amazing,
Yeah.
So I'm so glad with what I got. I ordered 2 more Christmas surprise packages, So that's always fun.
I'm typing a message here. Can somebody ask this question to Sean? This came from Chad also.
Oh, any chance of Stan Sakai being in TMNT again? I don't even know who that is.
Usagi Jimbo?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a separate IP. So I'm taking notes, but I can't make any promises. It was a big deal to be able to, for instance, the next stretch goal that we're about to unlock, the $750,000 stretch goal, but the $1 million stretch goal is to have Fugitoid in added, his rules added to the books, and his mini added to the miniature set. So and that's it's different IP. So we've already got that, which was pretty cool.
Speaking of minis, that actually reminds me, why no April mini?
Are you sure there won't be an April mini?
Okay, that's fine. There. But, well, to me, that's kind of a big one to ignore, like on the initial launch. I mean, obviously, stretch goal is cool, but it's April.
Well, and say the same thing about a few characters, like say Doc Farrell. But we went with characters that we knew would be in combat more, because we figured those would hit the table more often. But we'd like to do lots of minis. I mean, we were originally going to do just 8 to 10. And when we finally got the permission to do them, it was funny because our liaison was like, "Do you want to do more?" We're like,
no. So, why would we want more stuff for people to be excited?
So now there's a heroes and a villains mini set coming, right? So a lot of it was just came down to what we thought people really needed to see on the tabletop in combat most often. So
are the minis going to be single piece, like kind of like PVC, like the GI Joe miniatures that Renegades put out? Or are they going to be like multi-part metal?
I'm not familiar with the Renegade minis, but we are trying to get them single piece. So some of that I'm not 100% sure. There might be like an arm you need to glue on. I don't know. We're still talking. We're still getting the sculpts done, and that could necessitate changes right with our manufacturer. So I don't want to paint myself into a unnecessary corner there. But it is going to be some sort of resin, plastic type stuff. Not metal or anything.
The GI Joe minis are kind of like the newer Reaper Bones line. It's a little sturdier plastic, but it has a little bit of a bend to it.
Yeah, okay. I just mean they're kind of like board game miniatures as opposed to like a GW kit or something.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, we're looking at something that's closer to like the resin, the new Riffs resin minis that we have, right? That more in line with GW type size and scale, and maybe every once in a while you put on an arm or something. But we don't want it to be like some assembly hell.
So for disclosure here, Brian does a lot of painting streams and so forth. So minis are going to be something that he's very interested in. Where me, I'll have the minis sitting behind me, but I do theater of the mind. So chances of them being important to me, I want them, but them being important to me are lower. So again, shows how different fans have different things that they want.
No, absolutely. I was a GW store manager for a while, and
that's right.
We'll forgive
I
you.
even talked to them about joining their American design team for a little bit, and it was weird because at the time I was like, wouldn't that be crazy? And now I'm like, wow, it makes sense, I guess. But yeah, so I mean, minis are important to me, and quality and detail are really important. And that's part of the reason why we went, if you've seen the new update, and fans who haven't, please go check it out. The new update we just put out for the TMNT Kickstarter, but you can see the Casey Jones model in progress by our guys at Transperfect Gaming, and they're very experienced, and so we're really happy with how these things are coming out. We have a lot more in the pipeline to show you soon.
Baron, do you have anything to? Oops, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Well, you had mentioned that you started with After the Bomb. So what part of the new set that you're putting out what is like the most exciting, especially I almost want to put it from like a fanboy perspective. What is the one thing that's in the Kickstarter that you were super excited to be able to put together to kind of like the homage to the Back to the Bomb, after the bomb and all that? What was that one thing that you got that, oh my God, I got this, type thing?
Yeah. Well, and to be clear, my first game was TMNT. I have actually never played After the Bomb in a session.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I just making sure it's clear. Hey, what's up, Francois? And there's a Canadian guy that likes us.
I call him your spy on my Discord.
Is that what you call him? I didn't realize it was funny. Sorry, I'll answer the question in just a second. It was funny though. The other day, was it a week and a half ago? I had a bunch of people reach out to me about random stuff that they were seeing on the internet, and I was like, "Don't worry about that. I already know about that." And then I realized I have a spy network. Like, I didn't mean to put one together, but I have a spy network. Like in the past week, like 7 people have contacted me with information about different things on the interwebs. And I mean, sometimes it's legit. Like they'll find something on eBay or on, Amazon where someone's fraudulently selling Palladium stuff. And we're like, okay, go take it down. We'll get our guys to go do that. But it's crazy. For me, back to your question, Baron, for me, the big thing for me actually is the full color art for the interiors and doing the new layout and the clarifications and stuff. That's what's been really special for me. I mean, I'm really excited about the dice and the minis, but the new cover that's a direct homage to the original. Freddie had done that as a commission. And we contacted him, and because I was like, Kevin, wouldn't this be perfect? And we had to resize some of the stuff because it was made for a comic book frame, and add some detail and stuff like that. But that, and then when he did the Trans-Dimensional Adventures cover art, that's been really great, just to homage that stuff so directly. And then the working with the colorist Mike Majestic on just the details of what the lighting is like in New York City in the 80s and having that feel into the art. He looked up, color patterns and common colors for different stuff. So when you see like April O'Neil's jumpsuit that she's in, it's very 80s, right? And then, clarifying the rules and going through and updating the tables so that they look nice and new and fresh. And, that's all just been really fun for me as a fan, because I grew up, that was the first game. I was a very impressionable kid. And come to find out, I really grew up reading Eric Wujcik's stuff. And then, of course, with Rifts, I started reading more of Simbita's writing. But it's fun reading through that again, and my kid hindbrain or whatever is like.
It's the weird thing, as much as I'm not a fan of playing Rifts. I shouldn't say it that way. I actually don't dislike Rifts anyway. It's just, it's too much for me. Like, I like things to be a little bit more toned down than what Rifts is. I absolutely I love reading the books for it, like the lore. It's like, there's just something about that. Like, I may never use this, but I'm absolutely interested in what it's saying here and how the world is growing and how all that's put together. There's something about it. And even the Palladium Fantasy ones, and though you have some new ones now that I haven't touched yet, but I remember in the years past reading a lot of those. I'm like, this is a world that is so well developed, but at the same time so open enough that I can still do what I want. I thought the writing was fantastic in that.
Yeah, and I just love reading. I don't know, for some reason I've always loved reading Eric and Kevin's advice on game mastering, how to handle different situations. I mean, it's a lot of people feel disconnected from it these days, and they're like, "Oh, the rules are rough or bad," or
we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, but I mean, but a lot of it was, and if you ever sit down and had a game with Kevin, the rules are there to be part of the storytelling, and they're not supposed to break the storytelling. So the game master makes the decisions as they feel are appropriate, for things like, say, initiative, right? Not everything has to be rolled, and stuff like that. So it's just interesting. I think that there's some things that, it's almost like just what would you call it? The subtext of how to interpret certain rules and how to run the game has just changed with a couple of generations since then, since they were really
here's a question that came up, and I'm not trying to stir dirt with anyone, and I'm not reading his question, so if I have it wrong, I have it wrong. I'm just going to use the implication of it. So we had a little back and forth with somebody who's been a long time viewer of the show, and I respect the dude like crazy. But one of the things that he doesn't like is something about how speed is handled in Palladium, for example. He's like, well, how far can you exactly move and so forth? And so here's what I did. I'm going to give you my answer first, and then you tell me, what your response is to this, because I don't want to be jaded by, we'll call it the official response, even though it's my table, I'll do what I want. If you have a guy that has 5 actions per round and he can move 20 meters, all right, or yards, whatever Palladium's doing, so that's effectively 4 yards per action. Okay, if you want to narrow it down, I've got a character that can do. How did I write that? 4. I can do 4. No, I did the math. Anyway, it came out to this. I'd have to look at my math again, where the person who is lower on initiative could move farther and therefore do more things immediately than the person who rolled the higher initiative. So I've always been, I don't pay attention to that. For me personally, I could go to my comment. I have to find my comment, but I wrote it out in a manner that showed that person with the extra attack but rolled a lower initiative could actually find himself moving less than the person that with the lower number of attacks, because he could theoretically move forward, but the higher but the lower. I'd have to put it out there. Sorry, I'm not doing it off the script that I was going to have here. The point is this: I didn't care. For me, movement was just like, when you move that 20 meters, you're done. I don't care if you do it all in your first action or if you do it across the total of the 5 actions. I didn't care. It was just easier for me to say, you move that, you can't move anymore. Now you go pop, 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 or whatever it is you're doing. Pop, 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 I didn't worry about how many actions or how many meters it was per action you do. But there are people out there like, the rules aren't clear. How are you supposed to handle this? And I never thought that the rules were there had to be clear. It was never anything that I had an issue with, but obviously it caused consternation with some other folks. So how would you do that? And if I really have to clarify my stance on that, I can find that comment to see how I wrote it up.
Sure. So 2 things. First of all, I want to step back a little bit and just talk about what the speed attribute is, right? That's how far your character can move in yards or whatever in 1 melee round, right? So it wasn't intended to be chopped up and divided up by actions or attacks, right? I don't think it was. I think that's pretty clear. And it was more about and this is from we're talking like when I got to Palladium. So I was self-taught how to play Palladium just from reading the books, right? It wasn't like someone else played Palladium and showed me how. So it was all like me and my friends. When we'd even do that, we'd have a campaign or we'd be on an adventure, and then a weird rules thing would come up, and I would usually make a decision, at the time, and maybe even roll a die if we were at odds and we just want to keep things going. Which I think is great advice. We jot a note, and then at the end of the session or the end of the campaign, we would make a decision on, okay, what are we going to do with this moving forward? I think it's a great way to handle house rules. But the Palladium system, like you said, was not designed to be a tabletop tactical combat game. It was initially, it was designed to be a theater of the mind style game.
Maybe that's why I like it so much.
Well, that's why that's what I grew up doing. And if there was a really complicated combat, I might draw out a map or something like that. But now I don't think that means that you can't use it that way, but it will take a little bit of house rules. And, that's something that I am looking to resolve or clarify more with this. And I don't want to go into any details on what I'm working on that, just because I don't know what's going to finally come out in the wash. But when I've had discussions with Kevin about this kind of stuff, and when I played games with him, what usually it is running across a room is an action. It doesn't really matter what your speed is. The only time speed really comes into it is if you're in a full out sprint or a run over time, of at least 1 melee round or longer. And so that's how it was designed to be used. And you can chop it up and do different stuff with it. And I don't think that's bad if that's what works for your group and your table. But well, I don't really want to get into a Savage Worlds example unless everyone wants me to do it. But to draw a parallel with Savage Worlds, right? I mean, your pace is your 6-inch move. Everybody basically has the same pace, but what might vary is your running die.
Sure.
And so I'd see speed more like when you engage that I'm running as basically my whole melee round, as opposed to
I just used it for a modifier. Okay, you're running versus walking. Okay, I'm going to give you a -2 to the roll. I mean, that's how I did it, and I house ruled the crap out of it.
Yeah, so that's how I think it was. I mean, yeah, I mean, I know that's how it was intended. It was more about like sprinting, a dead out straight sprint type of thing. And so, one of the things we are doing with this one, for instance, is bringing back the speed, give you an initiative bonus.
Oh no, so. That's one of the things I didn't like from the original Turtles.
You don't use it.
Yeah, no, that's and to be fair, right. But here's the thing, and I agree with you 100%. Where it's like, and in talking with Kevin and you, the times that you've been on, it's always been like, why are you worried about this? Just do what works for you. Don't like it, don't use it. You do like it, do use it. And I always think that's the answer.
Do what works for the story, right? But yeah, and at the same time, we are going to have. That. No, I know. And like we have minis coming with this, right? And so people are going to say, hey, how do I use your minis on the table? And so those are some of the affordances I'm trying to provide. I'm sure we'll divide fans and I'll be the Antichrist, but
well, that's just because you're trying to sell out to Pinnacle. So I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
Once again, I'm not Shane Hensley's secret love child.
The fun thing is I don't know why, but saying that just made me forget the one comment. Oh, one of the things I think would be really helpful in the book, if you're going to add something, and it's like basically one sentence, these rules are meant to be cinematic play. You know, if people get that, like you are allowed to fudge them, or Game Master's allowed to, maybe fudge isn't a word that gets a lot of people up in arms, but Game Masters are allowed to interpret them. They're vague or they're obtuse or whatever word that doesn't sound negative for a reason, because we want you to enjoy the cinematic play of it. Something like that, I think would just resolve so many things. If it isn't niche enough or specific enough for you, make it like that at your table.
Yeah, I think the funny thing is I think that's said a bajillion times throughout Palladium Books. So I mean, it's like people say, "Oh, has that Palladium ever made a statement about blah 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 blah?" It's like, yeah, we have, and you didn't listen 30 years ago. So like I that's one of those things. It's like, well, I don't know if that'll actually solve the problem, but it's a nice idea. I just wrote down a note. I'm going to definitely look at making sure we have some clear language like that in there.
Michael, I think this is one of the things Sean's working on. And this is what, if you look at the Titan Robotics, it wasn't a big change. It still fits in with all the other Rifts books, at least that I've read, but you can tell some subtle layout changes that make it, easier to flow through it. And you were talking, I don't want to get in all the hairy details, but you were talking about doing that with TMNT as well. Like, hey, it's going to be the TMNT game, but we're going to make it a little bit more approachable for, we'll say, modern audiences, so to speak.
Yeah. And we're changing up some of the phrases, the different game terms to be, because one thing people get really confused about is, just simple things like attacks per melee round. And they're like, I don't know what a melee is. And does it have to be an attack? And it's like, no, and no one knows what a melee is. So
hey, don't you dare start using my terms, because I have actions per action round. You steal that, round. I'm suing you.
For the Department of Redundancy Department.
Yes, so, exactly. Yes, it
is. So, but yeah, no, I mean, I've already been doing that, and I'm hoping it's subtle, right? It should just make sense, right? Where you're like, oh, well, this section is now over here in the weapon proficiencies section, instead of having to go look in the equipment section, right? There are little things that I've been kind of moving things around and trying to make sure that it's really easy for people to navigate, but hopefully it doesn't feel any different. Hopefully if you hadn't picked up the book in a few years and you come pick up this one, it's just going to feel the same, right? It's going to feel a little easier to navigate. That's the goal, not to change the DNA or the core gameplay feel of, Turtles.
Gotcha. Hey, Bear, would you like to ask your question directly, or do you want me to read your chat?
Dude, I would love if it exists, and if it doesn't, I wish you guys would make a single book, not with everything, but just like an overview, like a gazetteer of the Palladium world setting, just as like a single book I could buy to give to my players so they could read the setting without having to buy the entire Palladium fantasy game to be able to read about the setting, right? Just something simple, you know what I mean? That would be such a great little thing to have. And You know,
Or
you never
watch
know.
Heathen
People-
Dog's overviews of each of the setting books.
Okay, you stop.
Well, it can be tough, right? When you have a popular setting, you know, I remember we had when I was working on some the new adventure edition of the Savage Rifts rules. The German translation partners came back and they were like, "Hey, we don't understand what Rifts is," and they're like, "Well, did they read the book?" And they're like, "We read it. We did still understand." So I put together this primer called "Welcome to the Apocalypse," and you know, to help people understand just in a quick read. With lots of pictures, what Rifts is, right? The basic idea behind Rifts. And so, yeah, that's not a bad idea. But at the same time, right now we're really focused on getting new books out. So,
of course,
you know, and so, but we're really, I'm really, let's just say,
I'm just
excited
saying,
on that front for what we can get going on pretty soon. So
chance to get like a new
idea.
map done, like some really cool, awesome poster map that could be stuck in it. People get excited.
There's a really great map actually in Yensloth Jungles, by the way. We redid all the maps in there. Yeah, so the new edition of Yensloth Jungles has some really great maps of the whole region. And
follow-up question.
Yeah.
As a Canadian, obviously the shipping for the Christmas box sucks, and we all accept that. But as a Canadian, I have a friend right across the border in Burlington, Vermont, where I can get stuff sent to, and then she brings it across the border when she comes up to visit. Ha ha ha. Can I,
almost like a meetup
Christmas box? Shut up, Brian. I've been quiet for a really good time, buddy. So
that is true. He has been. Yeah.
Is it possible to order a Christmas box and say only Palladium Fantasy, no interest in anything else?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it? Do I have to get some riffs and do I have to get?
No. You can absolutely do that. We need like I think it's 10 to 12 minimum things that you want. So you know, just make sure that you have a good variety of that kind of stuff. We do like to. I mean, it is nice if you say I am willing to try this, right?
But if
you're like I mostly want, but if you mostly want, you know, Palladium Fantasy, there's nothing wrong with saying that. The main thing is just the problem we get is someone will really love like one setting and then they get a couple of Christmas surprise packages and they can't get to the minimum of like 10 things they don't have anymore.
Right.
And it's like, well, now we can't.
And remember, part of it is supposed to be a surprise. I mean, Palladium's been really good about giving me my top 4 or 5 choices for the most part, which I do appreciate because I do put them in the order that I want them. But you know, it is also supposed to be a surprise. So like when sometimes when I got something like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. I definitely remember that from my first one. It's like there's a cool factor to it, even if it was something like, well, probably not going to use this, but you know what? It's cool that I got it and it fits on the shelf and it's part of the collection and it is something that I can use with another game.
Well, as I can either proudly or ashamedly say, there is currently nothing Palladium on my shelves because when I did the sale for the move to finance my move to the new apartment, one of the first things that went was my hardcover Red Palladium Fantasy book.
Ooh.
And but I had to. And it was one of those ones that was like, oh, this hurts, but I got to sell it. And so now I'm like, okay, well, if I was going to get back into Palladium at this point in time,
that's perfect. You know, that's a perfect thing to say, like, because we have a lot of fans actually that will say, hey, I'm rebuilding my collection. I love Palladium Fantasy, but I'm rebuilding my collection. And that's good to say too, because then you don't get like a whole bunch of source books, but no core rules, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My voice is soothing. Wow, thank you. I have such GM Cody imposter disease right now, so it's so nice to hear something nice about my voice again. Thank you, sir.
We're at $780. We got another donation in. Thank you very much. I'll show that on the screen a little bit here. We had one more question. I had something I was going to say based on that, but every time Bear talks, I forget what I'm going to say because you know he takes the life out of me.
Well,
his questions are way more intelligent than mine. That's the problem.
Take My Breath Away starts playing in the background all of a sudden.
Go ahead, Baron. What's up?
Well, see, I'm the first to admit I am not deep into the Palladium lore and books and everything else, but
we'll fix that.
I will say one of my favorites that I have gotten is the setting, and you know the just the way that it's put together and everything else definitely has me looking at the other book sets. But one thing that I've heard, and this is from across, is that being able to do like crossplay can be difficult because of the way that some of the attributes or stats and all that, some of them don't match up to each other. Is there, some way of maybe doing, like, if nothing else, like a cheat sheet on, like, conversions or something along those lines that you guys have looked at in order to bring everything like together? Like, so if they wanted to run everything in riffs, because that's kind of where everything comes together.
It's funny you should say that. There's literally books called conversion books.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like for Rifts, there's the Rifts conversion books, right? Yeah. But I mean, most of the core attributes should be about the same. I think it's mostly the skills that are going to be the biggest variance, right, between settings. So, and that I don't know, as a GM, it's like, hey, you know what, you have medieval plowing, and yeah, man, sorry, that's, unless you get the right, village that needs your help in Rifts, that's not going to be the most commonly used skill, right? So, there are some that I think are going to, if you have characters that are crossing over from another setting, you're gonna have to be creative in how you use.
So a few years ago, I was supposed to run a Turtles game that was going to be more of an outer space, almost like a Mutants in Orbit type thing, except for more space exploration. And one of the things that really frustrated me, until, believe it or not, Heathen Dog explained it better for me, is it really drove me nuts as I'm going through the Turtle books. Computer skill might be like 40 plus 5. And then I'm in the Rifts book and it's like 60 plus 3. I'm like, why can't these things be universalized? And he's like, hey, dum-dum. The Rift setting is way different than the Turtle setting. Turtle setting is way different than the Beyond the New Supernatural setting. Like people in Beyond the Supernatural with the modern era with IT tech people, you're probably going to have higher computer skills than you are in the Rifts world where it's like half that shit doesn't even work anymore. I'm like, it makes sense. But I still don't like it because I wanted universalized. But no, it actually makes sense. It really does.
It does. And it's like, I talk about this, like the prowl skill is higher in Ninja Turtles because you're all ninjas. That's just the conceit of the setting. So, but I mean, if your character was instead raised in that other setting, then I would say, yes, use the percentages from that setting, right?
Sure,
but you're going to miss out on maybe a higher.
It was just something that didn't click with me until somebody said it out loud, and I couldn't believe it didn't click with me. And once he says, like, unfortunately that makes sense, but it started making how do I want to do? Because mine wasn't a specific riffs or a specific, although I was using aspects of it, or a specific TMNT or whatever. So I started to have to fudge, and I was like, what makes sense for this? But you know what? That's what game masters do, don't they? It's like they tailor the settings when they're homebrewing, especially. I could either play TMNT or I could homebrew my own shit and put a little work into it. That's just the way I think it's supposed to be done. So, got a question here. He's been waiting a while, so I'll finally ask it. Sorry, wasn't trying to ignore him at all. It's just, have you any plans, interest in a Foundry virtual tabletop for Palladium games? My generic role-playing game aid has a Palladium rule set, but no content, of course.
We don't have any current plans that we are prepared to share about Foundry VTT for Palladium games.
Okay. And I know you've said that before. No, you said it before.
I hate to be cryptic, but yeah.
Not unfortunate, but a lot. Hey, we got new people watching that haven't watched you guys before, so
that's fine. That's a good question, but and we are listening. If you're like, hey, we really think that this would be a great platform, or this would be, or whatever, I do listen to that and take that into account. But that's not something we currently have plans we want to announce about.
So I want to get back to talking about Wounded Warrior and Sean. I'm not calling you out here, so if you don't want to answer, don't answer. Are you guys still planning on coming back to close this out on the 26th for with us, or do you have?
Yeah. I think we already.
So
you on that.
So no, well, yeah, but I don't like to speak for other people when it comes to that. Like, oh crap, we forgot to tell you, Max, we got something else going on. And I've run into.
No, we're totally planning on that. Of course, I'll let you know if anything crazy comes up.
What's cool is you are going to be literally the last RPG Digest of the year. Nobody knows this except for me and Heathen Dog right now, and everybody listening is going to be the last RPG Digest of the year because I'm taking the month of December off on Sundays because I'm getting kind of burned out of some of this. We have time. We're going to have to retool a couple of things and so forth for 2024, but we want to hit 2024 crazily excited, ready to go talk about RPG games. And of course, more Palladium. I don't think that's ever good. If we stopped covering Palladium, somebody'd kick us in the teeth at this point. So no, that's good stuff for us. But yeah, so you're going to be the last one. So that's going to be kind of a spectacular for us.
Yeah.
So,
as a member, I didn't approve you taking December off.
Well, you know, there still will be a members only stream, and I'm still going to do the Friday stuff because they're just too fun. But the Sunday ones are a little bit more work, and we want to make sure that we're still giving you guys the best stuff. So what I'm doing is I'm finishing up Forbidden Lands. I think Heathen Dog's covering Vampire Kingdoms because everybody voted for that because they hate me. Vampires and zombies, dude. Like, I'm just so tired of them. I never want to see another vampire or zombie again in my life after all the Anne Rice nonsense, and then still just, oh my God. But people paid them to do it, and they did it to torture me. So here we go. We get Vampire Kingdoms coming up. But then Forbidden Lands, and then we have to cover a book for Crafting Gamer, who was on here a little bit because he sent me the book way at the beginning of the year, and then I'm out. Then you guys are here, and then I'm outie for the rest of the year on Sundays. What's up, Malachi?
Rest vampires are the best vampires.
Yeah, well, and zombies are, honestly, I understand why people say they're the best zombies. I get it. I just don't want to see. I'm just so sick and tired of them. You just don't like, no, God, no more zombies and no more vampires in any of my games for a while. Like, I don't know, a lifetime. That would be great.
But are you guys going to cover the original or the?
He has the original. So let me see. Do I have the graphic here? Because I've already done the graphic for it. Bear with me if you guys want to. If you want to talk about, extol the virtues of it while I'm getting this image up.
Vampire Intelligence, so cool.
Where is my RPG Digest stuff? So, 164. Here we go. As soon as my hard drive decides to unfuck itself. So I'll do the riffs or the actual Palladium version. So this is the thumbnail I've already made for it. Boom! It's that book.
The original.
Yep. And I know there's a revised one. I do too. I like this cover better, believe it or not, than the sacrificial Aztec looking thing. But I don't know what the revised differences are in there. But this is the book Heathen Dog has, so this is the one we're going to cover.
I know there's some timeline. The timelines move forward. There's some more with who's the guy that leads the vampire hunters?
Reed.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with Reed talking about the vampires and actually heroic vampires, if I remember right.
Right. Yep.
And
there's a couple of versions of the heroic or good guy type
and they
vampires.
Pulled the creating a circus rules, but that's somewhere else now.
I got to put this up because I will always take a compliment. There are some other people out there that have covered Palladium in the past. I know one guy doesn't like us at all, but I would still say that he has got some really good Palladium content, and that's Total Party Skills. And another one is the Evil DM. He's another one that has done a bunch of Palladium stuff in the past. In fact, I reached out to him and asked him if he wanted to be here on the 26th, unfortunately, because I'm kicking Heathen Dog out. Heathen Dog does not get to be here on the 26th after his nonsense about TMNT. So nope, this is going to be closing out TMNT, and we're going to have some fun with that. But unfortunately, he's on vacation for that. But there are some other good Palladium. The Glitter Boys, I know, again, a lot of people like, oh, Max, I don't care. They do good Palladium content. So I think people should check them out. So yeah. And I've actually watched. You were it was more of a podcast.
Juice, Master of the Game. Master of the Game also has some good Palladium stuff.
Did I miss that one? No. Master. Yeah, Master of the Game. Okay, yeah. He's. I think you were on his show, weren't you?
Yeah.
Because I thought he was one of them that watched. I can't remember if it's one of the guys that the show that you were on gave me a really snarky kind of dickhead comment. I can't remember. I'm not going to blame him because I don't remember who it was. But I was like, okay, well, we can't all, agree all the time, I guess, whatever. But no, I think it's great that you guys have been making the rounds. I know you've been really busy. I've actually talked to some folks like, hey, I can't help you out necessarily, but contact them. I've given you your contact info through the content or the help, whatever it is on Palladium Books. I know you guys
I sent my email in, just haven't heard back yet. No.
So again, I know you guys have been really busy, so it makes me even doubly, triply appreciative that you guys have come on here. But it's good to see you guys making the rounds, and I'm glad that people are excited about this.
Yeah, and if anybody's got a channel out there and you want to get contact us about doing an interview, and you don't get it through on the help desk, but it's not just for you, Brian, but it's for everybody, is call us. We have a phone, and call us during business hours, Monday through Friday, and we'll get one of our, because sometimes these things, get lost. It's like I'm literally head down just trying to get everything we can approved and keep the ball.
And I really was trying to make sure before Bear goes here that everybody knew how busy you guys really were with this.
It's crazy. It's like basic, because usually it's kind of funny. We've kind of flipped roles, because normally I'm trying to take everything I can off of Kevin's plate and find out new ways to handle things and innovate and all that kind of stuff. And right now it's the exact opposite. Kevin's like, oh, Sean, you know what? Don't even worry about it. I got it handled. And he just goes on, so he's just trying to keep everything off of my plate so I can focus on just keeping the ball rolling with Paramount. I mean, he's doing a lot of other stuff too, right? And contacting.
And you still have to write books and do Christmas packages and
we're doing all that. Yeah. And our Crystal in the warehouse, she quit like a little while ago, and Wayne fell off a roof and he's recovering, but he's okay, but his knee's not great, and so he hasn't been in the office. He's been remoting in to help, so it's literally been just a few of us, me and Kev and Al, and Christmas surprise packages are like piling in, and we're signing all the books, and so it's just been
such a good problem to have, isn't it?
I mean, it's great, right? And but like with the once the Kickstarter launched, especially, we thought we were already running as fast as we could, and then it launched, and like one day I came in, I'm like, Kevin, there's my email inbox just got avalanched. I'm like, I'm trying to dig my way out. It's just like, it's crazy, so but with that said, yeah, if you do want to do something, especially you want to do an interview in the next 2 weeks to promote Turtles,
he does really good. He does really good interviews. That's one of the things I talk about quite a bit with him.
Ticket and that didn't get through for whatever reason, just call and talk to you'll probably get Al or Kevin, and we'll set something up. Because I mean, I don't want to turn anybody away.
Yeah, go ahead, Bear. What's up?
So the question for you is basically, on my channel, we do some reviews every now and then, and we've been very fortunate between like Free League and Modifius and some other companies. We've been able to get on the review list, and even Chaosium has sent us stuff. Do you guys have a way for someone to say, hey, we do reviews, we'd love to review your product? How do we go about reaching out to you in that way?
Yeah, do you?
I mean, usually you reach out through the help desk or call, and that's what I'm telling people to do, right?
Brian,
so
get on
it's
that.
It's and I saw someone's comment, just hire some people. It's like, well, good help's hard to find, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a labor shortage, and so it isn't easy as just, oh, let me just do this temporary thing. I mean, when we hire people, we want to hire people that are here for the long haul. So
dude, how are you supposed
and I already sent one email that they haven't responded to. I mean, I get that they don't like me, but still.
Like I said, just call. Just call.
I'm teasing.
Okay.
It's all good. And like I said, to everybody that I've pointed your direction, you probably got a bunch, we'll say at least a handful of folks that I sent your way, because of this. I told them to use the contact form because I thought they would.
There's a bunch. I mean, we've been doing quite a few interviews, and we're coordinating quite a few more.
That's excellent. That's great to hear. But I warned all of them how busy
it might
you were.
be. Well, and the other thing is again, it's it's like how do I put this? It's feast or famine sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So, not a problem normal parts of the year, right? But in the middle of a super popular, almost phenomenon type Kickstarter, yes, it's hard to communicate with us. It's because we're all freaking crazy busy, and but you can't. I wouldn't want to hire somebody and then fire them once this is over. That's not fair either, right? So, and we have staffed up with we have Christopher Landauer, who's been a great help on that end as well. So, and in fact, he might be the guy that reaches out to you, for instance, to help coordinate times, and just so everybody knows. I mean, that's Chris is the marketing and social media coordinator for Pinnacle, but I've worked with him for years, and he offered his services, and so he's giving us a hand right now.
One more hook into Palladium. No,
yeah, no, Chris is a great guy, and so no, he's real quality. So, it's when you've been in the trenches with somebody before, then you can rely on him. So that's why we brought him in on this, because I've done multiple Kickstarters with him in the past, and he's extremely knowledgeable. Yeah, so we are actually doing a lot of things to help try and defray a lot of the increased, I guess, labor involved.
That's awesome.
Coordinating a Kickstarter, but it's just a lot. And I don't know, unless you've actually run a Kickstarter, or even if you've run a small one, it's a lot of work, man. And then if you run a large one or this one, it just, my mind is blown. I'm like, whoa, it's just so much. And anyways.
No, that's legit. Running a Kickstarter is a second full-time job. It's insane.
It replaces your job. Yeah. So,
this question came up, and I was meaning to ask you this when you were on before, and I don't know if he's the person that asked it, but I'm going to put it up here now because I don't know exactly what this is, and I probably should. But this is not the first time I've seen this question. Any plans to revamp the ambassador program? And I completely forgot to ask you about that before. There's a little more context.
The Palladium ambassador question. Yeah. Yes, but not right now.
Okay.
And the reason will become very obvious in a year and a half.
Okay. Cool. Well, I mean, sometimes that's all you can give. No, it's fine. So,
sorry. Got to walk before you can run. A lot
Such
of things
vague answers.
But when you watch this interview in 2 years, you'll be like, "Oh, I see what he's talking
about." So
I'm trying to not dominate everything.
No, you're fine. I'm actually, I don't know, because I didn't talk to Sean about this beforehand, like what we were going to talk about. I don't know if he wants to spend the entire time talking about Palladium. Obviously, you want to promote your brand and so forth. I get that. But, sometimes when we're on here, you like to talk about, just other things like what games have you been playing and so forth. Now, we can always bring it back to Palladium. And I also want to make sure that all 5 people on here get to ask what they want to ask, because some people may have a little less interest in Palladium than others. But at the same time, if you've got a question, go ahead and ask it.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to talk about. I mean, you want to talk about.
I got a message.
Video games, whatever.
Okay. Well,
I got a message from some Palladium fans I know. Hurry up with Antarctica.
Okay, here's a risk question. California. Why has that never been touched?
Because
it's been very clearly described as the unknown shifting lands that fell off the side of the U.S.
I mean, we can hope for that in real life, but I mean, okay.
Here's a question. Here's a risk question, and I think a couple of other settings. I think they did it in the Robotech book as well. What the hell's this obsession with Free Quebec? As someone who lives here, I'm just like, every time I see that, I'm like, what the hell? Why are you guys so obsessed with Free Quebec?
Because we tore apart our own country. Now we want to tear apart somebody else's. I mean, America's in different quadrants. Got the coalition side. You got the Archie portion. You've got, and again, you gave me a map. Sean, you gave me a map. I should show that. I don't even remember where I saved it.
You have my map?
Yeah, I do somewhere. I have to find it.
It's a beautiful map, isn't
it? For that, now I'm not going to look for it. No. Oops, I just lost.
That's the map right behind you, Sean, right?
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Yeah, that is the map. Yes.
Yeah.
And once again, Canada gets passed over.
And obviously,
so you know what the funny thing is Canada's just too dang big. Yeah. They wouldn't let me make a poster large enough to include the Canada stuff, because the funny thing is the actual art file goes all the way up. But Canada's half empty in Rifts, so like real life. So we just didn't have room to fit it.
No, it's okay. We're used to it. Trust me. You always managed to fit Alaska in there, though.
Hey, I will say my first book, Empires of Humanity, that I did for Savage Rifts, I think I listed every single Canadian settlement in Rifts.
That's nice.
Canada.
So I know you will.
I can't find
all 3 of them.
Yeah.
So, Sean, I know you won't answer specifics that you can't answer, but is Palladium pursuing any other licensed properties, or are you guys just focusing on Palladium properties?
Well, we pursued turtles.
Well, that's why I said others.
Yeah, it's weird. That's a really weird question. The other, a lot of it actually, we're actually very focused on the Palladium IPs and moving.
There's only a few.
Those. There's only like 10, 12. Yeah. Which is one of my favorite things about Palladium, as a fan, right? And as someone who gets to come in and kind of lead the torch into the new generation. But we have had people reaching out and stuff. So you might be surprised what you see in the near future, because we're not going to turn down a good opportunity that we think will advance our plans and things like that. So, but go
ahead. Sorry.
Oh, well, one of the things one of the big things is we are actually staffing up, and again, good help is hard to find, and we're trying to make very, very sharp decisions. But we're really hoping that you'll see, especially once this Turtles Kickstarter is, everything's done and off to the printer. I think you're going to see a lot more of me and Kevin work, continuing to release new items in parallel. So, as a fan, my number one priority is freeing up Kevin to write the books that only Kevin can write, and that, that he should write. I mean, I could write something with a lot of the same titles from our list of 12 books like Antarctica. But, after a while, I only know his mind so far on a lot of that stuff. So, like what's going to be in Beyond Arcanum and, the other Beyond the Supernatural book, right? I mean, I could do my own version of that, but I have no idea what Kevin has, in his crazy noggin. So,
you better start dissecting some of that stuff out there. I'm not lying when I said before that a head in a jar, Futurama style, is
I'm an artist, not a scientist. You gotta get somebody else to get the head in the jar tech.
I mean, they did it with Spock, right? They took out his brain. I had to go Star Trek for Bear.
Don't fucking pander. Don't pander. I'm getting raped in your chats right now, and everybody thinks I'm French all of a sudden because I have to fucking Quebec.
Because you did a joke.
No, that's Mr. Max Boivin, people. I'm going to say something. Since Kevin's not here, I think I can say this, and so don't let Kevin hear this. But one of the question that came on the last live stream is, there an IP that you went for that you didn't get? And Kevin's like, yeah, we went for the Star Trek or Star Wars IP, but West End Games got it. Well, that's my favorite West End. That's my favorite Star Wars brand ever, and it's one of my favorite games of all time. Is the Star Wars D6 system. So I hate to say it this way, but you got Rifts, you got Palladium Fantasy, you got Turtles, you got a bunch of other ones, but I'm glad you didn't get your hands on, because I absolutely love that Star Wars D6 system.
It's funny you say that, because I played that when I was a kid, and I also understand how much that system influenced Star Wars, right? Because a lot of the stuff they created.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I heard about that.
Lore, and I thought that was fascinating, because when I was a kid, I was reading this stuff, and I'm like, wow, I didn't know this, but as a Star Wars, geek. And then come find out they had originated it, right? So it was kind of mind-bending thinking about, gee, if Palladium had gotten it, how would the world be? My world would be like a little different. It would be like what is that, Mandela effect reality if that had happened. I can't even imagine what Palladium Star Wars would have looked like. So
I mean, it would have been great for obviously Palladium, because I'm sure that would have expanded the Palladium even more. And I don't have any ill wishes towards Palladium, but I love that game so much that
I think Palladium in that period, especially. Palladium was doing great.
That's true. That's true. So Palladium.
We're talking about IPs. What's a dream IP you guys would love to get?
You guys never watch my live streams, because these questions are all asked. No, go ahead.
Well, sometimes after 5 hours,
nobody watches
5 hours.
Fair. That's fair. No, that is a good question. Yeah, what are you dreaming?
Well, I love Star Wars. I love Star Trek. Now, I would say that I mean, no system's perfect, but I do like the Fantasy Flight Star Wars. I've had hundreds of hours of fun playing that. I haven't played Star Trek Adventures. I've only heard really great things, and so I've heard that.
Didn't hear that from us.
You heard from me.
But I heard some people didn't like the layout design, but I've heard that the gameplay is very popular and that the system really does well with team-based action, cooperative action. So, but as I've said before, besides those two, one of the ones that I told Kevin right away that I think has again similar depth of story and characters and background and themes as riffs is Fallout. I would jump in a minute at work.
Coincidentally, Modifius has that too.
They did, and Modifius has that as well. Yeah, and no shade on them. But I've also mentioned before that I really like Battleship Yamato 2199. And I love Rotec and Gundam and a lot of stuff like that. So, but that's one of the things that we're excited about. I think that you can do a lot of that stuff with Phase World, right? For instance, I also like Aliens. But
Free League.
The Free League's doing that, right? But yeah, there's nothing out there right now that I'm like, oh gee, I'm just dying if I can't get to do that.
Plus, we're in a position where between Free League, Modifius, and Everyday Heroes, almost every bloody Gen X IP has been snatched up by someone already. At this point, it's like, could you please just make a Last Starfighter game, and then we'll have
a
Walter MC's mentioned this multiple times here. Babylon 5, there you go.
So I've never seen Babylon 5. And
I don't think it holds up well.
Really? So Heathen Dog loves it and made me watch it.
One of my buddies was like, yeah, unfortunately the special effects weren't real great. And he was like, he said if there was ever like some version that came out where they remastered it that way, he would tell me I should go see it immediately, but he told me to hold off otherwise.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a product of its times. That's like saying you don't like Star Trek because you don't like the 1960s goofy sets and smudge, smudge effect, graphics.
I haven't seen the show, right? So I'm just telling you what my buddy told me. Bear?
I have a question.
Uh-oh.
Now, you've probably answered this already, but I'm really fucking tired. So I may have missed it in one of Brian's rants where I just kind of tuned out and watched my cats fuck around for 5 minutes.
You're welcome.
Love you, Brian. Love you, Brian. Love you, baby bear. Love you, baby bear. But any
we heard that.
I did hear it. I had both headphones on.
Aw, Kim's the best. Okay, any chance of creating just a generic Palladium rules book? Now,
just bland with no excitement.
Yeah, like here is the Palladium system. No setting, no anything. You can do anything you want with it, but here's the game, as opposed to here's the fantasy game, here's the Rift.
So I feel like this is a trick question. Are you going to do like Savage Worlds but Palladium?
No. I mean, I just like generic system books. I'm a big fan of them because I can then use them for my own stuff and not have to worry about the IP and all that fun stuff.
Let me talk about that. That's really interesting because Kevin and I have talked about this. And one of the funny things that we think is really hilarious is, everybody's like, "Oh, Turtles is going to be back in print. I can play the Ninja Turtles again. You can play it right now." And the other thing is people are like, "Well, are you going to update Turtles to After the Bomb?" Well, why don't you just play After the Bomb now?
Yeah, no, I get that
in modern times. But no, but you don't, because the way people talk to us about it, you can't take After the Bomb and use it to play a modern game, which boggles my mind.
There's a lot of that.
My mind. So, and I'm not. That's not hate, right? That's just. Oh, do you really want? Because I don't know. People say I want XYZ. It's like, do they really want XYZ? Are they going to buy?
But I think, didn't you say it in the last time you were on? There's like weird dichotomy between implicit and explicit. Like people want this stuff explicitly written
and that's what I'm noticing in modern generations. People want things explicitly tied to the explicit setting, everything laid out. I mean, Kevin thought it was mental when we were talking about, the complaint came through. Oh, if it's an easy skill check, why don't you give somebody a plus 20%? Or if it's a difficult computer repair skill check, give them minus 10%. And Kevin's like, why wouldn't you do that already in Palladium? Because it's not explicitly listed. But he's like, why wouldn't the game master just do that? Like,
Yeah.
so some of I'm sorry, I know it sounds weird, but it's like from our point of view or from Kevin's point of view, I'm just trying to explain how this stuff happens. And
Well,
so,
okay, so there's a method to my madness, Sean.
Yeah, no, but I understand what you're asking. That's a cool idea.
Not sure if we do yet, but let me see if we can. I'm talking about basically a functional SRD book that allows publishers to go, hey, I want to use the Palladium system for this, my own thing. I'm going to
I know what you mean. I really do understand what you mean.
Okay, cool. Making sure.
Yeah, I really do understand what you mean. And I think it's a great idea. It's again, it would need to be done in the right timing, right? So
yeah. Well, not right now, clearly.
Right. I mean, so we got, but I do hope, for instance, that, a lot of the things that I'm working on with Turtles, people will say, oh, this is pretty cool. I could use some of this in my Rips game, or I can use this clarification for this other game, or whatever, I'm
excited for that the new verbiage, the new layout, I guess, in there to see how that is, because that's going to tell me a lot. Because again, being an old grognard myself, I have no problems with the way that Palladium's written, but I do understand, because I read the books before I run them, and I even kind of singly play test them by myself just so I can have an understanding of it. But I also don't get hung up on the rules.
Right. And a lot of people do get hung up on rules, or they're like phasing through the action sequence and all this kind of stuff.
And some things can be hard to find. I get that.
Well, or it's like, was it intended to be interpreted that way, or, be hard interpreted that way every time? I mean, I don't think Kevin intended a lot of things to be. People want really defined lines these days, like we were just talking about, right? And I the system just wasn't written for that kind of a mindset.
And that's where a blurb somewhere in there, just almost to say exactly.
No,
what you said
I do want to do that. I
perfect.
actually took a note, but also just, at the same time, like in a few words, we can provide a lot of affordance for a lot of varying and more modern play styles and stuff. So. I'm excited to show some of that off, but some people probably hate what I put in there, so whatever, it's cool.
Well, we talked about before you go, Brian. We talked about earlier in the stream. At some point, I started at midnight, so who knows when. Where we talk, but there are people who are just diehards. We were talking about the dice before, how that started a fight. Well, another one that starts a fight on our Discord is what should be first in a book, the mechanics or the character creation. And people just have these dividing lines. Like, I don't care either way, as long as it makes sense, just do either one. But no, I will never buy a book that puts character creation before mechanics, because I have to know what I'm doing beforehand. These books aren't meant to be read from page 1 to page 300 in order, right? They're reference books. You're supposed to reference them. like I don't get that mentality. And others like, no, I have to know what the character is beforehand, because that's how D&D made the books. We do character creation first, and then I give me all the other crap.
And do you do a quick setting primer and then have more setting info later on, or what? I mean, there's
But the point is that you're going to get people that argue about all of this stuff. So.
No, absolutely. Well, and the funny thing is if you look at Palladium core books, Kevin's taken different approaches with almost every core book. So it's not like he thinks there's a right or wrong answer either. But it is really fascinating stuff. But was there, Brian? Did you have a question, or
else
have a question?
I was going to say, kind of along Bear's line. One of the big complaints that a lot of people have is the Palladium layout. Where a rule doesn't show up, or it's like, oh, and I am speaking from a little bit of ignorance, so please forgive me for that. But having a book that's just, okay, here are the rules. Think of it as sort of like a second edition, but just a generic set that can be applied to any of the games. Here's how combat works. Here's how all of this works.
Right.
In a revised setting that is organized, where you don't necessarily need like your character creation or whatever. You can leave those in the individual settings if people just want to get those. But hey, if you want a revised mechanics, here's this. This will apply across Palladium. Get the other books for your characters and monsters and that kind of stuff.
Right. No, I think that's a great idea, and like to do it.
Maybe one day.
Answer. You'd be happy, Brian.
I think it's your answer, Bear, but we'll go with it.
but like I said earlier, I mean, I with the Turtles book, for instance, though, with the Redux edition, I am endeavoring to make sure that things are all collected and in places that are going to be easier to reference and kind of more grouped together. So there's not some like hanging Chad rule over here in some random section. And I think, but like Max said, there's a lot of people that still prefer Palladium Fantasy First Edition, right?
Oh God, yes, we have a couple in our chat that
the combat hand-to-hand combat styles and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't want to get in anybody's way of having fun and playing the game the way they want to play it. But yeah, I'm interested to see how people, how much they enjoy the work that Kevin and I are putting into clarifying the TMNT book.
So two things here, Michael. First of all, I didn't ignore it when you asked the first time. I was going to ask in a little bit. You didn't need to super chat. Secondly, we're asking that please don't super chat us. If anything, due to give that $5 to the Wounded Warrior Project. I would like everything to go to the charity itself instead of having to come through me first. But with that said, I do appreciate the super chat, so thank you very much. And question was, Rifts has such toyetic qualities. Has it ever shopped the IP to Hasbro? Having figures that could ride around inside a UAR-1 Enforcer would be awesome.
So a lot of people may or may not know this, and we've talked about it in different interviews, but the licensing agent that connected the TMNT to Playmate Toys and the cartoons, ended up with the cartoons and the movies and all that stuff, was also the licensing agent for Palladium. So I think that I don't know this for a fact, but I'd be really surprised if he never made those same kind of introductions and connections as well for Palladium and Rifts, because that's the flagship IP, right? So yeah, it probably has crossed some toy manufacturers, multiple toy manufacturers, desk or email or whatever.
Here's a question that comes up all the time, but
yeah.
It's going to get asked again, and it's going to constantly be asked forever. We have somebody that actually paid us to have Heathen Dog review the screenplay of, I forget the name of it, but he's got the list for it. So Riff's movie, when?
Email Disney.
I would rather a Rift
They
series.
still have it.
Oh, Disney. Oh, no, don't do that.
What? I think the coalition work is diverse females of power. What are you talking about? I won't stand for this hatred. Diversity.
Hold on. Wait, you said Paramount. You guys are working with Paramount, right?
For Turtles.
Yeah,
Turtles. But I mean, Disney's the company that did option.
Can Paramount buy Riffs and then put it as part of the Panderverse? Don't answer that, Sean. Don't answer that.
No.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. It's definitely a trap.
Don't make us do that.
Right answer. Right answer.
You are correct, sir. But on that subject, I would much rather a Rifts series than a movie.
Oh yeah,
because
yeah.
There's so much to explore.
Yeah,
it would be so amazing to see like some characters going through that, and of course you have to have that character we can all relate to as the guy from our world who gets sucked through a rift and winds up in the Rift's world, and then we explore that world. Oh baby, I'm in.
Victor Laszlo.
Ooh.
Who?
Victor
Laszlo.
Okay, see, I'm not a Rifts nerd. I just like the concept.
Victor Laszlo is beyond the supernatural, though. Technically.
So. Oh,
he's in Rifts.
But I agree with Malachi. That's a
watch
great
him get
way...
slowly taken out of Rifts.
Apparently, Sean has plans.
No, they're already in motion. No. For instance, Victor Laszlo in a recent updated book was called The Victor, not Victor Laszlo. So we're trying to really split the IPs very cleanly.
So I have to say this just for the purpose of being a good host. You told us 1 to 2 hours. It's been 2 hours. I want you to stay on all the rest. Okay. And no, there we go. That's all I needed to hear because I just want to make sure that we're keeping you on track.
I'll just get if I stop doing this, I'm just going to go back to approvals, emails, and
we don't want you reading any of Brian's emails.
Are we
so
keeping people from getting their Christmas baskets? I mean, come on, man.
No,
I got mine.
No, that's not even my thing. So. I read the emails. I sign the books. Kevin's like, okay, Sean, go back to your room.
So one of the things that I've noticed with you, because I kind of want to talk about you guys as people and gamers now. Now, if anybody else has Palladium questions, bring them up. But things like what games you're playing, I know that's a pretty common one. But something I want to talk about is the dynamic between you and Kevin. When we see you on and talking with you guys, we love how, and I've seen this on the other shows that you're on as well. You feed off each other. You're almost like boyfriend, girlfriend, finishing each other's sentences and so forth. But you can pick which one's which. But no. But the point is there's definitely not just a friendly vibe, rapport, hey, we're good business partners, but there's a true seeing eye to eye relationship in there. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, well, first I'll go around and yeah, I mean, does everyone feel that way too? I mean, Malachi, Bear, Baron, Brian, do you guys all get the same impression too, or how do you see
together? Sorry,
it's actually
you never seen us together in an interview.
No, I'm so far removed from the current Palladium. It's not even funny. I haven't touched Palladium since the '90s. You know what I mean? Like it's just.
I know a channel has a lot of Palladium content.
Look, I just recently crossed Bear and Legion of Myth, so he hasn't seen all of those back interviews.
Oh,
Plus, I get enough of Max every week. I don't know if I can Max to my diet.
I mean, how many hours today? Like Jesus, you've been on at least 12 of them.
Fuck off.
How do you really feel?
Right.
But to answer your question real quick, Sean, I've noticed it as well. It's actually really interesting, especially being contemporaries. I'm a little bit older than you. And so we grew up when Palladium was already well established. And
I'm sorry, that was funny.
No, it's good. So especially with the opportunity that you have, like when I watched I think it was the first interview that you did with Max and Heathen Dog, where essentially you've been my understanding is quote unquote handed Palladium Books because no one else wanted it or could take it. Like all of Kevin's older partners are also old. His kids weren't interested in take. Well, no, but I mean, I'm just talking like the guys that were there.
He did say that, right?
Listen, you young fuck.
Yeah,
this is getting insulting.
No, but I'm fair. I'm talking.
Kevin literally said that. Yeah,
yeah. But then his kids didn't want to take it over, so it's also like watching you two playing off each other has been really interesting. So, like, how also is that knowing that he's this person that you looked up to as a kid, getting into all of this?
Yeah. So I did grow. I mean,
I fanboy every day I come in the office. No,
I kind of do. Oh, sweet. We're almost there, guys.
Let's do it.
Hey, and I want to thank everybody for this because, you may not know how tough it is for some veterans when they come home and for their families. So supporting the Wounded Warrior Project is a big deal. So we really do appreciate it. And that's one of the things I told Max and Heathen Dog. And unfortunately, I just, Heathen Dog reached out about joining his long game today. And I was like, normally I would do it. I would make it happen. But right in the middle of this whole Turtles thing, I just couldn't do 4+ hours and stay in, role play and all that jazz. But really glad to be here. But yeah, so it is weird because I did grow up reading Kevin's stuff, right? And it was weird to meet him because he sounds like he writes, and that's interesting. So I met him when I was working on Rifts for Savage Worlds. They asked me to work on the Coalition book, which turned into Empires of Humanity. And they also said a lot of the people that were working on Savage Rifts at the time were more Savage Worlds people, not like old school, Rifts fans. Fans of Rifts, but not like to the insane amount that I am and some other Rifts fans are. And so they asked me to help out with the art approvals, and essentially it turned into art direction because you have to get the body armor right, and all the different robots and the look and feel of stuff, and some of that actually becomes kind of like some sort of weird magic when you're turning stuff from black and white into full color art. Like there's not something clear in the description, and you kind of have to figure out what are good influences on that. So, for instance, people might notice the Ultimax has the color version of the Ultimax has similar color scheme to the Maddox 01 anime power suit, which I think it drew inspiration from. So, but with meeting Kevin and getting to know him, we got along really well. And the more we worked together, it was really interesting because I think it was when I was working on Empires of Humanity, that was the first book that we had all the art approvals going through. And then, and I was saying, hey, I think we need to change this or that. But I was the new guy. I wasn't trying to like push the artists and the art team around, you know what I mean? But then when they showed everything to Kevin and everything that he rejected, he listed the same reasoning as what I had been telling them. And they were like, hey, Sean, in the future, just speak up. We're gonna, tell us, don't be afraid to tell us what we need to change, and it was really great working with them. And we really pushed forward, I think, the quality and the presentation of the art for Savage Rifts moving forward in future books, like say Atlantis and the Demon Seas and the new South America and Terror on the Dark Frontier box set. Then Kevin and I would talk. I did more interviews with him. He started letting us do more stuff, like he okayed a Savage Rifts VTT and the pawn sets and more maps and the first Rifts campaign box set, Terror on the Dark Frontier. And I was preparing to go start I incorporated my own company and was preparing to go start my own company and move overseas and bootstrap the money for art. And just because I can write and design and lay out everything, and I do the art direction, but I can't do the art myself. And that's when he surprised me with the whole, join me, Luke, come join Palladium. And
you let him cut off your hand, and you said yes.
Yeah. But no, it was weird because, well, first I didn't sleep for like 2 days. I was just lay there like, what is going on? I called my best friends. I called my family, my parents, and they're like, wait, he wants you to be his business partner and take over the company? Are you sure that's what he means? And so I called him back the next day and I'm like, Kev, couldn't sleep. I'm probably sounding like crazy right now, but what do you mean here? And he's, because I one of the things I didn't want to do is I probably still would have done it, but I didn't want to like come in, be an employee, rebuild the company, and then have it sold, right, to someone else. Again, then I'd just rather start my own company. And I have my own ideas for different product lines and stuff that would be new, total thing, IP things. And Kevin thinks they're great ideas too. And maybe one day we'll do some of them. But it was weird because when we started talking, I don't know how to explain it because we come from very different generations, but we have a lot of the same favorite movies and comic influences, right? So we both love Aliens. We both love,
Who doesn't? Come on, who doesn't?
Right, I know, but it starts getting weird. It's like we both love, Bubblegum Crisis. We both love Cowboy Bebop. I don't know. It's not that those are like crazy things to both like, but as you get to know each other more and more and more, and you just see it all kind of lines up, it's kind of weird. And the other thing is we know each other's mind a lot, which I've never had that experience before. And Kevin's like, oh, Sean, it's normal. That's how Eric Wujcik and I were. And I was like, okay, well, good for you, because I've never experienced that before. And we call it I had to look up I guess the best word I've found is simpatico, but I don't know, but it is really weird. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it.
But let's be honest, it might seem weird, but don't you think that kind of dynamic is important especially for us fans who've been fans of Palladium for almost the full 40 years, where it's like, remember, we gave you a bit of a hit when you first came on, like, okay, tell us you're not doing Savage Worlds. It's still happening in chat right now. Tell us you're not converting this to chat. Prove to us you're not making the Savage Worlds. But you get actions speak louder than words.
Savage Worlds.
And those actions have been straight up like honest Palladium. So with that in mind,
well, Savage Worlds isn't my game system.
Fair. But people don't see that. Yeah, because you did the work on Savage Rifts and so forth. But
I didn't do that initial conversion, just so everybody understands. That was Sean Patrick Fannin, not me.
Okay.
You know, I came in and they asked me to write a book, and it was riffs, and I was very happy to do so. I love the guys at Pinnacle, Shane, Simon, Daryl, Jody, and Clint Black, wonderful people. But you know, and then they asked me to do the adventure edition of Riffs for Savage Worlds, which ended up being a second edition of Savage Riffs. And very excited to do that. Very excited to bring it even more. I think any of the fans of Savage Riffs will say, hey, yeah, that was brought even more in line and has a lot more of the detail of the original Riffs.
There we go.
You know, feel. So I mean, that was important to me as a Riffs fan. I was happy to help out with that. Happy to help out with. I did some work on the science fiction companion, the Savage Worlds vehicle conversion guide. So to help make sure that it all kind of plays well together, because Riffs kind of does everything. But yeah, it's not my game system, you know.
But what I'm trying to say here is that the fact that you guys do think so clearly, you were hired on, or similarly, you were hired on as his business partner. I mean, I would think if I were him, you know, I don't know what's going through his brain. I'm only thinking as John thinks, not as Kevin thinks. But I would want that legacy to be preserved. And if you're the guy that, if you guys are on this kind of weird wavelength,
no, it's great.
That should be perfect. Yeah,
it's great. We have complete trust in each other. You know, and he treats me as an equal. You know, he does. It's not like I'm the senior partner, you're the junior partner. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, though, maybe he has something to share for me because I've never done high-powered Hollywood negotiations, right? But then other times it switches up and it's like, hey, Kev, this is what we can do with InDesign. You know, I went through formal training and have a degree in it. So, you know, like we can do some pretty powerful stuff. And you've seen the fruits of that. I mean, I know it, you know, for some people it's boring, but, you know, back
the boring stuff is what the 80% boring stuff is what makes the 20% important stuff.
And PDFs moving forward. So, yeah, but it is really cool. I mean, we really do. And when we don't have the exact same mind on something, we usually want the same goal. So once we hash out like different viewpoints, we usually get to a really great place. So in fact,
so how's that resolve? Wrestling?
No, it's always just discussion.
Oh, that's boring.
Yeah. No, it is funny though, because like my ex-wife, you know, when I talked about you know, coming to work with Kevin and being his business partner and stuff like that, she almost sounded jealous. She was just like, "Oh, when's the wedding?" You know, and I was like, we really do get along pretty famously. So, and it does get weird too when we start like finishing each other's sentences and stuff like that.
But I think that dynamic is important, whether it's weird or not. I think that dynamic shows that you are what's right for Palladium, like going forward.
I hope so. Yeah. I mean, and I'm actually like rabidly defensive of Kevin's legacy, which if you've seen stuff behind the scenes is pretty funny. Like he'll be like, Sean, it's not that big a deal. And I'm like, no, they have no respect for you. They have no respect for the fans. You know, it's pretty funny. And then, you know, he calms me down or whatever, you know, you'd be surprised what people will pitch to us. Or maybe you wouldn't, but yeah, no, I mean, in the end, I think it's a great combination, and it really is what is needed, and it's really accelerating us pushing everything forward for Palladium. I think because it's not like we have to argue through anything. We're of the same mind. We're pushing along on the same path, and we're, you know, kind of like just divvying up responsibilities and tasks pretty seamlessly.
That's all. Well, I'm glad he's got somebody who can do that. So RPG's Dome said, and he's the game master for the Rifts game that I played, and hopefully we're going to be playing during my 2 weeks off again here. But yeah, that's right. I'm playing Rifts, folks. I'm doing it. As I was worried about all the Savage World stuff before, but Sean seems pretty awesome, honestly. Yeah, and he's not just convinced me through words. He's convinced me through actions that, okay, yeah, Sean is the right person. Now, if he betrays us, that betrayal will be twice as painful, and we will destroy him.
What do you mean?
My God, everybody's popping in all of a sudden. Like, Sean, look what you're doing here. Everybody wants to come
real
talk.
Quick, Sean, before everyone jumps in and Hungar starts talking, because then I'm done. Every time you say it's not my system, all I hear in my head is, it's not my damn planet. Understand, monkey boy? Every time. I'm like,
okay. I don't know anything about Palladium.
So why are you here?
But I've watched the shows when you've had these guys on.
Oh, fair enough.
And even not knowing anything about Palladium, the way they talk about their game and about their customer base, they just seem like some top-notch dudes. So I want to come in and say that, I don't play your game because I never got into it when I was growing up, and I'm too old and cratchy to learn it now. But you guys seem like those cool dudes. You really do.
I appreciate that. We're doing our best. Kevin and I, Kevin gets a lot of flack, and I think a lot of it's because he's just not really like internet and social media and computer savvy in a very internet, social media, computer savvy age. Savvy, did I say that right? Anyways, and then the other thing is I'll say he's actually really nice to a fault, where he will resurrect or make a book happen when he probably should have just canceled somebody else's writing. But then those guys, you get these different writers might be upset that Kevin changed their perfect idea or canceled their manuscript that they wrote on spec that he never asked them to in the first place. It's just like and then they have an axe to grind. But in my experience, Kevin's a really generous guy who really tries to elevate anything he works on. And he's really keen. He knows what the fans want when it comes to gaming. He's really sharp on that. And that's how he creates, it's a zombie RPG, but it's the best one out there. Oh, it's TMNT and Other Strangeness, which is awesome because you can make any mutant animal. You know what I mean? These are like the core things that he knows the fans are going to need or want. And I think he's really good at that. So, but he really genuinely, just like me, we just want to bring out cool stuff for the fans and make the best games we can.
All right. TMNT is awesome.
All right, I do have to interrupt everyone real quick. Okay, first off, because I have to drop out. The family wants me to take them for ice cream.
Well, you spent a lot of time with us today, Brian. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
It doesn't mean I won't be back.
Fair enough.
Go away, Brian. We don't love you anymore.
Anyways, but I do want to say, first off, Sean, it was an absolute pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for putting up with all of my questions. I will try to remember to message you this week. My channel is called Gaming with ADHD for a reason, because I'm squirrel brained. Anyways, but but seriously, thank you. You've given us at this point we're at 2.5 hours. Thank you so much for joining in and just being an absolute pleasure to talk to. So
thanks. I'm just chatting. It's easy. So
that was your mistake, guys. Now that you've been nice to him, you're never getting rid of him.
Brian, there's something there's something between you and I. Like, you join a stream, I got to go. I join a stream, you got to go. There's something we never get on stream together almost.
We'll figure it out, Mr. Max. I still love you.
Come on by and we'll have you both on.
And Brian, tell Mrs. ADHD that we all said hello.
I will. She's sitting literally.
No, seriously, tell her thank you for letting you be on for all this time here.
Brian, putting up with all of your crap.
I'll explain after.
Anyways, light a candle in the North Tower if she needs help.
I want to continue on with something in terms of this conversation. I'm twisting a little bit. One of the things that we're hit, because you're talking about Palladium loves the fans, and we've heard it in your voices.
Hi, everyone.
Have a good one, Brian. Thank you. We've seen it, the products that you put out, like what you're putting out, how you approach it and so forth. One of the things that we're hit on a lot is like, oh, you're just Palladium shills. Everything they say is golden to you. I'm like, have you seen our reviews? Have you seen like what I've said about splicers and think that I'm a Palladium shill? Hey, do you remember when Heathen Dog was on the stream and said your game is garbage? Like to your face.
Oh, I remember that.
But here's the thing.
Everyone remembers that one. Because I told him off.
Yep. But that's the thing is you treat this as the game. Obviously, it's a business for you, and I get that. But you treat it as a game. You treat us and yourselves like gamer nerds. You're part of who we are, and this is why when people are like, "Oh, Kevin's a dick because he did this one thing," whatever. It's like, I don't know anything about what he did in the '90s. I played his games, and that was it. And if he really made you that angry in the '90s that you're still pissed off today, maybe divorce yourself and go do something else. Why are you coming here yelling at us?
Something else, please.
Yeah, right.
Please. if you hate Kevin and you can't forgive him, and you're gonna put his sins on me, just please go somewhere else. Please.
Don't they always say that if you're in business and you don't have any enemies, then you're not doing your business?
That's true, but you know how nerds are. They hang on to things for such a long time.
Part of it is we're way more accessible to the fans than almost any other RPG company out there, right? And so I think that's part of it too, is it becomes personal for a lot of people. That's my suspicion on it. And I think there's some people that they love to hate what they love. Like they're just, I don't know, maybe they had a bad childhood or something, or a bad adulthood, and they
were bullied in high school.
They've got something negative going on, and so they use gaming or some hatred for, I don't know, personalities. I don't know. It's some sort of
I got the point that I wanted to make is, like I said, we're called shills a lot, but honestly, I truly believe that when you give us shit, you're not giving us shit because you're mad at us. You're giving us shit because you are like us. You're the gamers. You're the people. And when I say that you give shit, you're actually responding to what we put out there in the first place, which I appreciate. But Bear and like Mr. Max and I, we've been on these streams together. We've talked about this quite a bit. It's like, I don't know if I trust somebody that's always talking doublespeak. Now, we've talked with somebody else.
Yeah, actually, I apologize when I can't give a straight answer because, I can only give you more of like a company line because, that's one of our things is we don't want to overpromise things or put confused signals out there. So like, that's why earlier, and one of the guys even said, thanks for the direct answer, about, about the VTT thing. And it's like, yeah, that's the answer I have. So,
yeah. So, but I just want to confirm, in my opinion, it's an opinion that, and I'm actually saying that normally I say my opinions are facts because they are. But in this case, I'll say it's an opinion because I want to be a little more, respectable for just a moment because Sean's here. But I absolutely believe that when I'm talking with you guys about what's going on with fans, like, well, one of the things that I got recently, somebody completely screamed about the fact that Bestiary 2 isn't out yet. And I'm like, do you guys realize that I actually put money in for that like 2 years ago also? I'm waiting for it just like you are, but I'm trusting them to get it done and not forget about me. And if that happens, well, guess what? I have a bully pulpit here and I'll say something, but I don't believe that's going to happen.
The other thing is it is in production. You can go check our website. We list what's, our priorities.
It's taking too long.
Well, yeah. I'm trying to... I'm trying to rebuild the roads as fast as I can to get to Rome, So,
Hungar, the rule about my stream, man.
Hello.
So, hello.
Hello, Walter.
but yeah, so I mean, like with stuff like that is important to us, but we didn't want to like not do the turtles because we knew it would, delay that a little bit.
And then that leads me to the next thing. I was going to let Walter go, but now I'm going to do my next thing here. Is one of the other things that people bring up is like, oh, you guys need to redo this. You need to redo that. Here's a question for folks. And Sean and Kevin have actually asked this question on our streams before. Do you prefer us to make new stuff or just regurgitate old stuff? So yeah, sometimes I think you guys recognize that some of the older stuff, like even with Turtles, you said you're reformatting it, relaying out and so forth. But I think more people would rather have new stuff because the old stuff's already there and they can work it on their own. What do you hear from fans as a whole?
Oh, I'm like, the reason we're doing this Redux edition is because like the number one question, I got this when I was working on Savage Riffs. All right. I was not even like associated with Palladium except for in that tangential way. Right. People were asking me about when Ninja Turtles is coming back. Right. So, and not something different. They wanted when is the classic coming back? And we get asked that more than anything else combined. Like we're talking Robotech, Riffs, anything else we get asked about. We get asked about when is TMNT coming back more than anything else, everything else combined. So I would just say that that's why we're doing it, because we've just had and now I'm still shocked when we launched this Kickstarter, and every other person that comes into the comment section is like, "This is the first RPG I ever played. It's the first thing I ever loved. I love you for bringing this back. I could die happy now. Goodbye." You know, and it's like, holy crap, you know, there's been so many people that are super excited about this coming back. But that's why we did it, because we knew that a lot of people were really excited.
Man, all the people that spoiled it before you came on our show. And to his credit, Francois Desrochers was not one of them that spoiled it. He refused to spoil it for me, and I appreciate him for that. But
you're talking about when that one thing leaked at the middle of the night kind of thing.
Yeah, and everybody's like Max, and there's a spoiler put on. I was like, don't do that. Like I normally don't care about spoilers, but this was the one because I knew how excited you guys were to watch me scream like a little girl, and I would have.
I don't know how we kept it secret for 9 months. Like that's the one that was. I mean. That was the spoiler for a few hours on the Kickstarter
page. Wow. So Walter MC, he's a Palladium fan. He's been on our Discord for quite a while here. What did you want to bring up, Walter?
Oh, I just wanted to jump in and like say hi. I love that you're breathing new life into Palladium. That a lot of these negative Nellies that are like always on about, well, Kevin did this and Kevin did that. It's just like, hey, come on, guys. There's a guy that's turning the ship around. He's doing a great job.
Thanks. I'm trying, you know, and Kevin, like I said, I mean, I wasn't here. Like, I don't know what happened, you know, objectively about stuff that happened prior to 2021, the end of 2021, right? And I can't control any of that. But my read as a fan before I got here, and then my read, especially since I've gotten here and gotten to know Kevin, is he's a straight shooter doing the best he can, you know? Sorry if people, you know, don't like certain things, but we are doing our best. And I'm paddling as fast as I can and trying to make sure we do things in some sort of slightly logical order that builds towards, you know, strong future successes.
And what I got to say is I love the Megaversal system. Like
I have that starred. You're bring it up
now. Back like 20 years ago, I was at a convention and I had a friend at a table. They were playing like 3.5 or 3rd edition D&D. And they're like, hey, you want to join our table? I'm like, no, thanks. I don't like the D20 system. I'm a Palladium fan. And then like the guy at the table just dripping with like condescending was like, for 20 years, I've been gaming. And I just stopped him like, stop. I'm going to stop you right there. It's like, you're entitled to your favorite opinions on games. I'm entitled to mine. How dare you look down on me for liking a different system?
Even with all the weirdness that people feel about it, I don't understand. I really don't. Other than, you know, edition war type stuff, which I think should be more in good natured. I don't understand the animosity towards the system itself. I just don't. I literally don't get it. I'm always confused by it.
I can explain it.
What I've found is
I
that
can explain it.
Once you understand the system, it's beautiful. It's awesome. It works for everything, in my opinion. The trouble is you got to do a lot of page turning and a lot of book flipping.
Well, you don't read a book before you use it?
Truly understand the system, which is why I try and help people.
Go ahead, Bear. Shit at Robotech in the 90s, but those rule books were tedious to find stuff in, and that's the problem. That's always been the problem with Palladium. It's a hidden gem because of the presentation.
I don't know if that's so. I don't know if that was actually true when it was published. And
it was deadly true.
No. I mean, just hear me out. Let me finish, because at the time, if you looked at its contemporaries like AD&D, it was way better organized and much more consistent.
Oh, no, AD&D shit too. No offense.
But that's my point. Is at the time compared to its peers, it was actually better. So that's why Rifts, for instance, took off the way it did in 1990. Right, in 1991, was because the rules were approachable, just like the TMNT and with Robotech, they were approachable to a mass market audience. Now, these days, those exact same rules don't resonate with modern gamers, or even gamers who've gone through that whole transition to modern gaming. And so, I think there is something to be said there, right? But I think that you can't. That you have to look at the past in consideration of the time frame and a snapshot of when it came out. And so, I mean, I was playing both of those games at the same time, and I vastly understood. I mean, for me, TMNT and Other Strangeness and Rifts were way more approachable than AD&D when I tried to look up rules. And if you go pull out an old AD&D book, it's hard to figure out what's going on. Try and tell me how consistent those skills are.
No, I agree with you on that.
use.
I'm not
So-
debating that there was bad design, but there was also better design out there that we were all looking into in the 90s that were basically, as the 90s were coming in,
Name
better
it.
designed.
Name it.
Vampire the Masquerade.
1990.
No, not 1990. The 90s in general is a decade.
Then you're judging it by something
Sean,
10 years
Sean,
earlier.
I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to explain why.
I know.
people
I'm
are
you're not attacking me because I didn't write it, but I say you're
Exactly.
wrong because you're trying to fit 10 years of a timeline and judge something, half a generation later.
I was there. It was my generation.
So was
We were
I. So was
there.
I. So was I. And I think Vampire the Masquerade has terrible rules. Never enjoyed
Well, but it
them.
was not. It's presentation. It's not the question of the rules quality. Palladium has good rules. I'm not debating that. I'm debating the presentation was the issue that left people very confused. Or even when we'd play Robotech, we'd be flipping through books trying to find stuff. It wasn't easy to access. If you had system mastery, beautiful, went like tickety boo.
Yeah.
But when you were trying to find it at the time at the table, it was a
I just
bit
don't
of a
think
cluster.
that. I just don't think that White Wolf was that much better.
I'm
organized.
just saying they had better layout. That's all. I'm
I
just
don't
saying
think
had
they
better
did.
layout.
That's all. That's what I'm
fine.
saying.
That's an
I'm
opinion.
just
That's
disagreeing
just an
with you.
opinion. We have an opinion difference of agreement.
Yes.
Here. That's all.
Absolutely.
So I don't know about Vampire because I never owned the books and so forth, but I will say that I had no issues with the mage layout other than I thought it had way too much fluff mixed in with the rules. I just needed the rules at that point. Separate some of that out a little bit.
Mage. I love the third edition.
Mage is the only White Wolf game I like.
White Wolf.
My point is, I think that there can be different opinions, but I wouldn't say that Palladium was, for its time, late 80s, early 90s, completely outclassed by the layout or organization of other systems. I just don't think that's true. But I think it's very true today.
I love how a 30-year-old Rifts book is still viable with like Titan robotics.
Look, you
today,
get a lot of people who
didn't have to buy like 3 or 4 other core rule books in between.
So
I'll be one of those guys actually too, where I'll say that I actually prefer the original Rifts book to the Ultimate Edition in organization.
That
personally, it makes a lot more sense to me. But part of that might just be the fact that I have it like seared into my brain as system mastery. But
I find I really do like the idea, the use of the secondary skills in the Rifts Ultimate Edition, but I also hate how it limits you because you can't take certain skills now that you'd otherwise be able to learn because they're selectable in your OCC related skills, but now since they're secondary skills and not on that list, you're like, oh, you can't take that boxing, even though at that OCC you can learn the boxing,
but not as
it's a secondary skill now, so you can't teach yourself the box. I understand it, but I like the old way.
All right, Hungar, what do you got?
I have a couple questions for Sean. So
I didn't mean for this to be a Grill Sean episode.
No, it's cool. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling.
Okay.
One, do you guys still own the rights to publish Recon? Because I love the hell out of that game. And have you ever thought of like updating it, re-releasing it for like a more modern? And if you have that idea, when are you going to put out the Kickstarter? Because that will be the first and only Kickstarter I ever am involved in. I want.
I don't know.
I want Recon back. I want Recon back. I love that game.
So one thing I'll say is that like, I'd love I'd love to just go into a time hole and come back out with everything revamped, and remastered. But that's unfortunately I am human, and so is Kevin, and Kevin's 67, and so and I think he's trucking along.
He's 67.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus,
that's surprising.
Yeah, I didn't realize it.
So he's only 2 years away from nice.
But a new DM. I'm not new, but with which layout?
Oh, I was just sorry. She was talking 5e. My bad. My bad.
Oh, 5e.
Sorry.
But yeah. So I mean, no. I think Recon is really cool. As somebody who I started gaming with BattleTech, and then later on I got into like Games Workshop and and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. So I love the idea of like the mix of tactical game with RPG game. So I'd love to go back to that at some point. But if you go and take a look, we do have I put together a page that we have on our website. It actually probably needs to be updated with like Titan Robotics and stuff and Yin Sloth Jungles. But until Wayne fully recovers from falling off a roof. That's kind of like back burner. If you look at that page, you can see what we have in the timeline, and so. But coming back on to Recon is something I would like to do eventually. But got to make the decisions that are going to push the ship forward as fast as possible in the right directions. So.
Since you mentioned BattleTech, I guess we need to ask which house and what do you think of the Capellan?
Well, I hate Capellans.
For a Chinese linguist, you certainly don't know where you belong.
Federated Sons. Federated Sons.
Jesus
all
balls.
the way.
I want to be the good guys.
Dakota's Combine is the only correct answer.
Oh my God! And your brother's America. No, I honestly picked Capellan Confederation. Well, it's twofold. One, it was one that was available, but when I was taking Russian in high school, it was one of the reasons I took it because it's Sino-Soviet. I'm like, oh, okay, I can do those. Like Maskarovka, da, Konyeshna. Fucking Fed rats all over the place.
I wanted to say something to Sean. I guess my experience, like I'm not somebody that played Palladium, and I wasn't aware of Palladium before a couple of years ago. I've known two of those games because I grew up in northern Quebec, and it was before the internet. Those games didn't reach us. We didn't know the existence. We didn't have those magazines, and also I grew up not really speaking English. Some people said still don't, but
I can understand you.
I say it.
Yeah, but you're a linguist, so it must help. But
you speak English better than some Quebecers I've met.
Well, that's the low bar. But
you do look like Max Headroom, so I don't know if you're a computer AI or not.
He's Holly from Red Dwarf. Come on, Holly from Red Dwarf, folks.
When I come to the Christian community and I see a lot of people that are very passionate about it, and when I see you coming on those shows and you seem like very genuine people, like that's very refreshing to see as well. And also I'd like to follow that to with an invitation. I used to do a show called RPG Design Talk. I forgot the name of my show. Wow. On my channel.
Good job. It was such an important show to him.
Yeah, wow. But I it's kind of like an hiatus now, but I'd like to relaunch it after now I'm moving in 9 days, fuck's sake. And after that, I'd like to relaunch it. And it's a show where we talk about, like, I'd like to invite like game designer, but where we talk more about like the creation process, how to maybe if they're new, how to get started in the industry, how to work, like the method, like going with the writer blog, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that. Yeah.
All right, I'll contact you once I'm back on board.
Yeah, as long as it's after this Turtles thing, it's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. There's no rush.
Insanity right now for us. So, but if it's again, if like ADHD gaming, somehow we didn't get back to him, and so, but if there's anybody that's reaching out and you want to do stuff,
he's not actually mad. He's just busting your balls. But yeah.
No, but I want to make sure that we connect with as many people as we can to do interviews and get the word out. So if over the next couple of weeks, if you are trying to reach out to us or you have reached out and didn't hear back from us, please call. And the office during business hours, business days, and we'll try and get something lined up with you. But especially down the road, I'd love to talk about that kind of stuff because it was people, game designers talking about that kind of stuff when I went to some conventions in Texas that helped me, figure out how to get my foot in the door.
What I'm trying to do with this show is really like to be useful for people that want to put product out, like every fucking other DM, like as like a dream setting they want to release or their own system they want to write. Like, and I say, like, you know what, I like seeing new stuff coming up. I want to help people. So like having people that can say, like, this is what worked for me. This is how it works. This is how you get something into the market.
Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to discuss that.
So I have a bunch of chats coming in. Hunger, go ahead first because I know you had something you want to say, but there's a bunch of chat questions. I've got at least 4 right now that have come in through chat. That
I should get Sean on my chaotic neutral live stream and just blow his mind with that bullshit.
Everybody's shaking their head.
Everybody's shaking their head. It's not about you. It's about, we'll just say, some of your other panelists.
Sean, here's the simplest question: do you want to participate in a hate crime live on YouTube?
Bear's the one.
There you
go.
First question I'm going to put out there is when will Yinslaw 2nd edition PDF be available on drive-thru?
I don't know.
Okay, well there you go. Next question.
Not like an immediately super important thing on my radar. Sorry.
Okay.
Answer.
Next question. Hey, Sean, are you?
I'm guessing you'll probably see Yinslath Expeditions first. I mean, the actual physical book first before the PDF of Yinslath Jungles comes out. Just guessing.
Okay. Are you into the multiverse as a whole, or do you have a favorite setting like fantasy or Rifts or Heroes Unlimited, etc.?
I am into the multiverse as a whole. I mean, so I started with TMNT, got into Ninjas and Super Spies mostly for the martial arts in my TMNT, and then Heroes Unlimited and Robotech. Actually, I think I did Rifts before I did Robotech.
Oh wow!
But my buddy was a big Robotech fan, and so we started doing Robotech as well. But I'm a super big Rifts fan, and I've actually only played a tiny bit of Palladium Fantasy, mostly with Kevin. And so that's now the funny thing is its reputation precedes it. That it's just this really great deep world that people have a lot of love for. But it's one of those ones that I'm trying to get into and understand more. It's funny, my cousin Guy actually is really into Palladium Fantasy. So
Palladium Fantasy is a game I love to play, but I don't ever want to run.
Oh,
it's weird.
So,
yeah.
I find I don't like fantasy settings because the fact they don't have the lasers and the rockets and the robots is kind of limiting.
Palladium weird fantasy. You need to make it.
Yeah. Let's see. The one that I feel like I've said this a couple of times, but the one that I feel like is like the hidden gem is Systems Failure. When I read that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is really cool. But just because it's like that bug out survival.
I liked it a lot better than I thought I was going to. Heathen Dog wasn't really much of a fan of it, but I liked it a lot better than I thought I was going to. It's like, okay, it's like nostalgic. You know what? No, it was actually, I was like, okay, I don't care that certain little aspects of it don't necessarily exactly make sense. Who cares? It's a game. So I was like, I loved, like you said, that bug out aspect of it. I thought that was awesome.
I think you could also do some cool stuff where if you crossed it over with Dead Rain or Beyond Supernatural and stuff as well.
Yeah, I think we taled about that and Nightbane.
Yeah.
I thought it could work in all of those.
Oh,
Nightbane.
Yeah. Now Nightbane would really be upping the ante, right? But you definitely could. Yeah.
So next question is, hey Sean, when do you plan on rewriting Rifts Africa? Why? Just so you know, I didn't come back because I don't care. There we go. It's it's on the screen. All right.
I don't plan on rewriting it.
Okay, well, there we go. And then question for Mr. Roberson. If you had to choose a Palladium game to introduce to vets who have never RP'd, what would be your first choice?
Did I just miss something grabbing my water?
That's a good question.
It is a good question. Actually, you know, funny. I mean, I would say if there's somebody who hasn't played this and they're really excited about giving it a shot, I would say try out the new Redux edition of TMNT. That'd be a great place to start. My favorite place to start. I think that TMNT has a lot to offer for vets who are more like. I would say vets have a lot of different interests, right? But a lot of the guys that really like War Machines and stuff like that. So I think that something like Phase World could be really cool. If you want more of like a military type setting where you could be doing campaigns as part of a military unit or paramilitary unit, or Rifts, with the mercenaries angle. I think those are really
somebody
good.
said it recently about a very similar question. Hell, it might have been Bear. I might just be giving him credit where credit is not due. But you'll take is maybe it was actually I think it was Kevin who said, "What is it you like? Do you like superheroes or do you like science fiction? Do you like start them off with the genre that they like and just go with that and then move on, move into that and then on from there."
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it. I mean, if people are like big fans of like The Walking Dead, do Dead Rain, right? So if people love the TV show Supernatural, run Beyond Supernatural. I would highly suggest just taking that kind of approach. I mean, it's equally interesting. They're all great settings. They're all great rules. I would say the one thing I would say is steer away from like Phase World and Rifts, just because it's more complicated when you start throwing in mega damage and magic and psychic powers and yada 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 yada. So you can keep it a little simpler with some of the more modern settings.
Have you read Dragonlance? Okay. then you might not get this. But I want this is a serious question I want to ask to Kevin. The Palladium Fantasy Second Edition cover. Tell me that's not a ripoff of Dragonlance, the dragon orb with the elven king, the Sylvanesti elven king, with Cyan Bloodbane hanging in the background. That's exactly. I'm gonna be careful with the word ripoff. I'm having fun here, but that is literally Dragonlance. Every time we see that cover, we're like, "Yep, that's Dragonlance. That's a Sylvanesti king."
Funny. I'm pretty sure Kevin hasn't read Dragonlance. And the other thing is, I would say a lot of that art from the same period had a lot of the same themes, orbs and elves.
I'm going with my strikes. I'm a huge Dragonlance fan, so I'm okay with it. But I'm just like
every time I read like Elfstones of Shannara and stuff like that. It was like total Lord of the Rings.
But did it have a green dragon in the background with an elven dude with a dragon? I'm just saying. that was seriously like, that looks. Anybody who's read Dragonlance knows what I'm talking about. Here, I'll show the cover.
You're being called out in chat by Coco Shunko.
I think I might have read one Dragonlance novel when I was in junior high, but I don't remember it.
That's Dragonlance.
Yeah, this is Cyan Bloodbane is sitting behind. I forget the Sylvanesti king's name at the time, but I still like the cover. No, the cover is awesome. So
It's not its cover, but it's Dragonlance.
Yeah, but that's I don't know why that popped in my head, but I had to ask that question.
Who did that cover, by the way? Do you remember?
I'm looking it up actually.
Wait, so is there a dragon and a lance on that cover?
And stuff. So
what?
I'm playing with
a dragon and a lance on that cover.
No, but that isn't the. This is literally a scene from the novels.
Oh, I'm just.
Who did that? Who did it?
Martin McKenna.
Martin McKenna. Okay.
It's a great cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. And see, it speaks to me because I'm a big Dragonlance fan too. So I mean, I'm okay with that. Just curiously. Anyway, we can move on from that. Wasn't meant to be that deep or serious of a question. I was just having fun with it.
I have no idea if Martin McKenna ever read Dragonlance.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just had an idea of like a meme that's like Lance Henriksen like morphed into a dragon. It's like Dragonlance or something. I don't know.
Wow. I will send you to Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman for that.
It's way over my head.
So, but this is the question that actually made me think about this cover. He says, Sean, does anyone, wink, wink, plan to suggest to Kevin returning to the original cover and art for future core book releases?
But I don't know what they're talking
Which game? Are you talking Rifts, dude? Because he's my Rifts GM, so I'm wondering if he's talking about, because everybody wants the Splugor Slave Girls.
I love that cover.
Yeah, everybody loves that cover.
Hey, my second book had that cover. Atlantis and Demon Seas.
What are you trying to say, Sean?
I like the cover too.
And for all the sensitive people, you can just put the sales stickers right on those butts.
But I mean, you know, it was so funny. I asked Kevin one time, like, "Oh, why'd you do new art for this new edition?" He's like, "Well, I didn't want people to think it was the old edition." That was the answer. So, I mean, yeah, I really like those, a lot of the original old covers too. That's why, for instance, I was like, hey, let's use the original Sourcebook 1 cover for the cover of the Cyborgs collection.
And then, of course, the TMNT cover is an homage too, which I like because it's close enough but different. So I know it's a new edition, but it's close enough to have that nostalgia flair.
Right. And I think there is something to be said about that, where you have a cover that's so identified and so identifiable. Ooh,
gotta bump up.
Yeah, it's going. People have been excited about that update.
Right.
I'm taking credit for this.
This Kickstarter is the only crowdfunding I've ever done, and might ever do, because I'm not a big crowdfunding kind of guy. I have I've pledged for the variant covers, but I'm planning to upgrade during the backer kit phase to the mutagen green foil ones.
Oh yeah,
I got to spread those expenses out.
Yeah, well, I appreciate everyone that supports this. This really, some people ask about why Kickstarter and stuff, but for us, it is very important, and it opens a lot of doors. And it was a way that we could get a lot of the really cool collectible stuff. It's all, the variant covers, the mutagen green foil editions, the miniatures, all the fan roll die sets are all Kickstarter exclusives. and that having it be that way is how we could get it to happen. So
I imagine also that
and I gotta confess, I might have been the one that leaked the Kickstarter link on Reddit.
Thanks, Francois.
Yeah, I gotta imagine also that maybe the success of this campaign was greater than what you expected. I would guess, because it really blew up, right? If you had did like a traditional print run, like and just say like, oh, here's we printed those books, maybe we'd have like not enough because there's so much more interest than what you could have thought. No, it's a way also to gauge interest from the people that say, you know what, no.
Absolutely, it's an excellent way to gauge interest. For instance, most people, I don't know if you've ever gone back and look at, say, like the TMNT books or the Rifts books. So like when Rifts came out, with TMNT came out back in the 80s and 90s, there were successive print runs that those books went to print over and over and over really fast because they just blew up in popularity. And Kevin, had already figured, oh, it'll be successful, but they couldn't have staked the company on it being that successful, right? And so this really does help us nail in. The trick is, and I don't expect fans to know this because it's, how many times are you going off and having a book published, right? And printed by a printer. But the more books you print, you get a real break in economy
every time you launch a print run, you have to pay the setup fees and stuff.
Yes. And so, if you do 3 smaller print runs when something is successful, it's not nearly as profitable as if you just did all those books printed at once. And the other thing is with Titan Robotics, for instance, the Titan Robotics Kickstarter campaign, how I put this, it raised a lot of money and we got a really solid print run going. But then Titan Robotics itself sold better. You would say, oh, well, you've used up all your core purchasers. They back the Kickstarter already. No, like it just acts as a really big way to get the word out. And so a lot of people underestimate how powerful that is as well. And if you're not Paizo, or if you're not, Wizards of the Coast, it's hard to get the word out to the fans a lot of times. And so that's one of the ways you can do it, that people get really excited about. I'm the Palladium Whisperer. What is it?
Let's get the word out.
Hey, horse. Do what I say. Hey, it's okay. I'm the horse whisperer. No, I mean the Palladium Whisperer.
Yeah,
that would imply that Palladium needs to be tamed by him. So that's weird.
Well, maybe you could consider the modernized layout, the modernized verbiage, and so forth to be the taming of Palladium. It's like taming of the shrew. Just you actually enjoy it.
No, I would actually like to give Sean a lot of props for that because it is nice to see Palladium stepping more modern, more current or whatever you want to say. It's nice to see because I agree with that earlier statement that Palladium should be much bigger in the community, and it should have a much bigger footprint than a lot of companies who came after Palladium have.
I agree. It's I see it as stepping back into where it should have been because it was number 3 for like 20 years in the industry, and so it's we're just, in my opinion, it's just, hey, we're stepping back into that. And Kevin, to his credit, he's kept things going along. There's a lot of, there's almost no one else that's been around in the business as long as he has and still owns the company, right? Very few, and that are actively working on it and writing books. And I really want to free him up to write more books. But we're making progress, yeah, it is getting back to that kind of a point is good, and we got to do baby steps. So I'm glad that people have enjoyed the layout of Titan Robotics and the rear indexes on books like the new Yinslaw Expedition or Jungles and then Expeditions, and we redid all the maps, and the remaster process isn't easy. So I'm really excited to show off what we can do in full color hardcover with the TMNT books.
So one of the things, like,
working on getting some of the page spreads, we're working to get page spreads to show off very soon for that too. By the way,
Kevin was the George Lucas of the tabletop RPG world, but then George Lucas sold out.
Well, Kevin didn't sell.
Now Kevin has no peer.
Oh, okay. Because Kevin hasn't sold.
Now he doesn't have a peer. Yeah.
if somebody comes to me and says, I don't like Palladium because I don't like the system, I get that because there are systems I don't like, and I can fully understand that. What I hope that this cures, though, is Palladium is confusing, so I don't want to try it, or Palladium seems difficult or crunchy or whatever terms that people are using. So, I don't get it.
Bear's right. I mean, a lot of it comes down to just how well is it organized and how can we improve a lot of the presentation. And so, again, this TMNT, again, I don't want to change the classic feel of the game or play it differently than I did when I was a kid, or when I'm sitting at a table with Kevin. But at the same time, we want to make it more approachable, and there's a lot of little quality of life things that we're implementing with it. So we hope that people enjoy it, and just consider it a taste of what's to come. So,
well, I can tell you this, Sean. In the '90s, when Rifts came out, I ran happily like a gleeful child with this book in my hands. I was in college, so it looked really funny, to my gaming group. And I'm like, guys, let's play this. And they're like, no. And they held up Torg as the replacement instead. So I wound up playing fucking Torg instead of Rifts.
Oh, God, I remember that.
Now, Shane is a huge Torg fan, and I have a bunch of friends that work on Torg.
No, listen, Torg is a great thing. It's its own thing. I'm not shitting on Torg. We played the fuck out of Torg. But I will say this, regardless of the issues I may have with layout or presentation, I prefer Palladium's homegrown setting material. Hands down. Rifts, Beyond the Supernatural, Palladium Fantasy, what was that one about the space robots, mechanoids? Like there was all these really good settings.
Yes.
And this is the thing. And Mr. Max was wrong earlier when he said I wanted Rifts without rules. No, I want Palladium Fantasy as a core rule book of a setting with all the rules you want to throw in there for characters. I don't give a shit. I just want a book that has the world in it, so I can then give that to a player and go, here's what we're playing.
Well, and that's I'm listening on that one, by the way.
No, and I got that you were listening to that, but I want to make it clear because I know there's a lot of Palladium love in the chat right now, and I don't want people to think I'm like, fuck Palladium. I absolutely love the creative IP aspects of Palladium.
But by loving it, you have to call it the words.
So you want a traversing the modern world, but for Palladium world.
I don't know what that means.
So there's a section in Rifts that basically gives a world overview.
Yeah.
In setting written by Aaron Tarn. And that's I think that's one of the genius things of actually the original Rifts book was that.
Yeah.
And that's a perfect idea for a TV series.
It is. It's a cool one. But I think it would also, like you said, Bear, it could be something where you could point someone to it and say, hey, this is kind of going to give you the overview of the Palladium world.
Yeah, well, because it's such an interesting fucking world. It was the first time I ever saw a place I could play a Wolfman. The Wolfman. I was like, I want to play that.
Yeah.
Bear called it a gazetteer, but like a couple of games have like Atlas books out there.
Sure.
Where that's really what they're not full settings. They're just like a page or two about what to find here, and then moving on. But it's like the Atlas of the universe, the Atlas of the Seven Kingdoms, or whatever it happens to be.
Yeah, the Hitchhiker's Guide to Palladium World.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that's one of the things that actually Rifts did really well. The original Rifts core book is that it projected out this whole world from the start, and then started filling in all the bits as it went along, right? But it used the ingenious trapping of an unreliable narrator who's just giving you the best info she has as the person that's describing that world to you. So it was a pretty cool idea, and no, it's a cool idea to bring to other settings as well. Kevin and I have one of the things that is very different about us is we do have different like personality types, right? So I see Kevin, he'll go write a book, and he'll write one and put all this part here and that part there in the core book and blah, 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 blah. And when you go read Beyond the Supernatural cover to cover, it works really well, right? But it's a different formula than maybe he used for Palladium Fantasy or for the Rifts core book or the Rifts Ultimate Edition, right? And so, for me, I'm more than one of the guys I want like cookie cutter, like this is our standard approach kind of thing. We only break the rules when we know we want to break the rules. And that's one of the things that is different about us, right? And we've come to realize that, and so for instance, I'm really big on product identity. I'm really big. So when we did the two new books for TMNT, I wanted for both of the covers, I wanted Freddie Williams line art and Mike Majestic colors, right? And then when we did the black, white, and red edition, we had Jeremy Colwell do the colors for both of them because I didn't want to have a different colorist on the second book cover, right? I wanted them to look consistent. And so I'm one of those guys that, that kind of consistency and order is something that's really important to me.
It is important, and people might not realize it, but there's a psychological importance to that, to having that consistency.
So I learned this in self-publishing comics, where I ran into a situation where artists were bailing, and I had to have 3 different fucking artists on an issue. But I had the benefit of knowing some guys who were ahead of me in the game, and they said, listen, one of them was very good. He said, listen, as long as you got the same inker and you got the same colorist, that's going to give you a consistency through, and people might not even notice the different artists at that point.
The different pencil. Yeah.
And right.
Well, and one of the things is we're approaching the artwork, and Palladium always has approached it, I think, differently than the rest of the industry. But moving forward, we've got a lot of opportunities. That's one of the crazy things about this TMNT thing is we're meeting all the top comic book and artists and writers and stuff associated with the TMNT because they all want to do tribute art. We've got over 24 artists now that want to do full page color art and write remembrances. It's pretty amazing.
Well, I would like to flip the script a bit here. I didn't actually bring Sean in to get grilled by all this. I know he's been great for talking about it. I'm sure you assumed this was going to happen to some degree anyway.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation. No, this is the kind of stuff I like to talk about. Yeah.
But what I'd like to, just for at least a moment, let's have a little change of pace. As far as like the content Legion Myth has done, or what other people here on the panel are just, bullshitting about or whatever, is there anything you want to ask us or just talk to us about? I don't care what it is, kids in school or what games we play or so. I don't give a fuck at this point, but just to kind
of and Max Boivin are not allowed to answer any questions.
You don't have to call me out, bro.
Come on.
Well, I mean, I just want to say thanks to everybody. It seems like everyone here is really supportive of the TMNT Kickstarter, and I really appreciate that. And everybody, it's like when you're an artist, for instance, and you put up your art, and everybody's got to critique it. I mean, that's kind of how it is with role playing games, right? And so I appreciate everybody being honest about what they think could be done better. And one of the things I it's not that I'm trying to be defensive about Palladium. It's just that I'm trying to say, hey, from that point of view at that time, I think it occupied this space, right? That doesn't mean that hasn't completely changed, right, over time. But for me, context is important because otherwise you can't understand how Rifts was so popular, how Robotech and TMNT were so popular at the time. And I think TMNT is just one of those examples of something that came together really, really, really well. And actually in some ways benefits from its brevity, its very short page count, because it was so direct and to the point.
Half the book was a comic book and animals. So I mean,
right. I mean, the book has the core book has a ton of art. Like it's like half the art across all 6 books is in the core rule book. It's insane. As we're getting the coloring work done, it's just like, whoa, you start realizing how much art's in that book.
Page count. Something that bothers me. Like people say, like, "Oh, it's huge value. It's like 800 page count. Like that doesn't mean anything. If it's 800 page of crap, like I short
absolutely,
and that's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing I'll think is what shows the test of time for Palladium is that the books are evergreen. People are buying 30-year-old books, because they have good memories of it or they know it's good. Right.
Well, to be fair, you haven't changed the system, and that's one of the things. I mean, Palladium's on its second edition.
It's a double-edged sword, right? Yeah.
But it's second edition, which is basically compatible with the first edition. I know some of the Palladium fantasy people are going to be mad at me for saying that, but it's basically compatible with first edition. And so you can keep that consistency and keep writing new stuff and adding to the lore and adding, on top of that, so to speak, without having to worry about crap. What did we change, in 1994 versus 2006 versus 2020?
So this is something I like to talk about.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. This is something I like to talk about because, to go back to a question that was asked, like, I don't know, now I have to go. But one of the things that I tell people to explain one of the unique qualities of Palladium is just about everybody else in the industry, they're on 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th edition, right?
Yep.
And they've got maybe 2, maybe 3 core settings, right? That are popular, that they do a lot of source books for. But while they've just been running edition rollovers, Kevin instead has been creating whole new IPs, right? That people that at least have a rabid like underground fan base at minimum, right? Because you can take even something like Systems Failure or Splicers, which are our lowest sellers, for instance, right? But there's some people that are sort of rabid fans of those, and so that speaks to there's something cool there that was put into print, and so that's one of the things I think is really interesting is we just have this really wide array of settings, and that's we do want there are certain IPs, certain things that we'd like to do, like with the TMNT, we get an option to do something like this. It's great as a licensed property, but really I want to focus on our core properties, and the IPs that we have because they are so unique and they are so neat. And yeah, just that's one of the things that excited me about joining Kevin at Palladium was that there's just huge wide sandbox to play in, and there is a space for some sort of book that maybe helps tie together all the core rules in one spot so for people to go run off in their own directions as well.
Dude, if you guys open up a third-party publishing wing, it's going to be big.
I have a
question. Well, I mean, we are open to licensing. We already have. I mean, there have been people who've licensed Palladium rules for their own games. And we've actually talked to people recently about it. So, I mean, if you've published a few things and you want to talk to Palladium about licensing, one of the things is, we don't have like an open gaming license, and we don't intend to change that. But I like a walled curated garden myself. But the thing that I will say about that is if you do license with Palladium, and you're gonna be our partner for promotions and all kinds of stuff. It's not just about being able to use the rules.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Hunger.
Sure.
If I wanted to go to the Palladium store and just say get into Rifts or get into one of your games,
sure,
what would you recommend the books that somebody who's new to Rifts or new to Palladium, what books would you recommend for them to pick up as a starter set?
Well, I mean, so Palladium in general is the design of the core books in general is to be that you can get the core book and play the game with it. So you don't need like a game master's guide and a monster manual and stuff like that. That said, it depends on what you're interested in. I'd say start with whatever your interest is. And for Rifts, there's a game master's guide, there's a primer, adventure primer, and there's a book of magic, which some of the game master's guide has a lot of the equipment, so you could have access to tons of different gear and equipment and spells without having to go buy 90 supplements, right? It would all be collected there that you could access. Those are my suggestions for that.
So fantasy, I'm a fantasy guy.
May I just quickly jump in here? I got a quick question because you brought this up. Just because it's hard to understand on your store, is the Palladium Rifts primer and adventure guide the same as the Rifts adventure book, but just like the Rifts adventure book is newer and fatter? Or are they two different books entirely?
I don't know without looking.
This one?
Yeah.
So that's different than the adventure.
Okay. So like I want to get both of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if one is like the upgraded version of the other or not. No, good to know. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to go back to something you said about the evergreen earlier, Sean.
I sort of interrupted Hungar here. He wanted to ask
Sorry, go ahead, Hungar,
his question.
I was just saying, so if I wanted to run Rifts Fantasy or Palladium Fantasy, just buy the one book, is it going to have like do I have to do a world building setting on my own, make a homebrew setting, or does it have a setting for itself? And like, what am I looking at if I'm going to say, because I'm going to get the fantasy book to check it out because I'm interested. And I'm going.
Well, what would you suggest, Bear?
I'm going to call you.
Oh, I have no
autograph.
suggestions.
I'm going to have you autograph my book for me, Sean.
Absolutely, no problem.
You do, Hungar, is take advantage of the Christmas box, make a note of putting down.
And then make a note.
Fantasy, start them in Wormwood.
And
I
tell
do
them
the Christmas box, and I will unbox that shit on my channel.
So I would say with Palladium Fantasy. Now, again, I'm not a big Palladium Fantasy expert, but I would say Old Ones is good for if you want to have some adventures and stuff that you can roll out the door with. And then the Monsters and Animals book, people love that. And I think that's a really great book to get as well.
And the Northern Wilderness.
And Northern Wilderness. I know that Yinslaw Jungus is pretty cool. But I would say, once you have like the core book, Monsters and Animals, and say Old Ones, maybe look and see which of the different world books, because they're not really titled world books, but the same way as like say Rifts is really delineated that way. But check out what other parts of the world might appeal to you. And
so if I want to get the Christmas box,
still
I could
an
be like,
awesome
hey, I
cover.
want a fantasy Christmas box.
Yeah, so if you do that, with the Christmas surprise package, you need to list like 10 to 12 items that you're interested in. So maybe dump all the cool the books that sound cool from Palladium Fantasy in there, and then say, hey, I'm a fan of role playing games. I played this and this, and I really want to do a Palladium Fantasy game.
I was hanging out with Sean, and this is what he told me.
Yeah, this is Hungar. I was hanging out with Sean with a bunch of other a-holes online. And
I'm a dick, not an a-hole.
Yeah, and so right. And that
remember, it takes a dick to tear a new asshole.
Oh my God.
So, but yeah, just tell Kevin that, and we'll get you hooked up. Maybe Kevin will maybe even have some personal suggestions for you.
Yeah, Hungar, I got bad news for you. Once you start diving into the Palladium fantasy world, you're hooked.
You're gonna keep buying.
Another game that I get to play and enjoy.
Conan, Sword and Sorcery mixed with high fantasy. Well, buddy, you are set for fucking life. Trust me.
A role-playing game that I get to play.
Woo!
Oh, look at that!
I do have one of the Palladium fantasy books, but it's the one with the dragons.
So I'm going to interrupt at the moment because this is why we're actually doing the stream for 24 hours and we have like 3 hours left. This doesn't mean you don't have to. This doesn't mean donations can end. I'm still going to be stuck here for 3 hours, but we made it. I absolutely.
Does it keep counting up after we hit the top?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
In fact, I'm going to show something here. So I have a yearly version and I have the daily version. So today is the daily version that I do for Veterans Day. We made our goal here. Well, I didn't know this, but we had made our yearly goal also, which is separate. So this is $1,290 on top of the $1,000 we made today for this year in 2023.
We did that last year. We kicked its ass.
Yeah, well, last year was that one say 2022. I can't show that one right now, but that I asked for $250 and we made like 60 or something. It's very close to what this is. So absolutely thank you to everybody out there who's donated, whether throughout the year. The yearly link will be back in all the other videos. This one's going to keep the daily one, but we made the daily goal for the Veterans Day, and you guys are freaking awesome. And thank you to Bear and Sean and Brian and Shadow and Son and Malachi. And I'm not going to name everybody's name out, but everybody who popped on here to talk to us and spend time and help out. That is freaking amazing. Thank you.
You say I'm your boo and you leave me out, you bastard.
Everybody behind
Look, man.
No, really, again, just my appreciation as well, as a veteran and, a guy with a lot of veteran friends, it really does make a difference. So we appreciate you guys participating.
So back to Palladium, and I do sorry, but time's ticking.
Can we all just pause for a moment and remember the dead of the great Tolkien campaign?
Okay, that's just enough. So the comment you made earlier about evergreen, staying evergreen, really resonates with me. And the reason it resonates for me is because, sorry, WotC lied to me. They told me they were making an evergreen version of D&D, and they did not. And they changed it and changed it and changed it. And now they're making a whole new fucking thing I don't recognize, which sucks. But I think this is a benefit you guys have from being a privately owned company that does not have to report to a bunch of fucking greedy shareholders who want constant profit. So you can build a steady customer base. You don't have to worry about
breathing heavy?
Growth.
Somebody was in the mic.
So it was Mr. Boivin. My voice does that to him. He can't help it.
Okay.
But anyway, So I think that's been a real benefit for you guys is over the long run is that you are able to make the games you want, respond to your fans and not a bunch of shareholders, which is a really nice thing. So I really tip of the hat to you guys on that one. So Sean, if you're the future of Palladium, please don't forget where you come from. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I mean, Kevin, we've been on here on these inanely long interviews that we enjoy but so you may not have seen all of them, but Kevin and I, we've already had a multi-billion-dollar company offer to buy us out since I joined, and
say no.
We both said we already said no. I mean, I was worried. The only reason I was worried, I was like,
say no.
This would be a really easy way for Kevin to be like, okay, cool, I can rest, I can let this move on and, pass it off into someone else's hands and have a good cash payout. And I didn't want to take that away from him if that's what he chose. At that point, I'd only been here like 3 months as his business partner, and so, but yeah, neither of us wanted to do it. So, we're not interested in letting any of that kind of stuff happen. And, we're very, 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 very dedicated, both him and I, to keeping Palladium independent and making the moves. I mean, we couldn't do what we're doing. You couldn't do half the stuff we're doing.
And you'd have
the
to
way
hire
we're doing it.
Readers.
But, so just the thing that we're doing right now. I mean, we've got a plan, and I think that again, over the next few years, people are going to go like, "Oh, okay, that was an odd plan," but I think it's somehow played out in a very positive way. We didn't get things that we thought we wanted up front, maybe, but you're getting them up in the end. So,
for the record, when you guys come back, you're getting 15 minutes, and that's it.
Cool.
He's like, thank God you're saving us. Jeez, I can get back to work. Thanks.
No, I enjoy the long interviews. I understand that maybe everyone hasn't watched every single interview.
Oh yeah, right.
For all 5 hours, right? So
there's something I wanted to say about the
wait, Mr. Max, yeah. Before you go, so hold on to that for just a second, because I still haven't said hello to GM Cody the first time he's been on the live stream here. So it's good to see you, GM Cody. Happy to see you here.
Appreciate it. Good to see you guys.
You have to do this you have to sit here the entire time in your Star Trek character.
Oh, okay. Well, I got the uniform up there. So.
All right, Mr. Max, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say also about the being an evergreen system, that you stick with your system, you don't change the rule with every edition. That's something I can respect, because it's something that's a pet peeve of mine. I fucking hate when a game create a new edition, but it's not a new edition, it's a new fucking game. You're just changing the old rules, like a new edition should be like, we correct some typo, change the layout a bit, maybe fix the rules there and there that work better, but it should always this continuity. And that's something I can I see a company like Palladium and I say, no, that's our system and we're sticking with it. And I appreciate that, because then also we shouldn't have those edition war. You want to make a new game with new rules, do that. There's nothing wrong with that, but don't pretend it's it's just the new edition. It's better. Yeah, no,
yeah. No, it's tough. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because if you've only got 1 or 2, maybe 3 IPs, and you can pop a new edition and they all kind of line up, well, that's really convenient. Mm-hmm. But if you've got 12, then that's a tough row to hoe to kind of catch everything up to the same moment in time and design and layout and organization and stuff like that. So but at the same time you get the great part of, well, what genre doesn't Palladium have, right? So we've got most of them. So all the major ones. So yeah, it is pretty cool. And yeah, I appreciate that comment too, because I think Palladium gets a lot of flack, but you have to understand, every pro has a con, everything's a double-edged sword. It's very difficult to wave a magic wand and just have everything updated at the same time. Again, if I do a time hole and come back with hey, here's the 3rd edition of everything,
Another comment I want to make, a bit silly comment, one thing I find unfortunate is that in Riff, the people from Quebec did the Glitter Boy. And I think that's a very unfortunate name, because for us in Quebec, every time I hear Glitter Boy, I think Go-Go Boy. And Go-Go Boy is what we call male stripper. I think that's a very unfortunate name because I'm sure I'm not going to be the only one that's like, Glitter Boy, say, what? The first image we pick up is like...
Well, the funny thing is, I mean, it sounds a little odd in English too, right? If you, haven't, if you aren't like a Riffs fan and came to it from that direction.
It does not employ. It does not imply giant robot with massive cannon
right.
at all.
Right.
Well,
I
maybe
think,
it's not a massive cannon, but
right, wrong cannon.
Where's Victor when we need him, huh?
I know,
Jeez.
right? Victor, where are you, man? Jump on it. Wait, we don't have room for Victor, unfortunately.
Victor's gonna jump on it. I don't know, Max.
But Mr. Max, nobody cares what the Quebecois feel. So
do
they have feelings?
I have to take solidarity with him, even though I'm English. Man, don't make me take this.
I think that if Palladium were to ever put out like a third edition of their entire Megaversal system, you should do it in like code.
What?
Code? It's already in code.
Make it even harder to understand.
Make it harder.
Like in code,
I'm
it's
about
like
to kick
you're
you
buying
off
like a
the stream.
Voynich manuscript. You're like, what the hell? How do you? If you want to play, you got to learn to decode the book.
What they're going to have to do now is they're going to have to change Glitter Boy to Glitter Person because nowadays
Oh, Jesus.
No.
Stop being woke, Hungar, and go tell Jenny D you love her. You guys missed the little thing Sean just said that you all missed, and I heard it and went, why has no one picked up on this? He said if he could go into the hole and then come out with third edition versions of all the books. So that suggests to me, and my little elongated man nose twitching, there may be a third edition in the works.
No, I never said that.
No. Good. It was me. I have strange ears because I grew up around French people, so I don't hear English so good.
But you see, it already exists. It got sent back in time, and that's what the Voynich manuscript is.
Okay.
So here's
the Voynich manuscript. It's really Palladium third edition.
Well, that would be rude.
It's really the
Voynich manuscript is unreadable.
So GM Cody, since you're the new one in here, do you have any questions, comments, concerns for Sean/Palladium Books?
Other than I grew up playing Palladium. I love it. I still love it. And I've always thought it's really commendable that Palladium has stuck to their guns. I mean, it's the same. People see that as a bad thing, that Palladium hasn't really changed much, but I see that as a good thing. I think that's awesome that it's really just the same. I mean, the books are reworked, they're revised and everything else and corrected, but it's still when you pick up the new Riffs book, it's still the classic Riffs that you played back in 1990, right?
Yep.
And that's awesome to me. There's the only other game I can think of, well, two games that I can think of that are like that is BattleTech. Even though BattleTech's advanced, it's still the same old game that we played back in the 80s, and Starfleet Battles is the other one.
Is that still in print?
Yeah, it's still in print.
Yes, it is.
And it's they're
Next
still
time
making.
I'm at a con with one of you guys, you gotta teach me how to play it. I've never played Starfleet Battles. Always wanted to
play Starfleet Commander or Fleet Commander.
Federation Commander.
Federation and Empire.
It's streamed down and it's fast as opposed to the other one where you're like, all right, power allocation turn. See you in an hour.
But I want to try it. I want to try.
Yeah, that's worth trying.
And then we can play the other one that's better, right?
Look, I'm one of the few weirdos who love the Star Trek 3 Combat Simulator.
I like that one too. That's good.
I want to see Sean at a convention for BattleTech and spank his Davian butt.
Wouldn't it be interesting if next year Sean, with a whole bunch of Palladium books, showed up at a little thing in Ontario called ClericCon 2024? Wouldn't that be interesting?
And you don't need a passport to drive into Canada.
I used to play competitive BattleTech in Houston.
You do need a passport now.
You need a passport to come across the border, Hungar. Yeah. You guys did that to us. We were like, we were finding driver's licenses.
It's not 90s anymore.
Okay, we got 10 people on here. Let's be
real quick before we get too far away from it. One thing I actually wanted to point out. I know Kevin gets a lot of grief for things done in the past, previous Kickstarters, whatever. But one thing that you said, Sean, that actually not necessarily changes my mind about him, but actually gave me a lot more respect when you say that since you came on with him, there's been an offer by a $1 billion company to buy Palladium Books. And the fact that you'd been there for 3 months and he turned the money down.
Was the billion-dollar company tied?
It doesn't matter what company it is. It's the fact that, Sean or Kevin had brought Sean on, and and basically promised him, hey, you're going to end up taking over the company when I finally decide to retire. But he suddenly gets an offer for a giant payout, and he doesn't take it and sticks with Sean. To me, that actually speaks a lot to integrity of Kevin, of the company, and where things are going in the future. So I just wanted to point that out. I found that very interesting.
Put a chicken in it, make it lame.
It was funny because Kevin was afraid I was going to want to do it, because the funny thing is they're also offering us really cool positions within their billion-dollar company to help them build their empire. It was, I don't know, a couple of years before, and if it wasn't Palladium, I don't know how to say that, but if it wasn't Palladium, if it was any other company or job, I would have jumped at an opportunity like that, but I don't know.
And
we just knew it. We knew it wouldn't. We knew it wouldn't be Palladium after that, right? Because they always. This is. I don't want to get too much into it, and I'm definitely not going to say who it was, but it's like at first they say we want things to continue going as they are. We just want to empower you to do more and have more employees and make everything easier for you.
Never trust
they say that.
Yeah.
But then in the same conversation, they'll say, oh, and you could help us do this, and you could help us work on this, and you could help us work on this, and expand the vision for, a video game of something that really exciting, like Rifts or something. And it's like, but wait, if I'm doing that, I'm not writing books at Palladium Books anymore, am I? Which you said you were empowering me to do. So it immediately, it just doesn't, in my opinion, it's like, yeah, it sounds great, but in the end, you're not going to, Shane Hensley is a great guy. And I was working on Savage Rifts, and I'd finished, I think it was Atlantis and the Demon Seas. And when I went back to school after the Air Force, I got a degree in design and production, which is focused on either producing 3D animated movies or video games. And so I was really keen on getting a video game industry job. And Shane had even said, you don't want to be the creative director for the game or whatever. You want to be the executive producer, because the producer has all the same power, has more power and still the ability to make all those same kinds of changes or effects on something.
Unfortunately.
And he told me, he said, hey, at that point, he said, Sean, do you want me to recommend you to some video game companies? I can definitely get you in on the producer side. And I said, no, I said, I want to work on Rifts and I want to do tabletop games. And part of the reason is, when I did Atlantis and the Demon Seas, I wrote the whole book cover to cover. I did all the rules designs myself. I did all the art, direction. You can't do that in video games, right? You can't do that in a lot of these other mediums. These are 1,000 people. My brother Zach Roberson, he worked at Riot Games for 12 years, and now he's at Respawn. They do Apex. He works on the Apex Legends team, and he's at he's doing great. He's kicking ass. He's making way more money than me, right? But I'm very proud of him. But I wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe is that. I don't know. But I'd rather have more control over a book.
He's got the money, but you're living the dream.
Yeah, I spent like 12 years in the video game industry, and it can get like very fucking frustrating because you always like see those people like making a decision, and you get a lot of people involved. Like your contribution is going to be a tiny fucking droplet in the final project, and you always have somebody over you that doesn't really know the technical challenge that you're facing in the job and stuff like that, but they make a decision and they push you in a direction and say like, that's not going to give the best result, but you always have to fold. So yeah, I think you actually made the right choice there.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to make what I thought would be the right choice for myself as an artist, I guess you'd say.
Exactly. Like a creative person. Yeah, man. You're gonna.
But it's still surprising. I mean, it's not always like that in the RPG industry either, because I mean, you can pop open, Edge of the Empire, a game that I really enjoy, and it's got like 50 names in the credits for designers. I mean, I don't even know how that boggles my mind in a whole other direction of how would you organize that kind of chaos. as a creative, director or line editor or whatever. That would be crazy.
They all had a party one day and just started spitballing, and so they had to include everyone's names.
I think also there's a lot of games that you get the
I'm
feel
guessing,
that
I
they've
don't
been
know,
designed by committee.
So what you were talking about, Max, with video games is repeated exactly in the film industry. I spent 20 years in that goddamn industry. It's like it's insane the amount of power producers have and the lack of vision or creativity they have. Because they hold purse strings, they get to decide shit, and all they give a fuck about, especially when they shoot in Canada, is coming in under budget. Because if they can come in under budget, every dollar that they come under is in their fucking pockets. So they don't give a shit about quality. They don't care about making something good. They just about making it cheap and fast. And as a result, it shows on screen. Same thing with video games. Cheap and fast shows in play. RPGs, sadly, same story. Cheap and fast shows on the page. I will say this. Palladium, Troll Lords, I ain't got too many more that I could list off right now without digging deep into my memory, are companies that are not playing that game. They're making quality products. They've built a core fan base, and they're responding to that fan base always with the product they make. And Troll Lords, I'm surprised, Boivin, you're not more into them, because they do what you say. They don't make new editions. They make new printings where they fix things, and that's it. You know what I mean? It's the same.
I'm in a game of Catherine Crusade right now.
How are you? Finally, good for you.
Good. So I'm going to jump in here because Baron about 10 minutes ago wanted to ask a question or say something. So I'm going to.
Oh, is he still alive? Hi, Baron.
I know. That's why I want to make sure he gets in here.
It's full of ice cream now.
We were talking earlier about the whole TV or movie type deal. You brought up the video games. Have you thought about maybe branching out riffs into the video game section, in order to bring more people in?
Have you heard of the N-Gage? No.
Thinking that.
A Rift MMO RPG. That is what we're wanting. A Rift MMO RPG.
Oh God, that would be too vast.
So just to understand, it's like we're Palladium Books, not Palladium Dice, not Palladium Minis, not Palladium video games, not Palladium movies, and I think that's a good question, but at the same time, like these guys, like Mr. Max was talking about, and I studied this, and I have brothers and friends. One of my good buddies actually, we were missionaries in Taiwan together, and now he's the lead art director on the Disney Lorcana. But he worked for EA for a while too, and these are massive machines of people. Like I don't even know how you organize 1,000 people. I was in a military unit, and I was in my commander's staff for a while, and we had 450 people doing 24/7 operations globally, and that was insanity. I don't know how you organize 1,000 people, right? So that's just a completely out of the scope of what we do. I actually went to school for it, so maybe I could, if suddenly just magically handed a team of guys, coordinate something like that. But it would be completely, outside of my current, very experienced wheelhouse with making books.
I know this might sound silly, but that would take you away from writing the books.
Yeah.
That's the other thing, right?
And the other thing is Antarctica gets delayed even further,
right? but the other thing I'll say is basically the best thing we can do, and this is our true approach. The best thing we can do is make Palladium Books and our games the best we can. And then that success attracts people who want to do a licensed game or a licensed movie, or TV show or something like that, right? And so that's why now I'll throw this out there. If anyone knows who holds the rights to the Rift's Promise of Power video game, please email me or call me.
Because that's what I was about to say. Like you mentioned earlier that you open to licensing, and say that would be like the best approach for this kind of product. It'd be like
right. So yeah, and so that's what we are looking at.
The rights were transferred to NFT and lost in the garbage somewhere.
Probably. So but that's a good question. I'm not trying to knock on it, but basically the best thing we can do is make our IPs as attractive as possible for licensing. and just make Palladium hot. It's funny. We launched the Kickstarter. Suddenly people you wouldn't even believe are calling us up and asking us very interesting questions. So it's some of it's just about being the hot thing and being, on the radar. Having articles in Screen Rant and Forbes doesn't hurt either, apparently. So
you think? Gee. Yeah.
Well, right.
But no, it's a good question, and but yeah, unfortunately, it's a whole nother type of effort and specialty.
So in a pile of coincidence here, Sean,
for the future with all this.
What was that?
I'm stoked for the future with all of this.
Well, it was funny because after Sean and Kevin came on, I was made aware, I was given screenshots and so forth of, we'll just say, some shenanigans behind the scenes that had me a bit concerned, and I mentioned it to Sean, and these were coming from people that I know and I respect and so forth, and it's funny, in like I said, in a pile of coincidence right now. How do I say this? 2 of those venues don't exist anymore or are filing bankruptcy. So I thought that was kind of funny. I'll leave it at that because Sean knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, there are some folks out there. I'm glad to hear that this has all been positive. Yeah, I had a couple of haters come to some comment sections and so forth. Who cares? That stuff happens. But yeah, I've seen this as positive. Now, I know we were joking about it. Like, oh, if TMNT doesn't make 2 million, this is a failure. And now, again, we were joking about because we want to see like 10, 20 million out of play, the best Kickstarter ever. I want your honest opinion, which I'm pretty sure I know what it is, but just real quick, how you feeling about nearly 750,000?
Me?
Yeah.
I feel freaking great.
Right?
I mean, like,
for
so
a tabletop role-playing game book? Are you kidding me? That's awesome.
No, it's amazing. And we're not even halfway there, right? On timing, on how much time we have on the campaign. And we haven't even been able to, because some of these things, like I said, very honestly, certain things became possible. Certain very famous, Turtles creators like Kevin Eastman said they wanted to do different things and had different availability that we honestly just weren't assuming that, right? We've been just flabbergasted at everyone's excitement to be part of the project. Shocked at the number of TMNT creatives that are very intimately and personally familiar with our role-playing games. That I'm pedaling as fast as I can, and our licensors are great. They're trying to get everything approved. It's an avalanche of stuff, and so we're what I'm just trying to say is we're still getting a lot of these previews out to the fans, just like with that second update where we could show off the first of the miniature sculpts and our partners at TransPerfect. So I think that as that continues, as we get more and more of that out there for the fans to see, people are going to get even more excited and upgrade their pledges or get more of the miniatures. And I understand wanting to wait until you can see what the product is, but one of the things I hope that fans that see the, in the comment section, I see some fans saying, you shouldn't have launched the Kickstarter if you didn't have the covers. Well, I had a plan for all the covers, and then, Kevin Eastman said he wanted to paint a new one. So,
and no, you can't allow that to happen.
Right. And guess what? I mean, I already had a contract with, Paramount to release that Kickstarter this year. So I'm not going to, we're just going to wait for Kevin Eastman to finish the cover. So, respectfully, you're wrong. Like that would have been a terrible idea.
Well, how many people that have never run Kickstarters or even never managed this aspect of a business before come in and start telling you how to do things? I mean, that's like with me with my YouTube channel, the amount of people that I get telling me how I should run my YouTube channel that don't have their own channels. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm like you. I listen. There's something you want from us, I'll listen, but you don't know how much work goes in behind the scenes. You just see the end result of it, and it's crazy.
And I'm not upset. It's like, look, I'm not trying to like play some fast one. I'm a straight shooter. I think anybody that's been following me for the half decade or so that I've been in the industry knows that. I've delivered everything I've worked on. I've always worked with honest people, and when it comes down to a lot of this stuff, we're just doing our best to get a cool product out. And, should I have said no to minis because we got the rights later on in the negotiation process? No, sorry, you got to wait a little bit for the minis to get done by professionals, you know, so and approved. I don't know.
Yeah,
I just what's that?
It's doing it the right way, delivering the product that needs to be out there and worrying about the bells and whistles later. And that's
and it's
you know,
it's
fail because they worry about all that extra shit as opposed to the solid.
Yeah, I just didn't want to delay the Kickstarter to launch these things. Yeah. Came in a little later. And yeah, if you want to wait or if you don't want to back during the Kickstarter period, like fine, like that's totally cool.
Now you said no, I want to clarify here because I can't
complain because some of these things are exclusives. So if you want the exclusives, you gotta you know, practice a little faith. But you can always cancel your pledge, or you can just put a $1 pledge. Wait until you can see almost all the details before we, you know, send it off to the printers. I mean, that's another way to do it in the backer kit. You could go from $1 to Time Lord if you want, right? Before we have to lock things down. So that's an option too. You know, but I'm not trying to play any games with anybody in a negative way. So
you mentioned the exclusives there, but the other thing that I want to point out is again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you said also that the price of these is going to be, unfortunately, because it's just nature of the beast, can be higher if you get it after the fact. Like the Kickstarter is the best deal that you're going to get.
Oh yeah, so at retail the prices are going to be different, right? These are virtually all of the prices are Kickstarter exclusive prices, right? So, and so I'm not exactly sure how much like the GM screen might change, but you know, the book's probably going to be probably at least $10 more expensive. I mean, we have the same or more, actually higher production costs per unit than large companies. And when large companies have those price points, they have them for a good business reason. You know what I mean? I don't think they're all just evil money grubbing vacuum cleaners, you know, but some people do, but I don't, you know, but you know, so we're trying to hold the line where we can. So we appreciate everybody's faith and support and just, you know, just but if I do give you an answer, like I'm just not the kind of guy to like intentionally lie. It just doesn't fit my personality. So I'm just being honest with you guys, and I just try and be a straight shooter. So that's the one thing I'll say is just, you know, I don't like to play games, and if I can't answer a question, I just won't. And I think I've shown that a lot too.
Guardian
I'm
of
not
the
afraid
Rune,
to say I can't answer the question. So
NJP asks a question that I now have on the screen right now. Yes, you can go to the Palladium book site, palladium-store.com, and you can click this little sale, what's on sale button, and you can get your Christmas surprise package offer.
And isn't it until tomorrow you can get the bundle of holding?
Oh, is that still up? Okay.
I think that's until tomorrow.
Yeah, unfortunately, I already had
unless it was last Monday, and I'm
there.
totally insane because I've been like so busy with the Kickstarter. But I think it is for one more day.
Yes, Flady, the Christmas box is alive. Yeah, so the bundle of holding rocks. Yeah, I had everything that I wanted off of that one, unfortunately, so I couldn't back that also because I'm not going to double up on books I already have. But yeah, it was a good deal. You guys should check that out. I love bundle of holding when it's got things that I'm interested in. Cody, what's up?
Nothing. I was copying Brian.
Oh no, no! I'm trying to be polite.
You are not of the body. It is the will of Landrew. Right, a little Star Trek in there, guys.
Yeah, Landrew just makes some really compelling arguments. Oh, anyway,
what's
sorry.
Up, Brian?
Oh no, Sean. Actually, I think that what collect my squirrel thoughts. I caught something in the comment section of the Kickstarter that I thought was really interesting because, like, I'd been like, you know, you'd passed one of the stretch goals, and somebody was like, "Hey, you know, aren't we due for an update? What's going on?" And I thought it was really interesting your answer where you get in and you're like, "Look, we're not playing it that way. You know, we'll put out the information when it needs to come out. We're not sitting here where we're trying to spam your inbox and keep telling you it's like, hey, it's like you've already backed, you know." We appreciate it, but we're not trying to flood your inbox just to make you pledge more. So I think that's really interesting how you guys are approaching even this Kickstarter.
Yeah, and at the same time too, I mean, it's so funny because in the update I say, you know, please be patient because these updates have to be reviewed and approved because so in the comment section it's just me talking with the fans essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Kickstarter page itself, the official updates, those all have to be approved by Nickelodeon. So and me telling you that thank you for your patience, this has to be approved by Nickelodeon, that statement was approved by Nickelodeon. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's borderline ridiculous, but yes, I understand.
But my point is it's not as easy as just me whipping out an update and throwing it out there. Okay?
Right.
And also we want them to be impactful. Because we do have, I mean, people are like, oh, I don't think these metrics. Well, yeah, man, I mean, you're not running a company, are you? So, and if you are running a company, it's probably not a niche RPG company, right? So, but, you know, Chris Landauer does what, over, I don't know how many Kickstarters and crowdfunders that Pinnacle runs every year, but he's been doing this for a few years, and he's helping us out on this one. He has very, very hard metrics. We have a lot of metrics, and you know, when you know, we're like he's literally a professional at this. This is how he makes his living, his bread and butter, right? So yeah, we're not like just throwing that out there as some like lame excuse. Like it you know, if you do too many updates or you don't have good offerings on what you're putting in there and encourage people to upgrade, a lot of people will downgrade or cancel pledges whenever you put out that email. And so, you know, there really is like dollars and cents and numbers and hard data behind all of the decisions we're making. We're not just trying to be obtuse. It's funny because one guy was like, you guys aren't putting out updates and you're not engaging with the fans, but instead you're coming in here and you're commenting on almost every single comment, and we have over 1,000 comments on the Kickstarter so far.
Not engaging with the fans, are you?
Yeah. And it's like,
I read that one.
And,
that was
and
funny.
I'm like, dude, I'm giving you every answer I can as soon as I can. And they're like, but you're not communicating with us. Well, I can't tell you stuff that I am not allowed to say yet, or you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
But I mean, what question do you have that I haven't answered? If your question is, why can't I see the minis? I already told you, right? And if your question is, why can't I see Kevin Eastman's art? Because it's not done. You know, he's working on it right now for the new Mutagen Green foil covers. It's just, you know what I mean? That's you don't like the answer doesn't mean I haven't answered, right? So.
Right. Yeah, no,
if you ask again, maybe that could answer.
You're a big RPG company. You ought to have this all done already before you ever started the Kickstarter.
And I don't trust you.
Okay? You ought to be ready to.
I don't care. Like, you know, go ahead. Buy the book later.
Sent you my link.
It wasn't me.
Oh fuck, Connell's here. All right, gotta go.
All right, night everybody.
No, we're gonna convince Connell to be a Palladium player now. That's all that this is gonna be.
Oh fuck this! One of us.
I want to say something before we start ragging on Connell and picking on him. I have found myself after this conversation this evening. That could be because I'm fucking punch drunk, tired from being here all day with you, Max.
Thank you, Bear.
I find myself wanting to do a deep dive on Palladium fantasy.
Excellent.
Do you calm down? You're going to drive me away. But I find myself wanting to, and the reason I find myself wanting to is because of the corporate culture of Palladium. Mm-hmm. It's not an appeal to the game system. It's not. I mean, I love the settings, but just the way that I hear you talking about your fucking client base, your customer base, and the way you talk about them as fans. Is refreshing. It's fucking refreshing. So I don't know, man. Cody, you, me, and Brian, we got to figure some shit out here.
Hey, I got all the Palladium stuff here. I got Ninja Turtles.
All right, no one likes a braggart, sir.
Oh,
no one
God,
likes a braggart.
Ooh, he's got an early turtle.
Yeah, he's got.
Everyone's
got that but me.
I got
this is first printing.
Yeah, you got
I got a second.
All like,
yeah, I got the same one, Sean. I got the dumb yellow text on there.
I gotta say something. Every time Kevin has been on this channel, he has gotten me excited to play Palladium games.
That's great.
Heathen Dog's overviews don't hurt either.
Oh no, of course not.
It's just Kevin's personality. He has so much excitement for the games and the settings.
Agreed.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So Sean, look again. I'm going to ask a question that could be taken uncomfortably because it's business related, but I'm curious, and obviously answer it in however you want. There you go, Bear. Passive aggressive question asking time again. No, but I mean, has it been a net benefit for? Obviously, every show you go on is going to have some sort of net benefit, but has it been a net benefit? Not only our coverage of Palladium, but you guys coming and joining us and so forth, talking with us. And I'm not asking because I already know the answer, but I mean, sincerely, has it been a net benefit for you guys to pop on in?
No, actually, I think it's really damaged the company's
That's probably how it.
Best answer to that.
Yeah,
they've already been talking to the lawyers about bankruptcy filings. So
yeah,
well, no,
and
it's
you as the offending agent in that whole process.
No,
well, it's not about that, but I mean, I've read.
No, honestly, we actually have a lot of really great fans who reach out and say, "Hey, I saw this on Legion of Myth. Just we shout out to them. Really glad to pick up a Christmas surprise package. So
all that money I'm paying's working."
Yeah, man, right. So no, we in the end we think it's been really great. I don't know if there's a show we've been on that we haven't had fans reach out and say,
and that's
hey,
awesome.
I love you guys talking to these guys or those guys. And for me, the big thing is I don't want to exclude anyone from the conversation. You know what I mean? I want to be a part of all of it. That's why I'm here. And I'm here today because I want to support veterans, right? And help out on that. But I'm happy to chat about Palladium and all that kind of stuff too. So,
Max, is the question you really want to ask? Max, is the question you really want to ask is that did you see any backlash from being on Legend of Myth channel?
No, I don't want to ask that because I partially know the answer to that one because I've received the comments from the people about that, and I've also looked around. I posted on my Discord what's happened there. I don't know if it's reached Kevin and Sean, and that's.
Look, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this. I mean, if anyone, we've had people say this about not just your channel. They'll say, if you're on that channel, I'm not going to follow you anymore. It's like, okay, fine. I'm not gonna randomly exclude anyone from the conversation. I don't care.
I like that as well.
So yeah, I don't like to get involved in politics. If we talk about politics and stuff, I'll usually dodge because that's it's personal stuff to me. Just like I wouldn't talk heavily about religion on this show, right? So to me,
and it's also something I respect, even though we do it all the time here. But I respect that you don't. Is you don't go bashing other companies.
Yeah.
No, I mean. I don't see any need or reason to do that, but
No, it's a very good point. It's one of the things when I worked for Apple, one of the things I learned was you never talk shit about the competition ever because it makes you look weak. It makes you look bad. You talk about your product and you respect the competition as other people in the industry with you. And that is the way you have to be.
Well, that and look, I mean, okay. If I go shit on, Savage World,
Legion of Myth. Let's just say us.
No, I'm like an RPG company. That's not going to hurt their sales and boost mine because that's not how people act. No. Most people play all kinds of games, and that's great. That's great for everybody, right? So, it's and I don't have some like, oh no, you went and played Deadlands instead of playing, whatever. I mean, or you went and played Torg instead of playing Rifts. That's fine, it's totally fine. In fact, I don't know if you guys know, I wrote an adventure for Pan Pacifica in that book. One of my buddies was working on it and asked me if I wanted to contribute. So, it's, in my opinion, it's most gamers will play multiple different types of games. There's nothing wrong with that.
And I imagine, like you said, a lot of designer, you're probably friend behind, you talk, you have working relationship to some extent, no? Even with people in different company, at some point,
I mean, for instance, it's funny, John Watson is a good friend of mine. We met at ChupacabraCon years ago, before I was officially working on even anything in the industry, Savage Rifts, anything. And I ended up working on Savage Rifts. He ended up getting involved with Torg, and officially, right, as part of the production team and line editing and stuff like that. And I don't remember what his official title was, but and it was just kind of funny because we were like, "That's really funny. You're working on Torg, I'm working on Rifts. We should be mortal enemies, and we're good buddies, right? I'm the line editor of Rifts for Savage Worlds, and I'm at Palladium now." And and then he invited me to come write some adventure material for the Pan Pacifica because he knows I was a China analyst in the Air Force, and I used to live in Taiwan, and how much I love the culture and everything. So I wrote an adventure where you jet set from Hong Kong to Taiwan and then back up to Shanghai. And I haven't, by the way, when people are like Mystic or Rift's China 3, I'd love to write it, right? That's one of the things I'd actually be like maybe qualified to write. But yeah, it's, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. That makes everything better. And we're talking with John because, you know, he's expressed some interest in writing for Palladium, you know, and it's we're all friends, you know what I mean?
And I much prefer seeing that kind of attitude in this industry.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a hobby. We're there like to have fun, like at the end of the day, right?
I can say from personal experience that most of the drama is between the players and the fans.
Yeah.
But in the actual industry in gaming, whether it's board games, miniatures, role playing, they all know each other. They've probably worked for like the same companies, you know, over the years. You know, Sean worked for.
I'll tell you. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and I'll tell you a story.
I was gonna say you worked for Games Workshop, but then like
as a store manager, I wasn't like a designer or anything.
Sure, yeah, but like I've helped out Mantic Games, which was started by Ronnie Renton, who wrote the 40K the Mass Battle Apocalypse, I think it was the Apocalypse games. He wrote that, but then he spun off and created his own company. A guy just left Mantic and went over to Games Workshop. You know, I've known people that moved all over the industry and all the different companies. Trust me, they're not crapping on each other like the fans are crapping on each other. You know?
Yeah, it is weird because, you know, like Kevin and I, with Savage Rifts and Palladium Rifts, Kevin and I are like good friends, and like we realized there was like this rift between, no pun intended, between the fans, and it's just kind of odd. And it's, you know, at Gen Con, I met Mike. Now Kevin's friends with Mike Pondsmith, you know, and so we're chatting with him, and I was, you know, kind of geeking out, getting to talk to him and stuff. And he's like, "Hey, we should collaborate and do something together sometime soon," you know. And in the conversation, it was just genuine, you know. And so I don't know if anything will happen to that, but it'd be great if it did.
I will never let you back on the show again because I've been turned down by Pondsmith multiple times.
Well, by Mike or someone else?
Well, I don't know. It's from the company, so
right. And it's a big company. He's a very successful guy. I mean, good for him, right? He's created some kick-ass stuff. But then also, you know, we're going out to lunch with the Chaosium guys, you know, and they're like, come over to Chaosium Con. We're just down the road in Ann Arbor, you know? So, I mean, it really is very congenial, has been my experience. Whenever I see any of the Savage Worlds folks, you know, especially Jody and Clint, it's, you know, there's always hugs and, you know, and stuff like that. And, you know, just, yeah, it's crazy. And I don't know that, again, that's why it's possible for someone, for, you know, people might think it's odd, but, you know, Chris Landauer, who's the marketing guy at Pinnacle, reached out and said, "Hey, do you guys need a hand with this Turtles thing? I know it's going to be big and it looks like it's blowing up." And we were like, "Yes, please. Thank you."
That's awesome to hear.
Yeah. And I know I can trust him because I've been in the trenches with him before. So
that and Pinnacle's just good people anyways.
They are.
Yeah, it's funny. Pinnacle and Palladium, you know, I was on the Pinnacle side, right, as one of their contractors, and then you know, and they were really friendly with Kevin, and now I'm on this side. But yeah, there's a really good relationship between the two companies.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take
that huge map that you bought or made. I like that huge map. Like I downloaded that shit. I like the Rifts maps. I'm really keen on seeing what you guys have in mind for Rifts Laszlo, because I got the raw,
right?
I got the raw book there, and I'm like really excited for that. I want to see that so bad.
That's one of those things that we have the raw. We have another. Well, I don't know how much I should say, but it is one of those things that Kevin's going to have the final move on that one.
Yeah,
because he has a lot of very specific ideas. And so, and that's never a knock against any of the writers that write an initial manuscript.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying, hey, hurry up and get on it, but I'm just saying, like,
no, I'm just saying, I'm just talking about it. I can't wait either. I just don't know, you know, exactly when that's going to be in the progression. Because
the more intricate the map that you guys put in there, the better.
Yeah, but then the more zealous people get about, no, this can't happen at that location because it isn't on the.
The entire world was
soundings.
changed.
Throw some depth soundings in the Great Lakes, even.
So one of the things I want to do here is we've had a couple people talking quite a bit, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm glad this conversation is going on, but I want to make sure that a couple people who haven't been talking so much get to pop in. So first of all, I'm going to go to Baron. I'm going to let Connell sit there and stew a little bit more. But Baron, anything that you want to add? Because I know you're always kind of quiet and patient, but I want to make sure that you get something you want to throw in there, or I've got, I can move on.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. GM Cody, anything you wanted to add more to this?
Not particularly. I'm just enjoying hearing Sean talk about
cool
Palladium games, and it's getting me more excited to play Palladium again. It's been a long time since I've played Palladium.
I really wanted Sean here just to kind of shoot the shit with us like we normally do, and this has turned into a 4-hour Palladium, interview stream. So, Sean, thank you very much for that. I should have expected this. I knew there'd be some of it, but I didn't think it'd be this long. But I appreciate that. Connell,
I have one last question I want to ask. That's not so much a question, but maybe something to add on your tray for later. I was wondering, as the Heroes of Humanity and Coalition Manhunters books, they don't have the XP tables for the new OCCs in them. If you guys can throw that up on the errata page on the Palladium Books website, that would be
we've already had that request. If we don't do it by spring, because it's insane right now.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, I said the last time you were on. Yeah,
even the first email years ago.
Okay. Well, just ask again, because we Kevin agreed we need to put that up. But,
yeah, no worries.
It's just like we're in. It's funny, but it's like a lot of this is just like triage mode every day. We're just like pedaling as fast as we can.
You're busy,
taking care of all the stuff that's really important. Yeah, and yeah. So and we're bringing in help and stuff, like I said, but it's just a lot. So, but no, so what I'm saying is we'd love to do it. If we don't, it's not out of spite. Just remind us.
Yeah, no worries. That's what this was.
One thing I did have to ask is, and maybe you don't have an answer for this, or maybe you can't talk about it. Is there any new type of products that new worlds or systems that Palladium's considering doing in the future?
Rewind to
maybe you already talked about it. I don't know.
It's all good. It's all good.
Like IPs or
anything. Yeah, anything that's actually not just a reprint of an old game or a new world book for a new game, but actually a whole new game for the Palladium system. IP, be it an IP or new setting or anything.
Like systems failure came out for Y2K. Is there something that would be like the 2020 equivalent?
Yeah. Actually, there would be a 2021 equivalent, I guess, from the open house. Kevin already announced it. The game that so it was funny because I was. Again, I mentioned earlier I started my own company, and I was gonna just keep doing Savage Rifts and bootstrap my own company with different settings and stuff like that. And so Kevin told everybody, and it was to it like deadpan. Everybody's like, "What?" Maybe one of these days you'll see a game called Atomic Panic.
Cool.
That's all I can really say about it.
Okay.
All right. That's good.
Before that sounds like a disco song.
What was that?
I said before or after Mechanoid Space?
After.
Hey, Connell, it's time for you to ask your the questions you've always wanted. No, what do you got? You popped in. You chose to be here, and this is a Palladium conversation. Oh man, where's Bruce right now? But
you just got done streaming for 8 hours.
That's why I figured. I thought you'd still be doing the game, but yeah, it is getting kind of late, so that's good. We got 2 hours left in the stream. So no, you came in here, so that means you want to talk Palladium. What is your Palladium question?
I think Palladium is an interesting system for what I have played of it. Max up there.
I convinced him
Max got me kicked out of a game already.
I did.
And kicked out somebody's house.
No, hold on. Tell him why you got kicked out, because I've actually told this to Sean. Not this exact story, but I've said this to Sean once before.
I've been a Ninja Turtle fan since I was a kid. Can't go wrong with Ninja Turtles, not the new stuff. I'm talking the old the old comic books, Ninja Turtles. I loved them as a kid. Anyways,
Yep.
me and Max were talking about this one night, one of his shows, like 2 years ago. It's been a while, and he's like, "Well, you should play a weasel." I'm like, "Why should I play a weasel?"
Because it's broken as fuck.
I was in chat for that.
Oh wow!
What was that?
I was just looking at how much it's made.
Yeah, check that out. You should back it.
It's jumped like $10,000
Let me
today.
able to afford braces for my daughter first, and I'll think about
turtles are more important. No.
Family first.
Yeah.
Oh my God! All you bunch of hippies out here. Ooh, family.
Let's turn into a Fast and Furious podcast. God damn it!
So he made a weasel in the game, and the game master didn't know how overpowered the weasels were when you played that, and got mad at him.
He chucked me out. He got really lippy with it.
It's funny that you got kicked out of the game though, and didn't just be like, "Hey, maybe you should make a different character or something." You know?
He thought I knew the system more than I really did, which I fucking don't know page one, to be completely honest.
That is you just
I was just putting it together as fast as I could, and yeah, he did not appreciate it. He thought I was lying to him, that I've played this before and I'm some old hat at the system, which I'm not by any stretch of the imagination. I just know Max, and Max is like, "Hey, let me borrow your ear for half a second." Blah 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 blah. Weasel, take over your DM, and there we went. I mean, that's about the truth of the matter.
I was happier than you could know, but also sad at the same time that the weasel was fixed for the reprint of After the Bomb. I was like, okay, you know what? That makes much more sense than what it was before.
That's like telling a newbie blackjack player how to count cards and saying, "Hey, now go into the casino."
Connell, you were also in the Rift game with Max Liao, right?
Oh, that's right. He got turned into a bug.
I was till GM Dumb decided that I should be a bug, and that was the end of my Rift.
Hey, I let you live because I'm playing my alignment. Everybody thought you were going to try to attack us and we are going to have to kill you, but you know what? Good heart here. I let you live, buddy.
You know, there is an IP I wish that you guys would have. I don't know if it fit well in yours, but I think it'd be a little bit more interesting in yours than it is in the one it is. Dresden Files, Jim Butcher's Dresden Files. I think you guys would have a better go at it than Faith did. I'm not making fun of the system.
But couldn't Beyond the Supernatural do that already?
But it does. It's not Dresden Files. Yes, they could very easily do it, but it doesn't.
Use the Book of Magic with it.
Yeah, I mean, so I would say, that's one of the things I'm trying to free Kevin up on, is to be able to go and do like Beyond Arcanum and Tomes Grotesque. So, then you could do your Dresden Files-ish Beyond the Supernatural. But I've heard people ask about that. I think the urban fantasy is a cool genre for sure. But I personally haven't read Dresden Files. Yeah.
It's worth a read. It's really worth
I've heard,
a read.
Yeah.
Fair.
I think I agree with Mr. Welch on this one, that I'm getting really tired of IP games, and I would rather serial numbers filed off creative games.
Yeah.
Because
there is nothing wrong with that, and I agree.
You've been drinking, haven't you, buddy?
I haven't been to bed. I just stayed up and drank.
Oh, you're still up from this morning. Holy shit.
Seriously, you're up from this morning when you were on the show? But
I
took
just
a nap.
drank through Bruce's game. I've been drinking all day.
Jesus Christ, dude! Look at you.
Your poor liver. And my point is that rather than seeing a Dune game, I would rather see what you guys would do in a Dune style game, and then that would flow out of you at that point.
Right.
Your own thing. That's way more interesting to me these days than.
No, we're way more interested in doing that. We don't like. Yeah, for us, IPs like Turtles is different because it was previously a Palladium thing. It's still really big, and people ask us about it all the time. And I personally have special love for it, right? So that's why we're doing this IP. But in general, we want to focus on Palladium IPs. That's the number one thing we want to focus on, because
TMT's legacy.
And I agree. I agree also with the sentiment of the IP game, and it also avoid the problem of those games going like, "Oh, we lost a license," and the game go out of print. You know what I mean? Like, that was a good thing with the bomb. Yeah.
I completely agree with go out and do your own thing. But when there's an IP out there that's already been turned into an RPG or whatever, and you're a person likes that world, the whole world, but you think it'd be done better in a different system or handled better in a different system, there will always be, at least for me, be a part of my brain. It's like, I wonder how Palladium would have done it. I wonder how World of Darkness would have done it. How, how they would have handled certain aspects of it.
Yeah,
so,
one of the questions. Yeah, sorry.
So that's just where my brain is. Yes, I agree with Bear. I think go out and go do your own thing should always be the top goal of any DM. But sometimes it's nice playing in somebody else's backyard with pre-made material that you already know and love.
On the other end, though, it's true that existing IP does attract eyeball, in a business sense. And if you're not the one doing it, somebody else will going to do it if it's a big IP and stuff like that. So there's that as well.
I don't really have FOMO if someone else does it. But I understand. I don't understand what you mean if that opportunity comes along. But like I said earlier, there was a question of like what IPs do I like, and again, I said like I am a big Robotech and mecha type fan, and I really enjoy like Space Battleship Commando 2199, Star Wars, Star Trek. But Kevin and I have had multiple conversations. I mean, we can do virtually all of that in Phase World.
You know what I would really actually, I'm glad you said that. One of the things I would really like to see, and this is what I do anyway, so if you weren't to do it, I'd just do it myself, and that's fine, is I'd love to see an SDC oriented, like a TMNT, but more mecha combat. Like one of the things that I've done is I've taken some of the units from Rifts and I've moved them over and made them Empire of Humanity units. I just made them SDC units instead of MDC. Not against MDC, but I'd love to see a Robotech-ish, a mecha-ish. Cats, what the hell? In the SDC world.
You can always take the conversion book rules for converting MDC to SDC and
I get it. I'm not saying it's a need, like, oh my God, you must do this, but I'm just saying I prefer that myself, not saying that anything else, or a Phase World setting, like a dimension book, world book, whatever it's called for that, for Phase World, that is more in line with, like you said, like Gundam, without being specifically Gundam, or Robotech or Battletech or whatever, something like that that's put in there.
The Megaverse Builder lets you make your own universes like that, so you just go, all right, it's my Gundam Light,
but
Gundam Light, Gundam Light.
God damn it! Here's the thing: it's all well lets me do the work, but I'm a busy human being with a job and a life that I have to spend a lot of time on. So if you guys made a serial numbers filed off Robotech game, that's going to be right up my fucking alley. Versus me sitting down with a book and trying to convert stuff over to make my own version of it, right?
I mean, both have merit. Honestly, both have merit. But yeah, I mean, and I'm with Bear on this one.
The question I have is, when it comes down to like the SDC thing, like when you say that, what do you mean besides the M versus
No.
S?
I mean, honestly, I have no issues with MDC or SDC. I just play SDC games more. I've actually played more Heroes Unlimited than Rifts, even though superheroes are
what do you perceive that? But when you say that, there's more that you mean on a story level, I think.
Well, okay, so for me, I would port it all into TMNT after the bomb. That's what I would do with it. But I like the idea of there being a Rifts, which is purely MDC. I get that Phase World source book that goes into something that's more Robotech like, more battle tech like, whatever it happens to be. My preference is SDC with no analog, and I have to keep saying this because there are people out there who hate MDC for whatever reason that happens to be. I just play the SDC games more. That's really my only reason of saying that.
Okay, you're more like the modern stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I mean, that's stuff that really floats my boat.
That's why I like the Gods and Dragons book and the Pantheons of the Megaverse, because for all the character classes in those, it gives you how to calculate both right there and there, so you don't have to go through the conversion guide and like, okay, how do I change this for this one, or how do I change this for this one? It's already done.
Conversions, and I'm one of those guys. I totally dig the value of someone working on and doing the conversions for you. That's Savage Rifts. All of it is just conversion work. Right. Yeah. And then, taking the setting and boiling it down to something that's very easy for newer players to interface with, or to act as a kind of overview that you can then jump off into the individual Palladium books and adding adventure material. Right. So I think that there's I mean, I'm still the line editor technically on, I was super duper involved all the time as basically my full-time gig on that for a long time though. So I do think that there is absolutely, like Bear said, there is value to doing that work and getting all that prepared for you. But that's what a game is, right?
I talk smack about Savage Rifts, but it's only lighthearted razzing.
Oh, it's no problem.
Bear, what's up?
So again, let me be blunt. I don't give a shit about SDC, MDC, and all that garbage. That's part of a game system. I don't give a flying fuck. I'll play it as it's presented. What I'm talking about, which is different than what these two are sort of suggesting, Sean, is I want to see what you guys create as your Robotech. I want to see those mech designs. I want to see that art. I want to see the backstory. I want to see all the world you create. That's what I want to see.
And that's the thing is Kevin and I both have that same kind of. We're interested in creating new novel material. It's weird because so far I've mostly worked on licensed stuff, right? I did the Savage Rift stuff. Now I'm working on TMNT, but for a short little while, I got to do Titan Robotics, right? And that was one of the most exciting things I've ever worked on. And so for a lot of reasons, but part of it is because forging new territory with new gameplay paradigms and all types of other details that I got to put in there. So, absolutely. So,
I guess for me, there's this hole missing because I played a lot of Robotech back in the day. It was the first game. I'm pretty confident I played Robotech before TMNT, though I forget. And I played a bunch of it, and I kind of think that that's a hole that's missing. And absolutely, Rifts can do that, and I will not say that it can't. It really can. Splicers to some degree does it. I get all that, but I'd love to see a robotic world that somebody creates, whether it's you or you contract it out, get manuscripts, whatever happens to be. I'd love to see that niche filled again in whatever term we want to use. Giant stompy robots, mecha, Gundam, Robotech, whatever it happens to be, Battletech, kind of all of the above. I'd love to see that hole filled
Jocks,
again.
the RPG.
Okay, I'm kicking you out if you fucking say that nonsense again.
Robo-droids.
Robo-droids, there you go.
I know I've been drinking.
Everybody knows that Robot Jocks is a shit movie, and we're moving on now.
But I have absolutely no fucking idea what the hell he's talking about.
Oh, wait, did somebody actually show a Battle Droid? Something like I missed, Battle Droids. That was the original Battle Tech for the few people who might not know that. I played it.
That's why I said it.
Okay, and then Lucas sued him because you can't use the word droid apparently because Lucas owns it.
Right.
Yeah, Robotech and Battle Droids.
Yeah. So, but yeah. Anyway, it's just that kind of niche that I think needs to be filled. I've got Robotech books. I'm good, but I think that's just a hole that could be filled. And to be fair, it could probably just be done in Rifts, and to some degree, it has been with mechanoids.
I get what you're saying because a Rifts campaign, unless you're playing a very specific type of campaign. It's not, like part of the thing about Robotech is you're all pilots in the same squadron or, characters on the same ship or in the same expeditionary force or whatever. Right. And that's a totally different paradigm, right? There's no one's a wizard or a psychic or, a rogue scholar or whatever. So, I think that is a totally different kind of paradigm. And like I said before, one of the things I liked about, Yamato 2199, and I say that just because I wasn't a fan of the original Yamato. I didn't really see it until it got rebooted, and I think that, and from what I've read, it's the best version yet, right? That it incorporates all the great stuff from the previous Yamato, Star Blazers Yamato stuff. So, but like one of the things I loved about it, that I love about Star Trek, and it is the way that the crew will interact, and that it's like this small community in space or and in combat and things like that. So I think there's a lot of territory to do things that are focused in on those kind of very explicit storytelling paradigms.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better. So yeah, I've said before that I really want what I really want, and yes, everybody yells at me, scrapers and Phase World can do this. Is that explore that? Hey, Bear's gonna love this. That Star Trek sort of a space exploration.
Yeah, you can do it in Phase World, but you would have to,
but that's also the benefit.
The wheel.
I have more taste in Star Trek. I'm just saying.
I don't know.
Doesn't Malaki look like a Banksy?
You're the Star Trek guy.
Here I'm the Star Trek guy. On Yield Geeks, I'm the superhero guy. Like, Jesus Christ. I run fantasy games online. I'm getting this fucking pigeonhole. I want kaiju from you guys. Because I can do mecha till the end of time. But I want to be able to do kaiju so I can finally do my Mecha Force 5 game. And they have to go out and fight kaiju in their giant super robots. That's what I want to fucking have.
I think I've seen that movie.
So Voltron.
What?
No. I want where
you can't find kaiju in here.
Princess, one character who's named Mark, one character who's named Ken. Like, I want that. I want my Super Robo versus Giant Monster stuff.
So one point that I wanted to make,
Power Rangers.
We're talking about like the different IPs and well, if you're controlling and what do you get to create, things like that. TMNT I think is actually a little bit interesting and different because of when it came out.
I didn't say I don't like Star Blazer. I just haven't seen it.
Back in the 80s when it was originally released, like similar to Star Wars didn't have everything, and so West End was creating stuff. TMNT didn't have everything, and so a lot of those supplements, a lot of the things that were created were straight up Palladium creations that didn't exist. So it is also kind of an interesting, it is your Turtles universe. It's not just the licensed one.
Yeah, that's one of the things that is really interesting. We were talking to Ciro Nieli. He did the 2012 computer animated Turtles show that went on for like 6 years. He had an episode because he loves the TMNT and Other Strangeness RPG. And when he was doing the show, he wanted to use the Terror Bears. And they're like, you can't use them. We don't own them. And he said, can I just reach out and ask? And they're like, and their lawyers were like, no.
Can't even ask? Wow.
That's the story I heard. So, but the whole thing was that he created the Dream Beavers instead of the Terror Bears, and so I don't know. We've talked to him. He's doing a tribute art piece. I suggested that he does a Dream Beaver versus Terror Bear piece of art. We'll see what happens. But it is funny, because the true fans realize, hey, no one else has the Terror Bears. No one else has Doc Farrell and Igor and Carl and the Sparrow Eagles and stuff like that. Caesar's Weasels. So that's all really exciting.
I swear, if I get the opportunity to open up a strip club, it's going to be called the Dream Beavers now. You sold me on the name.
Connell, you kind of look like a Dream Beaver.
In the right mind would go to a strip club called the Green Beaver.
Hey, I thought Minnesota people were supposed to be nice.
Like, I would never a really sick tail right there.
Anything like that.
All right.
Have we told you the tale of the stripper's guild?
The Green Beaver.
No, stop it. No, you are not taking over this stream with the no. That stays on Table Breakers.
I need an adult. Anyone?
Yes, we all do right now. Go ahead, Brian.
Quick follow-up question. So
to Beavers?
No, not to the Beavers. To
okay.
the DMNT setting. All right. Does the license only allow for the Redux edition, or do you have the ability to, like, further down the line a little bit, make additional supplements for TMNT? Can you say anything? If you can say anything.
I really shouldn't talk about the specifics of the license.
Okay.
There we go.
That's just
Shouldn't is not.
If it does well,
contractual stuff is contractual stuff that stays behind the scene. I hopefully most people understand that. So
that's just. I mean, all joking aside, that's just awesome. That's just really awesome. And
I love the Terror Bears, man. I'm telling you, I absolutely love the Terror Bears.
I was not even aware this was a thing.
Oh, they're amazing.
Oh no! Like,
they're amazing.
The picture they're coming out of the window or coming in through the window.
Yes,
I got into this hobby so much later in life than most people did, especially probably out of this panel. I didn't get into the hobby until like after college, so I'm playing catch up with majority of my local friends around here that's been doing it since high school, and I'm not surprised. Cool things like the Terror Bears just slipped right, under the rail because It wasn't part of what was in my life. It wasn't in the circle of things I was up to.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't find a decent sized picture right now quickly of the terror bears coming through the window. But yeah, that one's even creepier. I mean, that first one that I showed was violent. The one coming through the window is just creepy. Love it.
Yeah.
All right, what are we at? We're
One might say terrible.
One might say that yes, we got an hour and a half left. Can we make it an hour and a half for a 24-hour live stream?
Terrible.
If things continue, I'm going to murder someone.
3, 5, 7.
Why can't you take chapstick on an airplane?
9. I got 9 more beers to go
Because
through.
it's a lip balm.
Okay, all right. We got to get some control here. There are 10 people on here, and Malachi, and I know he's a huge Palladium fan, hasn't talked much recently. So go ahead, just jump. I don't care what it is. Just get some sanity brought. See, I can't even talk. Brought back in here.
Pleasure bunnies.
And, well, there went that one. Gosh.
I would like to point out, Max, you specifically asked for that.
I said bring sanity back.
No.
You said ask your
bring
question.
sanity back.
But
The
I will
comments
take a
of
bio break.
Malachi-
I will take a bio break. Real
Sounds
quick.
good,
Be right
Sean.
back.
So for me, I feel very left out when you guys get into the TMNT stuff because I'm not a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan. Never played the game. I saw like the movies and we laughed about Vanilla Ice's Go Ninja Go scene, and that's about it. So for me, I don't give a shit. I have no skin in the game. Never watched the cartoon. Do not care. But I find this Palladium conversation fascinating to like the nth degree because it's very, really kind of. I swear to God, Walter, shut the fuck up and let me finish my statement, please.
Walter, you come in really loud, so
really
it's like
loud.
everyone.
And it's Brian saying that's something because good morning is Brian.
StreamYard should actually balance it, but it doesn't always work.
No, it doesn't.
But go ahead, finish up.
He's hot on the mic. That's why he's hot on his mic. Anyway,
how's that?
I don't know. I've lost my fucking train of thought. Anyway, yay, Palladium. That's my thought.
Well, no. You said that TMNT wasn't your thing, but Palladium itself is okay.
Gone. Yeah, I'm so tired and so caffeinated. It's gone. Connell, sing me a song. Tour, hello, rock.
Are you holding up, Max?
Take me home, bye.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'm the only Max other than you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, does that not answer the question? No, I have an hour and a half left. Actually, I'm doing wonderfully right now, but I think the same thing as Bear's saying is I'm so caffeinated and tired at the same time that because I didn't eat Heathen Dog. Like I thought Heathen Dog was going to go until 4:30. Like the game ends at 4, and then he went till 4:30. Just to give me a little extra time. He sends me a message. When are you going to be on here? I'm like, well, I didn't get to eat yet.
I'm dying. Come record
Max. For the time that I got off at 9 a.m., it would have been 10 a.m. your time.
Phrasing.
So that's when you got off, huh?
Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Anyways, I had to run some errands with Kim and do some other stuff, and I think I might have gotten a 2-hour nap.
So you and I are about the same. I think I got 2.5. Yeah.
Sleep.
But I'm wide awake.
I've committed myself to seeing you to the end of this today, Max. I decided I'm
appreciate
going to
that.
go all the way. It is now an hour and a half past my bedtime, and by the time you're done, it's going to be 3 hours past my bedtime because you're on Central fucking time.
When you
right?
go all the way, are you going to get off?
Oh,
No, I never get off. That's the problem.
Sean, stay away. Stay away, Sean.
But I asked my doctor about Xanatrix. It might help.
Oh wow!
Oh man.
Hey, but here's the benefit of that, guys. You've been on here, and I thank you all tremendously for being on here. Look at this. We made our goal. 1,049. Now you know what the next goal is? To beat last year's. If we hit 1,300, we beat last year's.
But Max, this is
Thank
why
you.
we've been on here all day.
Well, I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate that.
So what is this?
And that's why we're
Why
here. For the
I
Wounded
just
Warrior
thought I was here
Project.
because I have no life. But why am I here again, sir?
Wounded Warrior Project.
Right. Yeah. Got it.
Also, because we like Max, but we're here because of the Wounded
You know
Warrior
what I'm happy for
Easy
right now?
money, white
I've
man.
got 2 people on that I've never been on before with Walter MC and GM Cody, and it's good to see GM Cody. I really like watching you in that Star Trek game.
Wait till you see him in uniform.
I just basically came out, back to hang out with Bear.
Aw, baby.
The thing is that you got to get Cody to also do the voice because
I said that
is
when he
what
first
sells
came
that
in, but you know.
character.
All right, I'm back.
Oh,
wait,
is that? Tell me that's beer. You're gonna need it.
No, beer puts me to sleep.
I wish beer put me to sleep.
I wish beer put you to sleep too.
See, this is how the streams normally go, Sean. What were you seeing here? Actually, to be fair, I usually keep it to 4 people, but because it's the 24-hour thing, I'm letting everybody come in.
No, we're just chilling. Yeah. No,
I wish you would have kept last week to 4 people.
So, Bruce, we're talking Palladium. You should come on in and ask all your Palladium questions, Bruce. No, Sean, seriously.
Actually, if Bruce wants to come in, I will go ahead and bounce out because I do have to eat. So,
I went and made food, came back, dude. That's what I did.
I went
yes,
and got
but
ice
there,
cream
but it's full, so we can't just add him. So I'm willing to step out if he wants to pop in.
So a question came up in chat as soon as it pops up over here. So no, but apparently within 10 minutes of Heathen Dog ending his stream, Shauner had a reaction video already up to his Call of Cthulhu game.
Really?
I haven't seen it yet.
You want to review that? Though,
really?
2 more hours.
No, we do not have time for me to go through that because that'd be another. Yeah, we stream until I still have an RPG digest to do tomorrow at 1 my time, so I would like to actually get some sleep tonight. So
wait, that sounds like your problem, not the Wounded Warrior's problem.
Can someone post the link to that in the Discord? I want to watch it tomorrow, so I want to see how he reacted to my gaming.
It's just in the middle of this stream, Walter. It's
the Shauner will just go to his channel. I don't have the link.
I thought you meant the Call of Cthulhu game.
Yeah, I was in that game. I kind of want to hear what he has to say.
Before it scrolls up too much, BioKeto asks, why isn't the TMNT adventure book in the Redux edition?
I thought it was.
It's in Transdimensional Adventures.
Okay.
All 6 of the books are there in the 2 books in the 2 new collections. So the original TMNT and Other Strangeness, Turtles Go Hollywood, and Truckin' Turtles, that's in TMNT and Other Strangeness, the 256-page hardcover Redux edition, full color, right? And then the second book has Transdimensional TMNT, TMNT Adventures, and TMNT Guide to the Universe. That's why we called it TMNT Transdimensional Adventures. And even the cover is an homage to Trans-D cover, the TMNT Adventures cover, and the Guide to the Universe cover. It has
even more. Look at just got another bump in the Kickstarter. So let's show that. By the way, Walter. Okay, you got it. You got the link in chat there. So okay.
Zero's role play in
this
role play session. What the fuck?
Yeah. So let's look at those covers again. Now, all of them aren't here yet because they're not all done. But absolutely, there are homages here. Let me get
all the core books are, yeah.
My transdimensional paper here. So here's the original. Oh, you can't see it. I'm too squished on the screen. So let me unsquish things. But here's the original. If you can see that. All right. For those who don't know, and now let's go back to presenting this over here. Boom.
Was that a robot hamster I saw?
Hamster? No, it's a
No,
robot.
it's a robot dinosaur.
No,
it's a robot on one side and a dinosaur on the other.
Thank you. Yeah.
There was something fuzzy that was like robotic. I thought I saw.
No,
dude, no, that's just the beer talking.
No.
Connell, go sober up. No.
And then hold on. There's a yeah, I love these covers more than I ever thought I was going to. Like, oh, that's a neat idea. These are by far, so far from what I've seen, my absolute favorite covers.
Yeah, Jeremy Colwell did those, and he had never done. He didn't even. I mean, he's a comic book guy, but he was not very familiar with black, white, and reds editions of stuff, which Kevin turned me on to because I'm not a comic book guy either, But we went to the comic shop. We go there every month or so together, and he was like, "Yeah, you should check these out. We should do something like this." And well, actually, he didn't say we should do something like this. He just said something to keep in mind, right? And because then it was kind of my suggestion later on, but. We talked about it and it was like, this is awesome. And we showed it to Jeremy Colwell and he's like, oh, I'm not familiar with that. And then he came back with that painted cover. No edit. We had no edits for him, right? No one had edits for him. We were just like, he's like, something like this. And we're like, yes, that's it. You nailed it. It was just amazing. Yeah. It's like Hey, what do you think, Paramount and Nickelodeon? Oh yeah.
And here's something that I want to say, and I'm going to show. I think all these covers are fantastic. Saying that the red and white ones are by far my favorite. I love these two also.
Yeah.
And we've got one more that we can say. In this one, I love the aesthetic on this one as well. It's not my favorite, but they're all good. I would be happy to have any one of those covers.
They're all great covers, right? And Sophie Campbell just insisted. She loved transdimensional TMNT and the mutant dinosaurs and stuff like that. So she insisted on working on this and then on doing a new cover, and so did Kevin Eastman. So yeah, we're not going to tell him no.
And this is where, so I'm probably going to have to change my backing. And in order to be able to afford all this, I'll probably have to drop to a lower level. And I don't know what this is going to do to your metrics, but I'm probably have to drop to a lower level so I can get more covers, because I like the cover so much. Or are you going to sell these covers out, even if they're more expensive? Are you going to sell all the covers after the fact?
No. So the variant covers and the Mutagen Green foil editions are Kickstarter exclusive. After the Kickstarter, the two color covers are going to be the mass market version that goes out there to distributors and stuff, and we are going to be carrying the black, white, and red. We're still not sure. We want to have that out there at some level. We just don't know how that's going to continue to do. That's just one of those things, but it will be available for at least a while.
I don't see that image.
So it won't be a Kickstarter exclusive, but I don't know how long we'll continue to sell.
Yeah,
right?
Might be like a limited run, but not exclusive.
Yeah, because the thing is the internals are completely different, except for the tribute art and behind the scenes sections. Because even though it's a black, white with red highlight version of the books, it's still a completely different thing to print. So because of that, it is more expensive to do. And so I'm not sure how long we'll continue to put that out. But we'd like to as long as we can. And we hope it does really well, right? Because it seems like anecdotally, it might be one of those things that people just continually engage with and like to collect.
So here's a question, and then I've got, before you answer this though, Chad says, show the Eastman blue pencil from the update. I didn't see that. Am I missing?
If you go into you have to click on the update on the Kickstarter itself to show off the blue pencil.
Okay. Well then here, I'll put that up and I will find that. And
they look pretty sweet.
So the art prints, there's three different art print sets. So the Cowabunga Cowboy, the Radical Rogue, and the Mutagen Mystic each have a different print set. The Mutagen Mystic has the cover art print set, which is going to be the covers that you just saw, including whatever the new one that Kevin Eastman does. And as stretch goals, we've added the original a print of the original TMNT cover art, which actually was really hard to but like we had printer proofs of it, but they weren't made to last for decades. They started cracking.
They're 40 years old.
Yeah, and so we scanned them, and it took me about 5 hours. I actually had a job when I was working at the Veterans Center at University of Texas in Dallas, where I did a lot of corrections on old war propaganda posters and stuff for our use at the Veterans Center. And so I've actually got quite a good hand at it, but it took me like 4 or 5 hours to do it. And but it was funny when I got done with it, I just said, hey, Kevin Eastman, by the way, I don't think that I've seen this in anyone's archives. I don't know if you have a good version of this. And so I sent it to him, and he was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. It's like Christmas. He was so excited to see it because he didn't have a good version in his collection either. So, I linked him to like the, 700, 800 meg TIFF of it.
People still use TIFFs? Wow.
I mean, if you want something that's just a file type that can be opened by, Photoshop and other.
Yeah, it's bloated file size, but yeah.
Of course it is, absolutely. But I mean, it's unparalleled for the detail that you can retain in it, and that's so that's why he was super excited to see it, because it's a very, 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 very high resolution update of his original painted cover that I don't think a better version exists. So because I asked Paramount, I asked Kevin Eastman. So yeah, anyways.
Connell, are you trying to ask a question, or are you just drunkenly staring at your fingers?
No, I'm asking a question. I'm being polite, damn it.
No, you're good, buddy.
He is drunk.
Screw you too, hippie. Anyway, now is the new. I'm sure. If you can answer it, that's awesome. If you can't, I completely understand.
Sure.
I've been reading the Turtles comic books, not the kiddie version, but the adult version since I was a kid. I just got done reading, what was it, The Last Ronin, maybe about a couple months ago.
So good, right?
Is there going to be any crossover play with like artwork or anything in your guys' book to not celebrate, but to celebrate all the TNT comic books from the most recent one back with like little Easter eggs? Or do I need to buy the book and find out for my damn self?
No, we're not trying to play that kind of game. So with this reissue, and we agree with this, we talked to Paramount about this. We really agree on this. I don't try to get into too many weeds about that. But for us, this specific reissue is we want to really focus on the original Turtles RPG and TMNT and Other Strangeness as it appeared alongside the original Mirage Comics run. And so this specific release, we want to keep to that. We've talked about it a lot, but it's we're not doing like Bebop and Rocksteady or Last Ronin or any of the other stuff. I mean, and I love, there's a lot of great stuff out there. The new IDW comics are freaking phenomenal, right? So there's no, but we want to keep these pure as an homage to the original.
All right.
Right. And so, but I will say, one of the things that is cool is the guy that did all the colors for The Last Ronin, which had phenomenal color, Luis Antonio Delgado. He is doing a bunch of the color work for the Transdimensional TMNT artwork in Transdimensional Adventures. So there's crossover in artists that are involved,
right?
But not specifically content.
I got the comic books. My grandpa bought me the comic books when I was a kid, not realizing how violent or what they were. And I'm like reading one, and I think there was like a mutant midget version of Shredder, and I'm like looking at it. I'm colorblind, so anytime there's like different colors that I can't translate. I kind of stare at it for a second. He grabs a comic book out of my hand, and he's looking. He's like, "Wait, I'm buying you these?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're buying me these." Don't tell your grandma, was more or less what he said. But I was just curious because, as you said, there has been a library full of great Ninja Turtle comic books through the decades.
Right.
Yeah, I know, Barry, it's not your cake. I am a fanboy.
Right.
I'll admit to it.
I'm sorry, Colonel Wet.
Yeah, I know. I'll shut up.
No, I agree. And that's one of the things is right now we really want to focus on this reissue and the classic and being an homage and and a redux of in style of the originals. But we're really excited about the future. So I'll just put it that way. Again, I don't want to get into about future projects.
Look, I'm not going to lie. When it first came out, there was TMNT for about maybe 5 minutes. I was a little disappointed because I was like, but they could do so much with After the Bomb, and they could redo the After the Bomb books, and I like those books are like 12 pages. Like we could make those things like world books, and I'm like, why didn't they go that route? And then I thought about, wait a second, if this is successful, like there's a whole world that opens up here. I'm like, no, this is the best thing I've heard. I don't know. I had the little Debbie Downer for just a moment, then I realized.
And the other thing is we're not just like reprinting it, right? And that's one of the things that's really important to me. And I know, some people will say, and that's a whole nother conversation about when you reprint material, right? But for instance, I one of the things that I saw, everyone says, "Oh, Francois is your spy or whatever," but he dinged he dinged Titan Robotics for reprinting all the Wellington weapons, right? But I don't think he noticed that I updated almost all of those entries, and some of them I rewrote. I spent a lot of time rewriting how they worked so that they would actually, made sense to me at least. But like some of the Wellington automated missile launchers and stuff like that were really inconsistent in how they were presented and how the rules would work and stuff. And I'm not trying to diss any previous authors or anything, of course, but that and for instance, there's like an extra page of weapons that I adapted from Grifter number 4 that Mark Sumomoto had done, which was some extra Cyberworks weapons that I put it in the Cyberworks collection. So you've got ion pistols and particle rifles and plasma cannons and stuff for Archie's bots to carry around, right? And those are also not just a plain reprint. There's a lot of little tweaks and upgrades and changes and balance paths. So I don't know. I just don't like the lazily reprint stuff, as people would say. And so that's why, like, for instance, I was really excited when we talked to Paramount and we're like, hey, we want to update the equipment section to modern equipment. We want to clarify a lot of the rules. We want to add 5 new mutant animals that weren't even in After the Bomb. Because a lot of people say, why don't you just reprint After the Bomb animals? Well, you already have them, man. So we want to do 5 new animals that haven't been done before.
I was planning to put After the Bomb into my Christmas package list, and then this Kickstarter announced, and I'm like, nope.
Well, but it's still useful, right? Because After the Bomb 2nd edition has a ton of mutant animals that aren't going to be in TMNT. So
the list is much bigger,
but it's lower on my list.
Fair.
Oh, sure, fair. But so, anyways, I'm just that's some of the stuff that we're doing that I'm really trying to make it an exciting new edition, not just slapdash something up and throw it out the door. And,
Connell, let Baron talk. Jesus. No, go ahead. What you got?
Well, we're talking about this, so more and more questions are popping in my head. And
this is why I remove him at least once or twice a stream on Table Breakers.
You're just jealous of my good luck.
Go ahead, Connell. Please don't be sidetracked here.
Fuck, what was it? Oh yeah. The timing. When did you guys decide that you guys were going to actually do new Ninja Turtles book? Because it was just the timing was. I think it was just kind of interesting because I don't know if it was before or after, but there was a new Ninja Turtle movie that just popped. Then
Right. Well, and so like the Last Ronin had been like top of the RPG or the comic book charts for a couple of years now. So we approached Paramount in January, and I don't even know if Mutant Mayhem. It's probably announced somewhere, but I had never heard of it. The new Mutant Mayhem movie that you're talking about. Last Ronin was going good. They had just announced, and maybe a couple of the issues had come out of the different Last Ronin spinoff comics. Right. And there's also a Last Ronin God of War style video game in development by a big studio.
Oh, wow.
Which sounds pretty dope to me.
And are you playing Michelangelo?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
from what I understand. So anyway, I don't know jack about that really, besides the basics there. So but we approached, we didn't know about any of that stuff, right? All we knew was, oh yeah, Last Ronin was freaking cool, right? It's awesome that Kevin Eastman's still, putting out bangers. And we went and we talked to them, and and also when we first pitched the idea, we didn't think that we'd necessarily be able to do anything besides the core books themselves. So, being able to do miniatures and dice and all this other stuff, GM screen, that's all gravy, right? That's all extra add-ons. But that really changes the calculus when you start calculating how much money you could potentially make. And so we came to them and we talked about that, and we gave them very, very honest projections. And we talked to like professionals in the industry and got their thoughts, and we did a lot of marketing. We actually did a lot of freaking work. I mean, it was like work to give product like pitch document and mock-ups of what it would look like, and market analysis and all this other jazz. So anyways, we put all that out there, and then so 9 months later, we signed the contract, right? 10 months almost. It was in October 13th, right? So we made the announcement as soon as we did it, because we wanted to be able to jump right into lead generation marketing and into the Kickstarter. But the landscape had totally changed, and it feels like divine timing in some ways, because if I'd had my druthers, we would have announced before Gen Con, right? And I was like, I was very polite, but I was like, this is taking too long. If you guys want us to do this, but that's okay. It's all working out. So, and then they've okayed these other things. So yeah, it's been a happy coincidence that that Mutant Mayhem's been such a smash hit, and that the Last Ronin spinoffs have been, and the other IDW Turtles comics are doing so great, and then the announcement of the video game, and it just seems like Turtles are back in the psyche. And we've been just bowled over by the response.
No, I completely understand. I'm just looking at the timing of it. I'm not saying it's weird. It's just kind of.
It's a happy coincidence.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah.
It's very, very much a
corporate synergy.
Your question about timing meeting, like what time is the game set in, like, because it's kind of like kind of our world? Is it like in the 90s, or is it put into modern time with cell phone and shit like that?
Well, the original TMNT, was set in 1985, but we're updating the equipment section, so I guess it's when you want it to be up to now.
Up to now,
we don't want to like stick you with, there's no like shtick of you're gaming in 1985,
Okay, no, I was just wondering that, but yeah,
it's a good question. Yeah,
Max, look what Bruce just posted.
I did, and I'm responding back with, what do you mean by a campaign book, before I
Probably
address
exactly what I meant. So there you go. There's hope.
Well, let's find out. Let's see what Bruce says about that, and because I want some clarification on what that fantasy campaign book means.
All right, I'll shut up. I could talk Ninja Turtles all day, so I'll shut up.
What's your favorite turtle?
Baron.
What's your favorite turtle?
The easy answer is Raphael, just because I'm a smartass, but I really enjoyed Donatello over most of the other ones.
Raphael was the reason that
it wasn't Michelangelo is lying.
Mine was actually Picasso.
No, mine was absolutely Raphael.
Botticelli, Bear Botticelli. That was my favorite artist.
Well, there's a ton of
Raphael's the reason
books that are region books. Just to answer that question.
So I'm too tired to recall why, but the joke of saying Picasso and Botticelli may not work, because Michelangelo, Raphael,
they're all Renaissance artists.
They're all Renaissance, and the others aren't, right?
Yeah. It's our history argument that we don't need.
Wow.
Or do we?
Thank you, Drunky McDrunkerson, for dictating the conversation. Perhaps we should talk about
if you know what, just for you, I'm having another beer.
So Bruce Lombardo, or anybody else that wants that, you should go check out Yin Sloth Jungle's 2nd edition. Has all of that, and Expeditions is going to have even more adventure and location material and NPCs.
I don't think you need more beer. We're only going for another hour, right?
But the last hour is the karaoke hour.
I haven't been drinking, and Bruce hasn't paid me $20 to sing poorly yet. My wife is still awake, and she will kill me if I do. In fact, one of the things she's told me recently, she's been so happy that Bruce hasn't spent money on me singing, because remember, my wife says I sound like two cats fucking, that she's been so happy about that. Now, to finish what I was saying before.
How do you know my sacred Native American secret name? Who told you?
Well, apparently my wife, because she's the one that said it. No, Raphael was the reason why when I was in Kung Fu, I learned Sai, even though it's a Japanese weapon, but my Sifu knew it. It's why I learned Sai.
Weird
nerd.
I just like Leonardo because
Michelangelo is why I love orange.
There you go. Cody, what's up?
Completely unrelated to Ninja Turtles, which I love.
Thank God. I mean, good. What?
And maybe Sean's already talked about this in a past, broadcast, but always like hearing from people in the industry. Do you guys play games in the office? And what do you guys play? And who runs the games?
That is one good radio voice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we do.
There we are. I'm done for the night. Cody's once again usurped me. Bye now.
Nice Crafty's not here.
But wait, you haven't heard Mr. Max when he first wakes up and he has that super.
Oh, dude, that's just like sex.
And then he shows himself. He's like laying in bed.
I want you to know that it is morning here in Quebec, and it's amazing.
All right, let Sean answer the poor question here.
What was the question again?
Why don't you have a sexy radio button?
He was distracted by Cody's voice.
What games do you play in the office?
Oh yeah.
And who runs them?
Yeah. So I mean, most of the game we've done has had Kevin running it.
Shut up, Bruce.
So Kevin's been running Palladium Fantasy. We also have played Zombicide and Dead of Winter recently.
Cool. So y'all mostly play a lot of board games and stuff?
I wouldn't say. I mean, since I've been here.
Yeah. Well, there's no long running campaign going on or anything.
No, there isn't currently a long running campaign going on. No.
This is where the haters are really going to hate me. I love Monopoly, and I'm very hard to defeat.
Oh, Bruce! Oh my God!
Yeah.
Well, that's actually an interesting thing that I've also noticed. Like people that work in the industry, like the role-playing designers, don't usually play role-playing games in their off time. They're playing board games or they're playing miniature games. You know,
I don't know.
Not none, but like Shane Hensley lives 3 miles from me. Love the guy.
No one likes
absolutely
wonderful.
Name
Hey, Bear, by the way, I went to London.
Go to England?
Just so you know.
Oh, did you? I hadn't heard. This is news.
Anyways, and his board game collection is absolutely massive.
Oh yeah. So like when the whole Savage Rifts American Armageddon Kickstarter blew up, Shane flew me into Arizona for a week, and they showed me hands-on how they, because I knew layout, but they're showing me how they do it, specific to their books and stuff like that, and they, we all wanted to get to know each other a lot better, and that was really nice to be wined and dined by Shane Hensley, but
that he's just super nice.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy. All the Pinnacle folks are awesome. But we they have a dedicated like Savage Worlds night, and then they have a dedicated board gaming night. So they're always doing something a little different on the off night, right? And so until I came to Palladium, I was doing pretty good at running a lot of games, like at least in a couple of games a week. But when I was here for about 3 months, and then I got COVID, and I got it for I tested positive for 10 weeks. And then it was 4 weeks after that. I had to go home to my parents and stay home with family. And then it took me 4 weeks before I could drive back up to Michigan. It was bad. It was really bad. That was after I was testing negative. And so I had long COVID, and that kind of killed my, I ran a bit of a play test after that, but just that and the pressure and a lot of the time stuff that we've had, I haven't been gaming as much as I want to, but that's one of the things I'm really excited about actually in spring. We're already trying to set up and get a bunch of other stuff spun up, but we try, especially around the holidays, we try and play some one-off or a few sessions and board games and stuff like that. So
cool.
And I play a lot of computer games as well.
Car. Do you sleep in a race car, Brian? Because I sleep in a race car.
Well, so I sleep with my wife.
Oh, you are disinvited from the mental health stream tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's tomorrow.
I got record. We're at 23 hours. Take a long hard suck on. That's all I'm saying. Bag the dicks for everyone.
I had a question. I forgot what it was. But to be fair, again, I know you guys want to, and I'm not going to stop anybody from doing it. But I would like to have a more casual. Where we got 1 hour left, and Sean's already way overstayed what he said he was going to do. So I appreciate that, crazy.
Oh, I'm just chilling until the end, man. I'm here now.
That's yes, I love it. But that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to chill. I'd like to stop grilling Sean a little bit now about Palladium and just kind of go back to what we do. I'm not going to stop anybody from doing it, but just kind of go back to what we do here and hang out, talk about games. Because I would honestly have never talked with GM Cody about, he's got a channel of his own.
Yep.
You find out more about some of the fine folks we have on here. So, Jim Cody, for a moment, tell us about your channel and why people should subscribe to it. And I've got to add you to the description.
Yeah, no, I got a small channel. So I originally started the channel in 2020, and it was just another platform for a podcast I did talking about old school gaming. And specifically, I was interviewing older guys, just regular dudes, even though I had some people from the industry. I talked to Tim Kask and Steve Portnoy and stuff like that. But mostly I just liked having, because I've always hung around older people and talked to older people and have had a deep appreciation of the history of anything, and especially gaming, anything I'm passionate about. So, gaming especially, I love hearing people's stories and stuff. So I did a interview podcast for a while, and the problem with that is I just couldn't find enough people to interview. So I stopped doing it. And then I thought about doing a YouTube channel for a good while again. And so I restarted it probably 5 or 6 months ago. And generally I just talk about games I love, and I'll just talk for as long as I want. Sometimes I talk about games, like I'll do a complete overview of a game and actually go through the whole game, the whole book. And sometimes I just tell stories about gaming. And sometimes I do short form videos. I started a whole series about the history of hobby games, starting, from the beginning. And I haven't done that in a while, but I'm going to get back to it. So I just kind of do what I want. I just kind of do my thing and just talk about games and talk about my one of my passions.
That's awesome. For anybody who is not subscribed to GM Cody, the description is now in the link to this video. I know after the fact, nobody's gonna watch a 24-hour video after it's done, but it will be up there in case people want to. But no, check it out. Give him a subscribe. Well, I guess he doesn't.
If you watch
videos, but subscribe to his channel.
You got that backwards.
Got what backward?
You said the description is in the link.
Whatever, man. They get it. They know what I'm. They know I'm just as drunk as Connell without drinking right now. Okay, the link is in the description. I'm like, I hate you people. Why do I do this?
If you watch at double speed,
you can boot people, by the way, Max.
It's gonna be like
I would like to point something out. I will bust Brian's chops, Max's chops, Connell's chops, Baron's chops, Beauvoin. Oh my God, it's like fattening. It's so good. But I never say boo shit about Cody, because Cody is my protected species. Do you understand? I will fight anyone who comes after Cody. I will. That's a hill I'll die on, because in my head, in my alternate history, Cody and I went to high school together in the 70s, and he had a kick-ass van with heavy metal art on the side of it, and we hung out smoking cigarettes wearing leather jacket. I could have happened. You don't get to judge me.
The van
My
had
question,
a record player.
I do.
So Cody, what are your favorite couple of games to talk about on your channel?
So I talk about, so growing up gaming, I played everything, man. I didn't just play. Of course, D&D was the mainstay, like most of us, but all my groups growing up, we always rotated games, and we still do. I still do that. I think it drives some people nuts gaming with me, because I'm like, all right, that was cool. Let's try this, So, but a lot of the stuff I like to talk about is stuff that doesn't get talked about very often. So, I talked about TMNT a few months ago. I talked about Alternity just last week.
Oh, which version of Alternity? The original TSR or the new crap?
No, the original TSR one.
Awesome.
I've talked about Rollmaster. I've talked about Time Lord, like some Doctor Who role-playing game nobody gives a shit about, but we played it. Yeah, but
I didn't even know that there was another one. I only know of the FASA one.
No, there was another one that came out from England. Actually, it's really good.
Is it?
Figure England. Weird.
Brian went to England.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of, I heard Brian went to England.
Why did no one tell me you went to England?
And real quick, I do have to point out one thing about GM Cody. He says he does some short form videos. Have you done anything under 45 minutes, Cody? Come on.
I did. 2 videos.
Compared to Legion Myth, that's short form.
Hold on. Yeah, if you look at some of the stuff Max does, that is definitely a short form.
Wow, shots fired.
I only speak the truth.
I will also say though that Max has done some of the best shorts I've seen in the gamer community.
I ran out of time. They took 3 hours each, over 3 hours each to make, and I was like, I ran out of time. But I appreciate that because those were actually fun to do.
All I know is that some of those shorts just show off what the toxic jerks of riffs are like. No,
that's a song.
So Bruce Lombardo for $10 actually did a song I don't know, thank God, so I can't sing it. But he says I looked up this. Jesus fuck, man! You guys know that I listened to like 2 albums ever in my life and everything else. I don't know it, but I'll read it in a rhythmic voice that I don't have. I looked out this morning and the sun was gone. Turned on some music, start my day. I lost myself in a familiar song. I closed my eyes and I slipped away. It's more than a feeling, more than a feeling.
Hey, Sean, now that play that in your head to the tune of popcorn popping on an apricot tree.
Look up this morning.
No.
I'm going to do it. If
that doesn't work to pop.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Bear.
I'm about to hit more than a feeling. I'm there.
Oh, okay. Now I know the song.
The only good part about Boston is the band Boston. I said it. I'm in Montreal. Come get me, bitches.
Aerosmith had good stuff early on.
It's funny. Once Bear did the tune, I was like, okay, yeah, now I know the song. But I don't know the, I don't listen to Boston.
Song, but I don't know the lyrics well enough. So
yeah,
you're reading now, I'm like, that sounds familiar, but nothing was.
Look, I was doing the William Shatner version of it, where I'm just doing the talkie.
Dude, William Shatner.
The thing is when you're in Minnesota and you listen to a band called Boston, no one wants to hear about it. I was a Navy SEAL, by the way. I also invented the flapjack. Perhaps you've heard of it.
Boston isn't a band; it's one.
Now I live in the Baja.
Oh man, it's okay. We got an hour to go, or 55 minutes.
Have you ever heard of William Shatner's Bohemian Rhapsody?
William Shatner's Bohemian Rhapsody.
Not before today.
Is it just fantasy?
Thank me later.
Yeah. No, actually, go if you really want to have something good, check out the stuff. He did an album. He did a Henry Rollins did a song with them, and Joe Jackson did a song with them. They're really good. Like they're really, really good.
The thing is Bruce, Sean doesn't know the yogurt reference, so it's going to be lost. Like that's only for those of us who were there for it, and nobody wants to know it.
Sean, I have a hypothetical situation. Okay? All right. Let's say you're a very big fan of, I don't know, picking something randomly out of my head, some sort of Scandinavian yogurt. Like it's like skiing, but it's feminine, so it's like skia. Let's say you really like skia yogurt. And your best friend is in your house and he's hanging out and he eats your skia yogurt. Which would of the following 3 choices would be an appropriate response? This is a multiple choice. A, shake your fist at him and just get a new replacement jar of skia. B, say, bro, give me some fucking money because you ate my skia. Or C, buy 4 pounds of D4s and lay them out on the floor with a skia trap to try and get him in the middle of the night. Which one would you do?
You forgot one aspect of the D4s. Blended in with the tile.
Your shared space.
Yeah, they're white D4s on white tile, middle of the night. Which one? And I guess the skia has a spotlight on it or something, like it's Wile E. Coyote being trapped. I don't know. But the point is, what would you do?
Mighty sus. I'll have to think about it after I've been
I look like a trick question no matter what I say here.
As a reasonable human being who is rational and cares about other humans, A, B, or C, sir?
One of them was like, just let him have the yogurt, right?
Yeah, one was just like, dude, you ate my yogurt, and I'm going to go buy some more. The other one was like, dude, give me money you owe me for yogurt. Third one was destroy his feet.
You're my bro, you can have the yogurt.
Yeah.
There you go. Rational fucking human being.
So right after that happened, I was like, isn't dumping like D4s on the floor like a war crime? Brian down there writes a message to Bear saying, this stream is a war crime.
This chat is a war crime. I had to turn off my camera. I was laughing so
In
fucking
case you don't get it, Sean, that's a story that's been told to us, like something that happened.
I was wondering.
We're just sort of like, yeah, sure.
I was wandering the mall with Kim when all of this went down, so I wasn't watching the actual stream. I had to backtrack to see where Bear received my message in Discord. Literally, I broke him. He's just sitting here. You know? And then Bear sends it to Max and breaks him.
Yeah, he broke me well, no, it was a good break though, because that stream went south.
All right. I refused. It was all hypothetical. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I don't know what you're on about, but I would like to say, Sean, thank you for being a rational human being. I feel like now we can be friends.
And with that, because he needs rational human beings, so I'm going to step away for 2 minutes, but I'll be back in a little bit. So now get it all out of your system.
Let's burn this bitch down, Pookie. Come on, Pookie. Let's burn this bitch to the ground, Pookie.
Unsupervised stream.
How do we get
And
totally.
All right, here's the new rules. Malachi has to talk. Baron G, I don't know, just smile. Boivin, Tayel, no words. Connell, stop drinking. Your liver hates you. Cody, play some fucking cool music. Brian, no one cares about England. And Walter, turn off your mic. Sean, it's your show. Go.
Malachi, come on, man. What's up, dude? Chat.
I am wondering, you with the Yin Sloth books, are you going to redo? There's one other fantasy book that's still first edition.
Which one is that?
Oh, I can't remember.
I
think I might actually.
Clearly, it's an important one.
Hang on, let me check my books.
Sorry, I'm just
I arranged this whole thing to give you your moment to shine, and
I
you
know I
fucking
screwed up.
dropped the ball, man. I'm sorry.
Baron G.
Right, Baron,
you got
say
anything
it.
else to ask or chat about while Malachi runs off to consult his times?
So you say you guys around the office that you sit and do RPGs and stuff like that, and is it? I'm assuming that of course you guys are doing play testing and all that, but are you guys actually what are some of the non-Palladium games that you guys actually play in the office?
RPG wise, I think he wants
RPG wise, yeah.
No, we don't play non-Palladium RPGs in this office. I personally play lots of RPGs, but when we do RPGing with Kev, we use his game.
Seriously, man, that's like a fucking PepsiCo worker drinking Coke in the office. What's wrong with you?
No, but I mean, I like to play other games, personally, but that's not.
How's it going to look if someone walks in?
That's a
they're
different
all
question
gathered
than
around 5e.
what's played in the office, right? And so what's played in the office is a lot less diverse.
Besides Savage Worlds and Palladium, what's your favorite role-playing game?
So I'll say this, and it's going to sound funny because it's like, well, that's kind of the core mechanic, but I don't really like the dice of Edge of the Empire.
I hate them.
Well, yeah, nobody likes them.
I hate them.
Someone does because
I know people who do love them. I work with a guy who loves them.
Yeah.
But I really enjoyed one of my favorite game experiences was a 2-year campaign of Edge of the Empire that I played with some friends. So
are those just Genesis dice, or are they something different for the Star Wars version?
I think they're
Yeah,
slightly
before-
different.
They're
Star Wars.
similar.
It's got like a triumph and despair and slightly more Star Wars look to some of it. But I also really, really, really enjoyed. Now, I haven't played the new one, and I'm not talking about the 3rd edition, but the Palladium Fantasy, Warhammer Fantasy RPG.
Seriously, everybody clip that. You got the news up. No.
So the Warhammer Fantasy RPG, the percentile-based one.
Yeah.
Really bloody hack and slash, and I really enjoyed that one, running that with my friends.
Newsflash:
Watching
Sean
them
Robertson
cry.
eats every RPG but Warhammer Fantasy.
No, I had a lot of fun with D20 Star Wars back in the day. I was trying to think through. There's something I'm missing.
Well,
I'm
it's very
looking around
simple.
my office now.
It's really simple. I'll ask you a question. Why, what is the greatest RPG of all time, and why is it the D6 system? Go.
That's right, TMNT. You know,
that's right.
I thought it was
right.
Bastard Sword.
You
I
thought
thought
it
that
was
was the greatest of all time. Bastard Sword. I thought that was the greatest of
Oh,
all time.
fuck you and Brian. Fuck right off. It's coming out in 2024 if you're lucky. At this point, every time you guys do this, I stop writing it for another week.
Oh, he turned into George R. R. Martin on us.
That's right. That's right. I'm going to get my fucking hat tomorrow.
At this point, Rift Antarctica's coming out before Bastard Sword.
Good call. Good. I put money on that.
Wow.
I just want to ask there, a Jim Cody, was that a Yingling I saw you open?
Was indeed.
I love Yingling. I can't
Malachi,
here.
Did you figure out which book it was?
Yingling.
Island at the Edge of the World.
Connell. Shh.
I don't know if that's where that is on our
Okay.
on our production
It's like
list.
it's the last first edition book that hasn't been converted.
I think Kevin and I have talked about that. But yeah, I mean that is one of the ones that he wants to do. But well, I mean, you know, again, we can if Max wants to open up the page from Palladium for the
the upcoming schedule.
Yeah, the schedule page that has.
Yeah, I can open that up. Well, if you don't mind, in the meantime, answering this question, will I get it up? Phrasing, shut up.
Hey,
Wayne so he tore up his knee a
RPG
bit, and he's
podcast.
been to the doctor. I mean, he didn't like land on his head or anything when he fell. So, you know, we tell people he fell off a roof. It's true, but I mean, it wasn't as bad as it sounds. I mean, when I first heard it, Kevin's like, "Oh, Wayne fell off a roof." It was like, "Oh my gosh," you know. But his knee is getting better. He's been into the office a couple of times this week to help with some physical stuff like scanning and signing some books and scanning old materials and signing some books and stuff like that. So Titan Robotics Cyborg Collection, and you know, those are already out. As is, I guess it wasn't on that list. It was in the in development list. If you scroll down a little bit more, there is the where is
Monsieur Boivin, c'est out. Is Jean
That's fucking cool.
Jungles? The Innsloth Jungles wasn't on there, so that was just released. And the Innsloth Expeditions, so we had to break it into two pieces because there was so much new material in it. It's going to be two books coming. Second book's coming. But yeah, these are the ones that this is our list of in development. So yeah, was it? I don't see Island at the Edge of the World, so I guess it's not on. So if you scroll down a little bit more, we've got on hold, and it's not listed there. So I don't know if it'll ever happen.
Max, can you go back to that first piece of art, please, Max?
What's that?
Go back to the first piece of art. We were just this one here. Go back to that. How fucking Mobius is that, man? It's awesome.
It's pretty Mobius.
Yeah. That is like Jean Giraud, like in the high level. It's awesome.
Yeah,
I
love Mobius.
Sean, real quick. I know you don't like giving specifics, but is there an approximate ETA for the Beyond the Supernatural magic book?
No.
Okay.
If I give any answers, it just hurts me. So no. This is all I can really say is it's in development, and you know, the one thing I will say is yes, Turtles. Yes, we
sure.
There's been such a response, especially from the artists. Kevin's busy just coordinating everything and keeping things off my plate, right? But you know, we're very excited to very soon, you know, have all hands on deck back with him writing basically this list of books.
So Sean, I got you. When they ask questions like that, you just respond with, "You'll get it when you get it."
Okay, when it's done.
No, Mechanoid Space is not on that list.
You can't.
Sometimes we have happy little surprises, though.
It should be released precisely on the 40th anniversary of the original announced release date.
What's that?
It should be released precisely on the 40th anniversary of the original announced release date.
Hey, now that Malachi and I's heads are side by side, can the rest of you? I don't think we look alike at all. Like
you do very much.
I'm fat.
I thought you were
skinny.
duplicated there.
Yeah. Like
it's
He's got a better beard.
I think Bleeker's drinking. I'm just saying.
He does have a better beard.
You do have the same haircut.
Wow, really? You just have to take a shot there, BMG?
I'm honest.
Yeah, that's the word for it. Rude.
We got 43 minutes left. We can do this. We can do this.
And then we have 4 hours of the after stream.
Oh, good Lord,
And with
no,
4
no.
hours of the after
No,
stream.
I'll hang out for a few minutes because obviously I want to say goodbye and thank you and so forth. But no, there is no 4-hour after stream tonight. I have a live stream to do tomorrow. So
Once again, that sounds like a you problem, not a Wounded Warrior problem.
you guys can hang out as long as you want. I don't care. I'm going to go to bed and try to catch up on all the sleep that I've missed out
Right,
on. So
imagine if you had did the Rendo RPG stream on Friday.
I considered it, and then I realized, wait a second, I'd be going from that for that'd be like a 28-hour no. Oh no, it'd be 20. That'd be 20. That'd be 30
Pussy.
hours, and then yeah, I'm sorry.
Next year.
That'd be hardcore.
No, next year's gonna be an 18-hour. I'll start at 6 in the morning. I'm not doing a 24-hour stream again.
I thought you were a badass. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Wrong.
No.
Have
Oh,
you
is
seen
this
me?
an
Do I
Air
look
Force
up-
thing?
Hold
Is this
on.
what you're trying to
Yes.
tell me now?
Yeah,
Is this an
yeah,
Air Force thing?
yeah, Chairborne Ranger. Thank you,
Next
sir.
year, Veterans Day is on a Monday, meaning you're going to do the RPG Digest in the morning, take a nap, and then you're going to have to come in and do 24 hours on Monday.
I'll do
And
it.
then
I'll
theoretically
probably
do the
forget
work
me
on
saying this right
Tuesday.
now, and I'll do 24 hours again next year. I'm only
Does
gonna
anyone
be
like how Brian
51.
just told him what his future was? He didn't like
Right.
suggest it. He just, this is what you're doing, asshole.
It's prophetic.
Brian Thomas.
I've communicated
Brian
with
Thomas.
Kolob, and they have said this is what will happen. Just take it in stride.
You could
But might as well, like,
nap
do the-
between those streams and be fresh for midnight.
Fresh for a stream. I don't think I've been fresh for a stream in 6 months.
Your streams aren't
Max
quite
will
fresh,
break out
though.
the Max will break out the first ed D&D book. And the Gygax said that
the
it
pri-
shall
yeah.
be done.
Do the prior of
Priors
Gygax
of
voice.
Gygax.
Gygaxians.
What time do you start tomorrow, Bear?
10 a.m. was the plan.
What's the plan?
The plan is 10 a.m. It's staying at 10 a.m. currently.
Well, you know what? You're more screwed than I am because I get to at least wait until 1 p.m. Central.
Yeah. Oh, I need to
Not a
fucking go
plan,
to
it's
the
an
gym
agenda.
tomorrow.
Plans fail.
I know I have a show tomorrow.
But it's in the evening, no?
It's at 4:00, and I still have to watch a movie. But I haven't slept, and I've been drinking fairly.
You'll sleep after that.
What movie you're covering tomorrow?
We're doing two. We're doing Dog Soldier, which is a Scottish werewolf movie in Scotland. Then, because of what this month is, we're doing a month of veterans war movies that celebrate veterans, which we start with We Were Soldiers, Mel Gibson. It was the Vietnam movie came out in 2002, I think.
So good.
I remember.
I've been waiting
I
to do
remember
this
the
all night.
TV spot for Dog Soldiers back in the day, and it was like, it's a film about a group of soldiers with 6 balls each, and I'm like, okay, I'm interested.
Donald,
What?
I've been waiting to do this gag all night long, and you just set me up. And sadly, I didn't get to it when you said, "Could you? What's We Were Soldiers about what war again?"
Vietnam.
Dad, no one cares about your stupid Vietnam stories. There we go.
Oh my God.
That's a deep cut Vice City gag for those who know it.
I don't.
I don't.
I don't.
I don't care enough.
Nobody cares.
Well, it's fucking lame. That's all there is to it. And
Ooh.
Brian stitched with his wife and went to England, and that's all that matters.
No, hold on. Nobody's lame because here we go. We made our goal, and I'm going to put the shout out there one more time. 40 minutes to go. Let's see if we can pop maybe over 1,100. Won't be as good as last year, but I'll count it a victory. So I'm going to put the link out there one more time.
What was your annual goal last year, Max?
Last year, the annual goal was 1,250, and we got 1,290. Well, but Hungar is going to donate his stuff because he has to wait till he gets paid from his T-shirt sales. He's going to donate that to the year-end goal, so we'll probably get over 1,300 for that. Last year, the goal was $250, and we made like 262 or some weird number like that. So we blew it. We blew that out of the water.
You like, who cares if this stream doesn't beat last year's stream?
I'm always in competition, man.
No,
It's always.
I'm just saying for the year total, you're already absolutely crushing it. So
Oh yeah. And no, I'm not crushing it. You guys are the ones that donated. Well, I donated the yearly one. So you guys, that's thanks to you. Thank you. And Brian, who was first? Who's the first to ever visit England?
Oh, that was me.
There you go.
Brian,
I don't know.
Don't get too excited. He might wet himself. Calm down.
No, Brian, I think I've made it to England before you did.
Probably. That was only my second time leaving the country.
Connell,
Yet we
what
let him back
fucking
in.
podcast are you watching?
Oh man. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it 38 more minutes, 37 more minutes. It just flipped.
Oh no.
Here, in certain,
At this point,
going
we
back to
start
the
burning
Ninja Turtle
stuff.
stuff, right? I know it's not going to affect the gameplay, your gameplay, but in certain country, the turtles were only allowed to have certain weapons. Like Mike, for whatever, loses his nunchucks for a Gatling, for a rope with a hook on it. I don't know why, but it was a thing.
What?
In your game, do you have the equipment for the rope with the hook? It was a grappling hook.
Grappling hook.
He's drunk again, kid. Don't worry.
Very drunk again.
He's like your aunt at Thanksgiving who's in the corner just ranting about Trump, you know?
Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Let Sean answer finally.
I think so. I mean, we've got the Manriki Gusari, which I think what you're talking about. Yeah.
I think so. Good answer.
Yeah.
By the way, all the equipment's
Let's move on.
All the equipment's in color too. Thanks.
I mean, like when
wow, thank you. It
the
looked like
guys
it to me.
the equipment page, and he was like they actually saw all of it was in color. They were like, "Oh, that looks pretty cool."
That shit there's full.
Yeah, but Connell can't see it because it's colorblind.
Wow.
Well done.
Okay.
Burn.
I think it doesn't matter. That's really nerdy.
Have you met us?
In the original comic books, all the turtles had red. There are things that go over their eyes.
So what, are they fucking invisible through you? What?
No, he just knew what all their secret identities were. That's what it was.
They were all John Cena. They can't see me.
I hate you all.
Don't ever seek help. Stay like this, please, for the rest of all time. You're so entertaining.
To answer your question, they're doing the black, white, and red edition. If you would look at the Kickstarter page, you'd see all the awesome offerings for the Kickstarter.
Really? Did you find that out while London?
If you like red, there's a book for you.
Here.
No, I didn't find it out in London. I found it out from the Kickstarter page.
Oh, Jesus. I can't go to Target without getting a fucking headache. No, I have enough red in my life.
Hey, Connell, how do you say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in Irish?
Go fuck
Gaelic.
yourself.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Boy, I want to watch the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, it's a fucking pug! It's not a fucking dinosaur. It's a fucking pug. It's a pit bull.
For those who don't know, calm down. Jeez, what the hell happened to the stream? Jeez.
Oh no, it's a dinosaur. It's what
We're supposed to look respectable right now. We have new people watching.
Sean Paul, I regret everything.
Yes. The black and white for this is actually part of the original TMNT book. I love this picture. Excuse me, now that's colorized. I'm dying.
Okay, I'd like to ask Sean, what time did you show up at this stream? Do you remember what time around you came here?
Was it 7?
7. It's currently are you
12:30?
Eastern or 12:30?
Yeah, Eastern.
So we were respectable for a good 4 hours.
You know, that's the best the stream has ever done.
I mean, that's
Well, you know, you can tell us that
after
we
the first 4 hours.
yeah, you can tell that we hang out a lot with each other, right? It's just like we have all this history.
Some would say too much.
Well, yeah, but you know we can get you up.
earlier. You could have kept last week's pound to 4 people.
Well, now that I'm not dying, what I was trying to say is this is the black and white of this is in the original TMNT book.
Yeah.
So I see this and I'm like, this is awesome. And it's now colorized. This is even better. There. I got it out.
For this, Max?
What's that?
Are you getting a kickback for this?
No, but I should. I'm gonna start billing Kevin and Sean. There you go. I'm gonna start billing Kevin and Sean and be like, hey man.
It's your 10% agency fee, man. Like,
don't be surprised when you get rejected.
The best he's gonna get is a Christmas card. Thank you for all the cheap labor.
No,
The rapper
honestly
from
though,
Candy,
but we have said before, we'd be happy to provide more prize support to you guys, and that goes to anybody. If you guys, have us on your show, you talk about Palladium stuff, feel free to reach out. We'd be happy to provide some prize support.
No, you need to keep taking advantage of my Minnesota passive aggressiveness and can't ask questions and can't be forward because I've had people like, dude, just ask people for a free product. They'll give it to you because you're promoting their stuff. I'm like, no, I can't do that.
That's just bad.
No, more people, a lot of people do it. And there are people, I'm not going to say any of you guys because I don't know if that's the case, but there are people within our circles like, dude, I reach out to Modifius, I reach out to Free League. There are people who get Free League stuff for free constantly. And I pay for it and do it. It's a weird thing, but I'm not better than anybody else. I'm just saying that I feel weird about that.
You're saying you're better than someone here, Mr. Max. I don't know.
I would say it's me. He's better than me. It's okay. I can live with it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you personally giving us your patronage, right? And personally purchasing stuff. But look at it this way. If we want to provide you prize support to then give to your viewers, that's
and you guys have done that the first couple of times you were on.
Yeah. So, and we can definitely do it more in the future. So just throwing that out there, don't feel like you're robbing us or anything. It benefits us too. So, and there's nothing wrong with it. And
I can't do that because I'm in Canada. So, like, you'd send me the stuff, and then I'd have to mail it to people for like fucking $80 a shipment, and be like,
"No." That's your problem, right? It's not my problem.
No,
you can't even mail it to normal people either, right? So it has nothing to do with us.
Listen, you're pretty
Canadians complaining about shipping. It's like you guys got a fucking problem with shipping. Not my problem.
Do it.
Why don't you invade? Just fucking invade Canada.
Just fucking invade Canada. Wow.
Mr. Boivin will sell you all secret. He's more than
go back in time. War of 1812. Bring him a couple of Abrams, some Apaches, bunch of M4s,
we'd still kick your asses.
You must have been listening. Never mind.
I've got to mention something here, Flady. I got the link. I looked at it. I would love to, but I'm in no condition right now to go through all that wall of government text right now. But I will put the link into chat for people to take a look at. It's some VA claim benefits, something or another that it seems like it's helpful for people. But I'm not going to read it.
That would be like an interesting last half hour of the stream.
Let's do that. I'm gone. I am gone the second after read more VA text.
Yeah.
All right.
We could,
I'll be here all day long. But
videos.
9 people asleep and Max reading government text.
Well, instead of that, Max, share my screen.
Oh my God! Oh, dude!
Do it!
I'm doing. Jesus, hold your balls.
The fucking corgi has spoken.
It's almost over.
Okay, those are the terror bears creeping through the window.
Oh Jesus!
Yep.
Yeah.
This is my brother-in-law's copy of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he colored it in.
Oh,
that's awesome!
Wow,
he did a nice job.
Yeah,
that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, he's still inside the line and all.
That's what you noticed.
No,
the bad thing is Connell still can't see the colors.
Well, the one terror bear is invisible because of all the red.
Yeah, no, Connell's going, it's not colored in. What are you talking about?
He's got a hole in his chest.
No, my brother-in-law actually does art for video games. But I was talking about it, and he showed this to me, and I finally found where the picture ended up. So just thought I'd share.
Cool.
That's actually bigger than the one I could find online. So good stuff.
I've been requested to read something as Jesse Ventura from Discord.
Jesus.
It's been sent to me. Do you mind terribly if I do it?
Hold on. Were you paid? Get
He's
some money.
Donated a lot to both our channels over time.
Okay, fine.
Curtis, come on.
Okay, fine. No, that's fair. Go ahead.
Oh, Jesus, I'm so tired. Hang on. All right. So I was in the Baja, relaxing in my penthouse suites after being governor of Minnesota, when a ninja had infiltrated my kitchen to steal my yogurt. Now, this is a special yogurt made by only one cow in Scandinavia. Little did this pussy know I was a Navy SEAL, so I used 4 pounds of D4s as caltrops to trap the ninja, then used a rear naked chokehold.
For the record, I'm trying not to burn bridges with those guys.
Oh, that bridge is no longer standing.
I don't know what you're talking about. What guys? The Minnesota from Baja? Which ones?
Yeah, there you go. He was my governor, and for the first 2 years he was okay, and then he went off the fucking deep end.
He was your
That's
governor.
Because the aliens got inside
my governor.
your brain.
That's right.
Conspiracy theory. Yeah. I'm so tired.
My governor can beat up your governor. I had that shirt. Oop, that's not. What the fuck is it? Oh, there we go.
Best part.
Well, guys, you guys sometimes make me embarrassed to be a Minnesotan. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying that Arnold was a glass cannon, but back in his heyday, I still don't want to be punched by that son of a bitch.
What the fuck, man? Bear is like
governor thing. My governor beat up your governor. My mom won't there.
Connell. Mr. Max and I were both bouncers. Right now, you're making us go. All right, you're cut off. Time to go. You're away from hugging people, going, "I fucking love you, man."
No. To be fair,
that's me
when I'm drunk. I am the guy that I high five everybody like 45 fucking times. I'm the dude like, go away from me. You're too fucking like, no man, we're cool, dude. Go the fuck away from me.
Hey, at least you do that drunk. I do it sober.
Connell and I have a mutual friend that we call him Force, and we got him so drunk on his birthday that on Main Street of the town we live in, he started dancing with the parking meters like a pole dance.
Singing in the rain, but no rain.
Connell is almost at that point.
Oh, I am not.
Thank God we've only got 27 minutes.
He's like, no, I'm not. The eyes don't open. He's like, I'm not.
No rain, but there were showers.
Yeah. I'm good for 2 more. Oh, man. Connell, we love you. You know that. It's good to have you back, Connell. You haven't been on the show in a long time, so it's good to have you back the last couple of times.
Thanks. I try to stay away so your numbers stay up.
And then he comes back, and then
he's like, thanks for getting more people who don't know me that I can scare away. Good job.
Oh no, I know you don't want to burn any bridges, but that was the first video stream I did of yours in a while. And I came out smelling like fucking roses compared to the 2 Canucks.
What? They were not.
I don't know what you're talking about. There was no stream. Last Friday, I was at church with Mr. Max. We went to communion on the Friday night service.
I just remember somebody saying this was supposed to be fun. When was that supposed to happen?
Well, when Mr. Max said, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
No, but it's the way he said it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Look, every now and again you have a bad stream. I'm glad we had the bad
one.
This
is one of them.
Sean is just getting back watching the train wreck.
Could you imagine if it had been like this for the whole 5 hours, Sean? Jesus Christ.
No, all joking aside, most of my Fridays I've been playing back to gaming, somewhat gaming. I've been playing Warhammer Fantasy.
You have a
second edition, third edition. It's I think it's second edition. Either way, I'm enjoying the ever living hell out of it. I won't get kicked out of this game for being a racist like the last one. It's amusing as hell.
I was about to say, how many more beers does it take before you start telling us about the Elders of Zion? Like, what's going to happen over
there? I'm Catholic.
1.5.
That's for
24 minutes and counting.
No,
the second edition of Warhammer Fantasy really was the one that I jammed with too.
Yeah.
Not Terror on the Reich. What was it called? Something on the Reich. But the one of the base campaigns is just great.
Wasn't it Terror on the Reich?
Yeah,
maybe it was.
I think it was Terror on the Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I did say it right. Okay, it's been so long. And but yeah, that's just a fun game, and I love the expanded like critical hit tables where when people get clawed or shot or bludgeoned.
Death on the Right.
Death on the Right. Yep.
Yeah.
So it was great. It's great game.
You see, that's something I like. Warhammer Fantasy is a game I talk more often than I play it, I guess. But I played it some. But because I always say like when I say like system matter, like the rules matter, because you say like the setting of Warhammer Fantasy and the setting of Dungeons and Dragons are very similar. But when you play the game, you play them very differently because the rules inform how you should play them.
Well, like in that one, you generate sort of a random character, but it was one of those ones where it's be pretty memorable, but a lot of times your characters aren't combat skilled, right? You're just some kind of commoner, and if you even worked as like somebody's bodyguard or a pit fighter like you're kind of a badass, right? And still like an orc or two is like that are actually wearing armor with axes and shields, and that's scary as F in that game, right? So you're like, holy crap, there's 2 orcs in a room. What are we gonna do? It's like a whole plan, you know.
Why do they have a pie? I don't understand.
Sean was literally just the camp counselor that came in and broke up our shenanigans. Did you guys feel that energy? He was just like, all right, everybody calm down.
No, he just mentioned something I was
let's talk
interested
some
in.
serious shit now. And then Boivin hit his fucking let's all drink on of, I tell you that system matter and setting matter. You know? And now, because you did that, I have to talk about Star Trek, you fuck. You started.
Hey, Bear, can you tell us
Everyone
about...
can cross Star Trek off your Bear bingo.
Yeah, well, we did that a long time ago.
Yeah, that was back like 23 hours ago.
Yeah, seriously.
Remember the 33rd rules of acquisition?
No. There's this thing that happened in an episode we don't know. And that's the
War
one
is good for
where
business.
Picard was in the place called Guiding Light and he played the flute. What was that, man?
Real quick, Sean, just to fill you in. Like, we'll end up in these Star Trek chats, and Mr. Max just hates it. However, he won't be on the stream, but he'll be in chat, totally talking about all of the episodes, and this happened, and that. No, but this episode was stupid, and then he'll get on stream. Star Trek is crap. It's the worst. It's like, pick a side, Max. Come on.
The guy cannot understand that the fact that I can know Star Trek, it doesn't mean I need to like it. You know, like it's so fucking relevant.
He's just watching it for
he's been watching it for
50 years.
Bingo though. Bingo. I
hate you, Sean. I keep watching it.
A while ago.
I don't know everything about it.
I got Brian's. I've been to London. I got Garrett calling me a midget. All I need now, all I need,
2'3", crazy man.
All I need now is for Max to go off how gnomes can't be paladins, and I win. That's all. That's why.
Well, and you also get the bonus center square of Shauner did a video about something on the live stream.
Wow!
So,
oh my God!
Next Veterans Day, when we do this again, we're going to like.
I can already see the email
bingo
arriving
cards,
right
actual
now.
bingo cards.
I can see the email right now that Sean was typing up saying, sorry about the 26th, we won't be able to make it.
Something's come up.
Sorry, not sorry.
Oh, yeah. I gotta get my hair done that day.
I'd like to help you, but my grandmother.
Sorry, Max. I don't know what happened. Somehow your emails were all blacklisted.
You're not responding anymore. He's like, I know.
If that happens, I know who would be blamed.
What happened? Where were you? I was waiting for your email.
Not responding. Try not receiving.
You going to bed? I will be doing that in 20 minutes plus. Everybody say goodnight to Noro.
Night,
Noro.
They all said good night.
All right, everybody, give me your bank account numbers.
I have a question for you. I have a question. So now we can sing, right?
Bank account number is 5.
No, don't do that. She gets grumpier when she's going to bed, and I keep her awake.
When you said earlier, like, oh, even Noro say, oh, Mr. Max, I asked a question in chat. Did she say Mr. Max or did she say Canada?
Wait, what?
Noro called me Canada, no? She always referred to me as Canada.
I object. I'm going to have to write a letter to my MP because this is not sitting with me, sir.
Well, you need to sit with me.
Look, I don't listen to her at home. Why the fuck would I read what she puts in chat?
Damn.
She's going to bed. She can't hear.
You know, there's a lot of days I'm glad I'm divorced, and there's other days I'm thrilled. I mean, I miss being married.
So what's that old line? Why did divorces cost so much? Because they're worth it.
It's worth it.
They're worth
it.
Wow.
It's surprising. An English joke Max knew, Mr. Boivin knew, because it's against women.
That should be on the bingo card as well. Like,
yeah. Misogyny for Mr. Max should be.
Mr. Max misogynies, the triple M score.
Oh my God, what do we got? We have 18 minutes. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to get to the end. I foresee it.
Legion, Max gets the email. Legion of Myth. We did see what you did on the last live stream. We're gonna return these donations. The Mets aren't that bad off.
The next email that arises
You
from the
make them
Vatican.
worse.
Mr. Max, we saw your Legion of Myth thing. We've excommunicated you. Enjoy taking it.
Oh, excommunicado.
This honestly though, this is what I mean. This is actually very similar to our after stream conversations at this point. I kind of like that because we talk a lot about we have a 4-hour stream and then we talk 4 hours after stream. This is very much how it goes. And oh god damn it, Bruce.
Jesus Christ, Connell, you're part leprechaun? What the fuck is that?
Sean, can you take a bio break for a moment, please?
Real quick.
Just remember, folks, I was paid and I have not been drinking enough. All right. Squeeze my balls to the point where I can sing like Jeff Tate.
Oh, fuck.
I'm done. I am so done with that.
Well, you know what, Horror? You dance for your money, so you don't have to go back to Horror Island now. You're good.
No, that actually hurt. Like, I think I've been talking too much. That actually fucking hurt.
Not just you, man.
It hurt us too.
Yeah, well, you know what? I share my pain. Thank you.
You know what that was, by the way?
Now
That was,
sing it
that was,
like you
I know,
have
Bud,
like
this
you
is the
smoked
kettle,
cigarettes
you're
a
black.
day.
Click.
Well, everybody's got jokes.
We got a bingo. We got a bingo.
We got a bingo, Queen's right.
Real quick, I did like Purr's chat that came in right after Bruce's. Wounded Warrior starts donating to Legion of Myth for their mental health.
Where's
No.
I think it's safe to say someone should lock up all the sharp objects around us, right?
Yeah,
they're obviously very sick individuals.
That's why Bear planned a mental health stream like the next day. Like he knew we would need it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some therapy tomorrow. Come on over to see Dr. Bear.
Yeah, that's perfect. The mental health stream. What was that, Bear?
Oh, dude, Nora's left you. Did you see her point?
Yeah, your wife.
Good night and goodbye. We'd like to assist our suicide hotline. You're singing we hold music. Others will endure while they complicate their life at the tree of woe.
Nice air fuel that laugh.
What?
What the fuck?
You left you in your closet in the middle of the night. And you're like, fuck.
Oh, what is going on?
Or the next email, Legion of Myth, we're going to need you to stop streaming unsupervised.
you hand me a script.
DM, Ireland here. Please stop telling people you are from here.
What are you talking about? I'm the best thing ever came out of Ireland.
This is probably true at this point.
Yeah.
Except I don't drink.
We could just talk for 15 minutes and get us over the finish line.
Should I read that government website?
Top tier content.
Okay, eyes are going out. Curtis,
if we get
requesting Connell play the next thing with.
Hold on, Connell. Hold on,
Look
Connell.
at the face.
Connell, 1 second. Walter, what was that?
If we get anyone to read that government website, we should get GM Cody to do it.
No, that still wouldn't help. That still wouldn't help at this point.
No.
Hold on.
Truthfully, we would have to get Bruce in here and read it as Skeletor.
Skeletor. There you go.
Hold on. We'll get GM Cody to read that government website if we get over $1,100. We're 51 away, folks.
They would have ever noticed Brian likes to pimp people on these fucking streams. You guys ever notice that shit?
You're welcome.
Jim Cody didn't even sign up to be his horse, but you know what? It's just
I'll do it.
Being volunteer.
Sure. Cody fired the fucking van, brother, and me and you we're going on a world tour. Let's go.
Well, get crafty as well.
I need a bass player.
We need a
See,
bass
talk about-
Who was drooling earlier? Someone was drooling, so we got a bass player clearly, so we're good there to go.
100% agree. I'm not even gonna laugh about this. 100% agree, Omino.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, Sean, your sanity is now in question.
I'm losing. I am losing sanity points.
We already know he makes poor life choices. He showed up.
Well, and he knew what he was getting into because he's been here before.
Yeah.
Apparently, he didn't watch last week's show.
I think now he's seeing a different side of your fucking stream too.
Yeah, because he's met you, Max. He ain't met the rest of us.
Well, to be fair, he's always been on RPG Digest, which is like a little bit more, I don't want to say professional, but it's a little more, more straightforward and so forth. The Friday chill stream, or what now is this 24-hour, whatever the fuck we're doing. This is why I separate those two now. They didn't used to be separated and confuse people. Now it's like Friday is crazy, Sunday is like.
You got to keep them separated.
Church day.
Oh, there you
go. Oh, sorry.
Look at that. Holy shit, the 90s are alive.
Yeah, I told you that the last fucking hour is the hour I was always seeing.
I'm sorry, in English, please?
I'm giving up.
I can translate this.
How did your stream go? Great. We made all the donations, but I don't know what the fuck happened the last hour. And Sean is like glued to the chair right now. Like, I want to leave, but they won't let me.
At this time, you're being polite.
It's a car wreck. He just can't stop watching.
It's like all the people, can't help but slow down and see what's happening in a giant car wreck.
Shaka.
Dude,
like, are you on fucking Sominex or something? What was that? Like hyperkinetic? You're like, I just want you all to know that
everybody's falling asleep.
I'm passing out slowly as I'm.
Actually, there is one thing that the show is missing.
Oh wow. It's missing diversity and drag. Now I would have loved to had him on the show. By the way, Sean, here's a channel that might be fun to hang out with. I don't know if he likes Palladium and so forth. I don't know his background, but Diversity and Dragons is he's definitely got a show that would be entertaining. So thank you very much, Double D. I appreciate that. $20. He says, have a good night, fellas. God bless. You too, sir. Absolutely appreciate that.
Quick question, Walter. Where in Canada are you, man?
Winnipeg.
Oh, that's right. You're in Winnipeg.
Shit.
Oh, so were you talking about that before?
10 feet of snow and minus 38 degree weather already this year. How the fuck is it?
Well, not quite yet, but maybe in the next couple of weeks, yeah.
So the show is missing is Bruce snoring underneath his table with his camera on.
He did that on one of my streams.
2 of your stream, no?
Well, I know one for sure. I was like, what is that? It's like, that's Bruce snoring. I'm like, get him out of here.
maybe it's one on your and one on somebody else's stream, but I know I've seen Bruce sleeping twice at least. And
I once
not in a
heard the
creepy way.
snores of a DJ on the radio at midnight during like a long song. It's just like,
yeah. Wow.
So when I was in student radio,
he did to me today during game. I normally. No, I said I'm sorry, Bruce, but fuck, he had a dragon almost eat my ass today. So you know
what?
Whoa, crazy!
No, stop. We're not even gonna go there. Bear, what do you got? Save us.
When I was in radio and I was doing college radio before I got into professional radio, I used to want to go for a smoke break. Problem is, radio was in the basement, and I had to go up 3 floors to go outside to have a fucking cigarette. So I would put on, and I made a promo for it that said, "Now one side of Pink Floyd's The Wall while I go have a cigarette," and I would put that on and go. One time I'm standing out there with the station manager and we can hear it playing on the speaker. He's like, "Is that skipping?" And I'm like, "Yep." We just kept smoking. We didn't give a fuck. It was like, who cares?
My grandmother was a sportscaster on CBC radio.
Did Sean leave? Holy fuck.
Sean said, fuck this, I'm out.
It was accidental internet connection. No,
yeah.
but to be fair, he is.
Your parents really loved you.
He is gone. I'm guessing because this happened before. I'm guessing his internet connection. Kevin probably was over there in the office going, no more of this nonsense.
He's just going to pull the plug.
You're using up our bandwidth.
Yeah, right.
And then he giggled like Connell.
I normally should rock off all of you.
Well, in case Sean doesn't come back, because I don't know why he would, we want to thank Sean for being. Oh, nope, never mind. I was mistaken. There we go. He's back.
You were free, man. Why did you come back?
You got the perfect.
You got out.
All right. Everybody but Sean and Walter can go jump off a bridge with Dan.
Again, a lot of people don't know the meme.
Which side? That's important.
And the right way of saying is go fuck yourself off a bridge with Dan. So for those who don't know, a long time ago when we still had the old segment 2 that was ranty, we covered I don't even know what it was, some article written by a guy named Dan, and Heathen Dog was in there. Dan can go fuck himself off a bridge, and somehow that became a meme for about 6 months where everybody started saying it. And it hasn't been used much recently, but yeah, there you go. That's
Max. When you gonna release Legend of Myth lore setting book?
Legend of Myth.
Legend of Myth lore book.
No, he said Legion, but he said it like Quebec. Legend.
Oh.
Legion. What's the fucking name of your channel, man?
Stockholm Syndrome.
Book 43, Legion of Myth World.
Handler showed up and were removed.
The only book ever canceled before it's ever released.
Oh, Nero shot. That's a nice shot there, Nero.
That'll come out. That'll come out after the Antarctica book.
No, I can't do that because Wounded Warrior has its own, trademarks and so forth, just like I have my own trademark. So, no, I couldn't do that without asking them. And to be fair, go just get Wounded Warrior stuff. That's the way I see it,
Speaking of trademarks, Connell, trademark that fucking laugh, please.
Well, okay, we got 6 minutes left.
Similar to Bruce's when he gets.
Oh yeah,
it's awesome, dude. Are you kidding? I could put that in a fucking horror video game or something, and people be like up at night going, "Fuck, I heard a laugh." We can start all
over in Rumble. Methodical GM. The Methodical GM says, "Sean, blink 3 times if you need help."
Specific to this stream or just in general?
Yeah, all of the above. Okay, hey, we've got 5 minutes left, and it's time to shield channels and so forth, because we'll do 1 second over 24 hours, but I don't want to do much more than that. First of all, I'm going to end with Sean because I'm going to make him stay just right until that last minute here. But let's go around the circle here and shill out our stuff. So I'm going to start first, even though I usually go last, but I'm going first this time. Thank you, sincerely, thank you everybody for helping us get over the goal. We made it. Also, thank you to the people who donated to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where we were talking about that. I absolutely appreciate that. Thank you for your support for all of this and putting up with our shenanigans. I mean, I appreciate you guys for that. Sunday, tomorrow, because I'm not used to doing this on a Saturday, running up on midnight. Tomorrow, and for you people on the East Coast today, we'll be covering. I'll be finishing up Forbidden Lands, talking about Journeying and the Stronghold. Heathen Dog is going to cover the Vampire Kingdoms from Palladium Books. There we go. That's what we've got going on. So let's just go around to start with. Well, Walter, you don't have a channel, do you?
Nope, not at all.
Okay, so we'll move on to Brian. What are you doing there with Gaming with ADHD on your channel?
Gaming with ADHD, I cover all sorts of tabletop gaming content, from board games, miniatures, role-playing, anything in between, and literally whatever floats my boat. It's called Gaming with ADHD for a reason. But yeah, come hang out. I do paint streams. It's fun. But also because I was going to do it after he did it, but now I'm going to do it before. Go subscribe to GM Cody. He's not at 500 yet. We need to get him there. Come on, folks. It's like I made a joke about his short form content, but they're just fun videos to just listen to. So go subscribe. So, and to everyone else. Also that.
All right, GM Cody, since somebody just shouted out for you, but go ahead and shout yourself out again.
No, I appreciate it. I'm surprised anybody wants to listen to my shit, but yeah, I'm GM Cody. I got a little channel, and I talk about games I love. Also run games on there typically every Sunday, unless they get canceled, which they have been a lot lately. But supposedly tomorrow, we are actually playing OSC tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central Time on my channel. And yeah, go check it out. It's good stuff.
All right, Connell, can you do this, Connell?
Liquid courage.
Now, my name is Connell the Cigar DM. Tonight I'm Connell the Drunk DM, but that's besides the point. I want to say thank you to everybody who's watched this show for the last 24 hours, almost 24 hours. Everybody out there has a vet in your life that's on, in America or out of America, have a vet in life. Go make sure that they know that they are special and that you respect them for what they did. With that being said, I have a show on Sunday. Yes, I said Sunday one more time so y'all remember, where I review movies from different different areas of time. As I said earlier, we're doing Dog Soldiers and When We Were Soldiers. I hope you all out there come and visit me. If you don't, I understand. I'll blame Max either way. With that being said, thanks again, Max, for having me on not once but twice. What the fuck were you thinking?
Well, I'm starting to, I'm where Sean is with the show. I am with you right now. So, All right, Mr. Max Boivant, tell us about whatever nonsense you've got going on hating women.
The hating of women I keep for your and their show. And
thanks.
also on Gar. I don't do it in my own home, you know what I mean? I say when I'm a guest, But tomorrow I'm probably gonna have a stream on Sunday. My everybody stream on Sunday stream. Usually start around like 9:30 or some shit like that. It's late and
What are you gonna talk about?
The comments.
Yeah, well, that's what we do. We read. It's a show where we read like every comment that is put in chat. So sometimes we can go quite long. But the topic that we try to cover also, we're working on like a taxonomy of RPG, trying to kind of like come up with a way to differentiate why a different system, other than just like, oh, this game is crunchy, this game is real light. Trying to develop like a better language, talk about the hobby a little like with a little more precision, other than just like the crunchy or not, or just GNS. We try to figure out like what makes a game different than another game. It's not just setting, it's not just rules. It's a mix of both. Can we go a little deeper than that? So, but mostly we read the comments. It's kind of a bring your own topic kind of show.
BYOT.
Yeah.
The bot show. There you go.
Sure.
Yeah, the Biat.
Yeah. It's too close to Biatch.
Well, let me see. Never mind. Baron.
24 hours.
Yeah, we hit 24. Woo! We did it one day. 0000. And now we're at 28. Baron, what do you got going on in your fine show?
Well, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, me and 5 of my friends, 4 of my friends and Connell, we have a show.
Keep going, you can do it.
But we sit and do deep dives into various topics. This week we are doing the second episode of The Fae. So unfortunately I wasn't able to make it last week due to illness, but looking forward to jumping in with both feet this week. So yeah, we run this every Thursday with the exception of Thanksgiving because some of us like to eat. Some more than others, Connell. But
calm
yeah,
down, Connell. Calm down.
But definitely make sure you do join us. All of us do stream it to our channels. Myself, Bruce, Chimerian, Jade, and of course, last but not least, Connell. We all do stream it to our channel. So whichever channel you wish to support, just go ahead and join us and make sure you give us all a little like and follow. The big thing is that I'm going to feed off of what Connell had said. Everyone has a vet in their life. They know someone. Pick up the phone, call them, even if it's just to say hi. Make sure they're okay, because that is what veterans really and truly need, is just that little bit of a helping hand. As a veteran myself, just someone calling and saying, "Hey, dude, you doing okay?" 9 times out of 10, that means the world to me. And even it takes just a few minutes to pick up the phone, send a text, whatever. Just take that few minutes to make sure you reach out to me. And that's all I can.
All right. Malachi, you don't have a channel yet, do you?
No, but I got something I can show.
Okay.
Gygax is back. Trollord Games, a vet-friendly company.
Yes, definitely a vet-friendly company at Trollord. Yes. So check that out from Trollord Games. That's Castles and Crusades compatible, right?
Yep.
Okay. Siege Engine, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. So you guys can check that out on Trollord. And Bear,
what?
you can be the last one of the fools to talk before we pass it over to Sean finally.
Brian, go ahead. Show my channel.
Go subscribe to Bear. He's awesome.
There we go.
Come to the Four Color
Tomorrow,
Cafe on Wednesdays.
At 10 a.m. tomorrow, we're going to be doing a mental health chill stream. Basically, the idea is, look, we're all going through a rough time right now, and the world is kind of fucked and has been fucked for a while, but it really got fucked in the past few years. And, sometimes we just need to talk.
And by all going through a rough time right now, you mean right now.
Yeah, right now. This exactly the work time we are all a part of right now. So if you want to stop by and hang out for that, do so. Otherwise, I don't care if you subscribe to my channel. I don't care if you buy my products. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this because I enjoy doing it. So subscribe to all these guys that have channels instead, and that'll make me happier.
All right, Sean, anything you want to say about, well, first of all, seriously, thank you for being here, putting up with the nonsense. I hope you had fun. I mean, it's a good time for us. And wow, 2 more backers after I close this out at 732,262 now for TMNT. That's awesome.
Really cool.
So anything you want to shout out other than TMNT and Palladium Books, or just that? I don't care.
Well, I mean, I do want to thank everyone for supporting the donations today, and all of y'all for chiming in and doing this kind of marathon of a stream of silliness. But I mean, it really, it makes a difference. It makes a difference. Every little bit makes a difference, and a lot of it is just that energy we put into stuff, right, and we put out into the world is important. So and with that being said, thanks to everybody who's supporting us on the TMNT Kickstarter. As you noted, I mean, even if you aren't a huge Turtles fan, we appreciate your support. There's probably someone in your life that would love a Turtles book, so maybe get one, right? But it's going to be big stuff for us too. It's going to really help us move Palladium forward as well. So I mean, and it's a good, again, a great relationship to be building with a big licensor, so we can do more cool stuff in the future. Even if you just want Phase World or After the Bomb or anything like that, this is supporting the Turtles is big for us too. So again, thanks to everyone for that, because it really is a passion project for those of us that really love the Turtles. And I appreciate you guys having us on. Appreciate all the good words out there, and I enjoy chatting gaming and mechanics and design and theory and all that kind of jazz.
I promise one day we'll get more of that.
Right, and so Mr. Max would be happy to come on your show and chat about some of that stuff too. So, but yeah, thanks again to everybody for taking the time and for being so supportive.
All right,
Sean, my agent Brian's going to be in touch about getting you on my channel, apparently. So that'll be.
What if I want him online?
Hold on. Let me end the stream, Sean. If you can stand by 5 minutes.
Sure.
Because I'm not going to spend much more than 5 minutes this time. But again, thank you very much to everybody out there. I hope you had a great time. I know this 24 hours, I'm feeling it right now, but at the same time, it went by quickly. And thanks for all the donations once again. And I hope each and every one of you has a wonderful week.
Bye, everybody.